The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In Greek mythology, the Titans were a race apart, one step below the gods. In our culture, a handful of poets, artists, and musicians belong in the same high place. And no one best establishes his right to be there than William Shakespeare, who spanned 2 centuries. Baptized at Stratford-on-Avon on April 26, 1564. Died April 23rd, 1616. Like all great geniuses, a man before his time. As the play I bring you now amply proves.
Why, General Othello, I fear it is Provencio.
Adulterer! Upon my foot punch! Where is my daughter?
Provencio, if you must fight my general, it will be across my bleeding body.
Put up your bright swords, gentlemen, or the evening dew will rust them. If it were my cue to fight, I would have known it first before any of you. Is it my skin you challenge, or the man? Be assured, in any case, the Moor stands ready to answer you.
Our mystery drama, The Green-Eyed Monster, was especially adapted from Shakespeare's tragedy of Othello for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Arnold Moss. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Prejudice is as old as man himself. That's a part of this story. The other is one of the greatest tragic love poems ever penned. The fascinating dichotomy of a great man who was too trusting for his own good, and one of the most devious and devastating demons in all literature, whose name has become synonymous with total villainy. The man known as Iago.
Rodrigo, I was promised from high places among the doges of Venice that I would be second in command.
As will you merit, Iago.
And suddenly the great general, the Lord High Panjandrum, from his blackbird seat pronounces to me, I have already chosen my right hand. Cassio, a Florentine, a fellow who never set a squadron in the field, has been battle-tested. So I, whose sword has more than once saved Othello's life, as his mind, to be fair, am cast aside. I am retained not as a commander, but as a servant, an ancient, if you will.
Not you in the full flush of manhood. You mean an ensign?
I am his moorship's ancient, with no more position in the world's eye than a whipping boy.
For me, I'd rather be his hangman.
A dream. There is no remedy. It is the curse of service. Preferment goes by who you know, not what you know. I only disclose to you why I have little cause to love the Moor.
I would need no cause to love a black upstart.
I would think you had deeper cause of complaint than I.
Because of Desdemona?
Yes. Does it not tear you apart, my friend, that your golden-haired love has been swallowed up by the dark Moor, who is her master now far more than he is mine?
What can I do?
Here we are in Desdemona's father's house. He is a senator and helps rule Venice. Let's rouse him to your aid.
Rouse him? But
does he know of Desdemona's love for the Moor?
But I'm sure he doesn't know of her infatuation.
Then let us surprise him quickly. Come, laggard, must I fight your battles for you? Let's rouse the knight. Awake! Provencio, awake! What ho! Thieves!
Look to your house!
What is the matter here?
Don't you recognize me?
Rodrigo. Well, now it all becomes more clear. I told you not to hump my door. My daughter is not for you.
Who better would you promise her to? Where is your daughter, senor?
Search your house if you will. You will find your jewel has been stolen, and by black magic.
By God, you'd better be mistaken. Some service here. Strike the tinder. Bring me a taper.
What have we started?
I know not yet, but keep my name hidden, or you shall be the worse. Though I hate Othello like the hell pains, yet of necessity for the present I must hang out the flag in show of love. And so, farewell, Rodrigo. Guard my name.
As I would guard my life.
As your life depends on it. My captain, Othello. In the trade of war, I have slain men, but in my conscience, this would not have been murder. I lack iniquity to lead me to that. And yet, as Brabantio spoke, I had it in my mind, for love of you, to sink my dagger in him.
Far better you did not, my friend Iago.
But he prated in such scurvy and provoking terms against your honor.
He will be neither first nor last. My life can only be measured by what I've accomplished. God grant it is enough. I would not care to try to put it to the challenge, except for gentle Desdemona. It's only for her... Wait. Who comes through the garden so late? Oh, I see who it is now. The servants of the Duke and my lieutenants. Good evening, Cassio and friends. What brings you here so late?
The Duke greets you, General, and requires your presence haste post haste.
Well, what's the matter?
The news from Cyprus. Message upon urgent message from the fleet, and you are hotly called for. Not finding you at your lodgings, the Duke has sent no less than 3 parties to search you out.
I'm glad you were the one to find me. I'll spend only a word or two in the house and straightway join you.
Agent, what is he doing at this villa? Tonight he has boarded a tiny little craft that, if she prove a lawful prize, may just have made him forever. I don't understand. Why, he has made Desdemona his. If they are married... Oh, here comes another troop to search for him.
What is this noise?
General, I fear it is Brabantio. Be prepared. He comes here spoiling for trouble.
Adultery! Upon my sword point, and these gentlemen of honor who support me, answer.
Senor Brabantio, if you will fight my general, it must be across my bleeding body.
Put up your bright swords, gentlemen, or the evening dew will rust them. If it were my cue to fight, I would have known it first before any of you. As for you, good Senator Brabantio, your years command more respect than any weapon. Where will you have me go to answer your charges?
Why, to prison until the law can take its course.
If it please you, it might not please as much the Duke, to whose side in conference my Lieutenant Cassio has called me instantly.
We have no choice but to move against the Turkish fleet, and with dispatch. To this end, I am concerned that Brabantio and Othello are missing from our council since... My lord... well, here they are betimes.
Forgive me, noble Duke, that I come tardy.
Valiant Othello, it matters not now that you are here. Our need was urgent to apprise you that we must employ you straightway against the general Ottoman enemy. Forgive me, Senor Brabantio, for not greeting you. We have missed your counsel and your help tonight.
Your Grace, it is not my place as counselor or business or even my country's danger that brought me from my bed tonight. I have such personal grief that engulfs all other thoughts and swallows all other sorrow.
Why, what's the matter?
My daughter, oh, my daughter.
Dead?
Yes, to me. Abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by damned spells and medicines of black witchcraft.
But who is the man?
He stands beside me, charred with the brush of the devil and possessed by all his evil magic. This alien Moor.
Othello.
If beast deserves a name.
A moment, senor. Calm yourselves. Othello, what do you say to this?
What can he say, but it is so?
A moment, good Brabantio. Let the man speak.
Most potent, grave, and reverend Signor, that I've taken away this man's daughter is true. But for one reason only. To make her my wife. Desdemona and I are married.
There must have been some potion to confuse her.
Did you indeed subdue and poison in any way this trusting girl's affections?
I ask your grace to send for the lady herself. Let her speak before her father, and if you find her answer condemns me, then take away the office I hold with you. Nay, even more. Take away my life.
Fetch Desdemona hither.
Iago?
Yes, my general.
You know where the lady is. Bring her here.
At once, my general.
And while we wait, I will briefly recite to you how I won the lady's love.
It is your day in court.
Once, her father, Brabantio here, professed to love me. I see now I was a thing to show. Like a tiger caged or some ancient Roman gladiator, he would prod me on to tell the stories of my campaigns of flood and field and hairbreadth escapes of vast caves and parched deserts, of captures and escapes, of bloody wounds and heady victories. At many times, Desdemona was there to hear, coming and going at our household affairs. And then, as chance would have it, whilst we were alone, she begged me to tell her of all my pilgrimages and campaigns. And all my agonies of youth she heard so tenderly, and talked of my life and called it passing strange and pitiful, wondrous pitiful. She loved me, you see, for all the dangers I had passed, and I loved her, that she could pity them. This is the only witchcraft I have passed. And now, gentlemen, will await my beloved Desdemona, that she may witness it.
Well, here, Brabantio, is your daughter. If you would have her speak, it is your right.
Dear Father, my life, my education, my upbringing have all taught me to respect you, and I do. You are the Lord of duty. And up till now, I, your obedient daughter. But here's my husband by my side, whom I love dearly, and as much duty as my mother owed to you, preferring you before her father. So much I must owe my husband and my lord.
By God, I'd rather adopt a child than beget it. Well, come here, Moore. I now bestow on you with all my heart what, if you did not own already, with all my heart I'd fight to keep from you. For your sake, Desdemona, I am glad I have no other child. My Lord Duke, I'm finished. If you please, let's on now to state affairs.
So be it. Othello, no one knows Cyprus better than you. It is our consensus that to stop the Turk, you must leave immediately to handle the defense. Unhappily, a poor time for you to leave your bride's bed.
I am a soldier. I must obey commands. I will leave immediately, subject only to knowing that my wife is housed safely and in such style as suits her breeding.
If you please, I suggest her father's.
No, I'll not have it so.
Nor I.
Nor I. If it please your grace, may I speak?
Yes, speak.
How much I love the Moor must be apparent to all of you. Since I am aware that in the act of marrying him and devoting my life to him, I turned my back on fortune and society. My love I trumpet to the world, for I see a fellow's visage not in the color of his skin, but in the temper of his mind and the greatness of his soul. And so, I beg you, since he is now all my life, let me go with him.
Whatever you and he privately determine, but haste is imperative.
If it please your grace, my ancient Iago will assure the conveyance of my wife and whatsoever you consider necessary to be sent after me.
Let it be so. And Signor Brabantio, may I say, your son-in-law is far more fair than black. Look to her, Othello, if you have eyes. She has deceived her father, and may equally you.
The ominous note has been sounded, and the stage is set. It is time now for Shakespeare's most sinister and contemptible villain to move to the center of it and ruthlessly and relentlessly destroy a brave, graceful, trusting man whose straightforwardness is no match for the twisted mind of his evil genius, Iago. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Othello has retired to spend one last hour with his beloved Desdemona before setting sail to organize the defense of Cyprus against the invading Turks. Roderigo, that foolish gentleman and pawn of Iago's, is left alone with him. And Iago first starts his diabolic plot to bring Othello tumbling down to the death of spirit and body. That is the price Iago's sick mind demands for Othello's imagined slights.
Come, Roderigo, pull yourself together.
What can I do now that Desdemona is lost to me? Can I count on your support if I dare to hope?
I tell you again and again, I hate the Moor. Go make money, and we shall talk again tomorrow. I would not spend a second with Roderigo except for the use I can make of him and his money. I need a better man for my design. Cassio. In proper time, I'll abuse Othello's ear with hints that Cassio is too familiar with his wife. The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest if they seem to be. And though I hate the Moor, he holds me in good esteem. The better to make my purpose work. Good, Cassio. Well met. Have you our precious cargo aboard? The Lady Desdemona is safe in my wife Amelia's charge. Throw out the gangplank. Come, my lady, and mine own mistress. We're safe to shore at last. Ah, the riches of the ship is coming ashore. All men of Cyprus, offer her your knee. Hail, Desdemona, welcome and most welcome.
I thank you, valiant Cassio. But where is my lord?
Not yet arrived from his victories, but all is well, and shortly he should join us.
How did you part company?
Returning from the Ottoman defeat, our ships were separated in a squall. Ah, good ancient Iago, you are welcome. And your good mistress. Forgive me if I welcome her thus. 'Tis only my breeding allows me this show of courtesy. Sir, if Amelia gave you as much of her lips as she does me of her tongue, you might have regretted the impulse.
You have little cause to complain.
Oh, not I. You rise to play, but go to bed to work.
No, if I find it work, then yours is the fault.
Well said, Amelia.
Well, never let him write my praise.
I could do better, given the chance.
How would you praise me, sirrah?
You are both fair and wise. Fairness and wit. The one's for use, the other uses it.
Riddle, sir? Suppose I were black and witty.
If you were black and still had wit, you'd find a white that to your blackness fits.
Suppose she was fair and foolish.
No one who's fair could ever be foolish. Well said in truth, Iago. That last spoke home. Closer to home, Cassio, than you might have dreamed, since it moved you to take her hand in yours. A little web, but enough to ensnare even as big a fly as you. Ah, the Moor. I know his trumpet. Yes, it is his ship.
Take me to meet him, so I can receive him in my arms. My conquering hero.
My fair warrior.
My darling.
My own. Oh, it gives me as much wonder as content to find you here. If I were to die now at this moment, I could not die happier.
Heaven forbid. Don't speak of death after you have so roundly defeated him in battle. Now our love can only increase and grow with every measure of the passing day.
Amen to that. I cannot speak enough of my content and joy.
Oh.
Iago, my good ancient, go to the bay, disbark my coffers, see to it what must be done. Come, Desdemona, my sweet. Once more, well met at Cyprus.
That Cassio loves her, I am now sure. That she loves him? Why, where's the matter there? The girl is a magnet. She could hold Othello to her as a dear and loving husband. Now even I am drawn to her, not from pure lust, but lurking in my mind is that this black ram has found his way into my fold. The very thought makes me steel myself the more to even myself with him, wife for wife, or failing that, to put the Moor into a jealousy so strong the judgment cannot cure. Oh, good Iago, I have an unhappy brain for drinking. And in all the revelry tonight, I've already had more than I should. Come, man, our gallants deserve it. Well, where are they? Just beyond the door. Invite them in while I open the wine. Against my better judgment. But the troops deserve release after the fray. One more cup, and he will be as full of quarrel as my mistress' dog. Rodrigo is well beneath the influence. I see where I can raise some action that will come down on Cassio's head. Fellow soldiers, on duty I am not drunk, observe. Here is my right hand, and this is my left. I can stand well enough and speak well enough. Of course, Cassio. So then you see I am not drunk. I will stand the law. Rodrigo, I fear the trust Othello puts in him might endanger our defense. Rodrigo, someone should see to him.
Leave it to me. I shall set him straight.
If he does, he'll make him physician to the army. For surely anyone who could do that for Cassio as he presently reels and stumbles would practice spells.
What, knave and addle-brain, you try to teach me my business? I'll cut you to river. Cassio has a kill. He has a head. Cassio, you drunk drunk. Let me go, ancient, or I'll knock you over the battlement. Crime, mutiny. Help! Lieutenant! Control yourself. No, help me, sir. Head! Bring the watch bell.
The watch bell. Our life, Lieutenant, you'll be shamed forever.
Stand back, all. I'll hack him down who comes within length of my sword.
What are these alarms? What is the matter here?
No, I'm bleeding. I'm hurt to the death.
Hold! For your life.
Oh, Lieutenant. Have you forgotten your place in all sense of duty? Hold when the general speaks to you.
The general? How we turn Turks. For Christian shame, stop this barbarous brawl, or he that makes one move will die upon his motion. Silence that bell!
By the general's orders, silence the bell!
Honest Iago, I don't blame you for looking sick with disgust. Who began this?
I'd rather have my tongue cut out than do offense to Michael Cassio. It was nothing, good captain, than a little too much wine before the watch. This good and honest gentleman, Rodrigo, I felt only that with war still abroad, the lieutenant should not try to stand watch. Blinded by the wine, Cassio attacked.
Cassio, from this day forth, you are no longer officer of mine.
What's the matter, Othello?
All's well now, my sweet. Come away to bed. Iago, see to the young man's hurts. Come away, Desdemona. It is a soldier's life to have his sweetest slumbers racked with strife.
Oh, God, what have I done? Are you hurt, Lieutenant? I passed all surgery. I have lost the immortal part of myself. My reputation, Iago, my reputation. You are too severe a moralist. I drunk? You or any man may be drunk one time. But I tell you what you should do. Our general's wife is now the general. Reach Desdemona and confess yourself openly to her. Ask for her help. You advise me well. I'm desperate of my fortunes any other way. This way will shape them to the proper end. My thanks. And good night, honest Iago. Who is there then to say I play the villain when my advice is free and honest? When devils plan their blackest sins, they first make heavenly show, as I do now. And while this honest fool begs Desdemona to repair his fortunes, I will drop my slow pestilence in her husband's ear, that Cassio lusts only after her body. So I will turn her virtue into pitch, that shall in the end tar all as black as the damned Moor himself.
If I have any grace or power to move you, sweet Othello, forgive your Lieutenant Cassio. If he does not love you truly, I have no judgment of an honest man.
Desdemona, sweet, some other time. You know I can deny you nothing Farewell, my Desdemona. I will come to you soon.
And I will wait. Your obedient slave.
Damn, how I love her. And when I love her not, then hell can eat me up.
Did Michael Cassio always know of your love for my lady?
Of course. He carried messages between us very often.
Indeed.
Indeed. Well, what do you say in that? Is he not honest?
My lord, for all I know.
Well, what do you think?
Think, my general?
My God, he echoes me as if there was some monster in his thought. What is it?
No, good my lord, forgive me. Take no notice. Good name in man or woman is their most precious jewel. Who steals my purse steals trash. But who robs me of my good name enriches not himself and makes me poor indeed.
By heaven, I'll know what you are thinking.
Othello, beware. Beware of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which mocks the meat it feeds on. Guard your heart and pray like me that all our ancestors defend us them from jealousy.
Me? Jealous? My wife is fair, loves company, sings, plays, and dances, and where her strongest virtue lies, rests in that she has eyes, and still chose me. Oh, no, Iago, I would have to see before I doubt. And if I doubt, prove it. And that will never be. Othello jealous?
But the seed has been planted, and with Iago to nurture its growth, will grow and grow and grow. Inevitably, Othello hears a still small echo of her father's words, which will grow and grow to a shout. She has deceived her father and may equally you. I shall return shortly with Act 3. No man as graceful and gentle and as kind as Othello could have been brought down by the lies and distortions of even so Machiavellian a villain as Iago, except for one thing. Othello had an Achilles heel, the color of his skin. So, like Achilles, he was vulnerable, and Iago's poisoned arrows at last had found the mark. From now on, it was a matter of carefully fanning the fever to white heat. And the means to accomplish that was a handkerchief.
My dearest Othello, your guests await.
Are you so fast to be rid of me, then?
Not I. Why do you speak so faintly? Are you not well?
I have a pain upon my forehead, here and here.
What pain is that?
I fear to think what might be growing there.
It is only the strain of battle and constant watching. Come, let me bind it hard with this, and it will soon be gone.
No. Your handkerchief is too little. Let it alone. Come. You shall sit at dinner with me.
Oh, my lord, I do not look as I should.
So long as you are where I can keep an eye on you, it does not matter.
I had not planned.
I hope you had no other plans. Now come at my command and say no more.
The lady, you dropped your handkerchief. No matter. I shall put it by.
Amelia,
Iago, what are you doing here?
you left me all alone.
I have my duties to perform. And do not chide me, for I have a thing for you.
What? Here in my lord's bedroom?
Oh, be quiet. It's something you bade me steal for you. A handkerchief.
What handkerchief?
What handkerchief, indeed. The one that was her first remembrance from the moor. Oh, why you want it,
Have you stolen it from her at last?
Oh, Maya. No, not even for my husband's favors would I steal.
Then how came you by it?
She let it drop through negligence, and I, being here by chance, picked it up. Here.
The very one.
Why do you want it so? Give it back to me. It is so much a favorite of Desdemona, she'll run mad to find it lost.
Don't let her know you found it, or I have it. Your promise?
It's such a little thing. Oh, you have it. My lips are sealed.
drop this handkerchief in Cassio's quarters and make sure he finds it. Trifles are monsters to the jealous. Already my poison has changed the Moor, but now with what seems to be proof, not all the puppy or mandragora or drowsy spirits of the world shall ever win him back the sweet sleep of yesterday. You're early abroad, my general.
Iago, what are you doing here on the walls?
Just coming off my watch.
I wish I'd known I would have chosen to walk later.
My lord is angry with me. 2 days now you have kept me from your side.
For good reason. You were the one who set me on the rack. I tell you, it's better to be much abused than just to know a little. What sense had I of her stolen hours of lust? I saw it not, knew it not. It didn't harm me. When I knew nothing of Cassio's kisses on her lips, I slept well. But now, forever, farewell, tranquil mind. Farewell, content. Farewell, the plumed troop, the royal banners, and all quality that made ambition a virtue. Pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. Farewell. The fellow's occupation's gone.
Is it possible?
Helen, give a living reason she's disloyal.
If you would but let me speak.
I would you never had.
And so do I. Last night, before the watch, I was alone with Cassio in the guardroom where he was asleep. He is that kind of man who mutters in his sleep, and I... Would that I had not heard, but I could hear his words.
What words? What words?
Well, such as, sweet Desdemona, let us be wary and let us hide our loves. And, oh, cursed fate that gave you to the Moor.
Oh, monstrous, I will tear her all to pieces.
No, no, be wise. These are only words. She may be honest still. And yet...
Yet what? Out with it.
I may be mistaken, but have I not seen in your lady's hand a handkerchief of cambric embroidered about with strawberries?
I gave her such a one. Why do you ask?
I speak, remember, at your command. I saw such a handkerchief today.
Where?
I'm sure it was your wife's.
Where?
In the guardhouse. Cassio used it to wipe his beard.
Oh, blood. Iago, blood.
Patience. Your mind may change.
Never. Like the Pontic sea whose icy current, never ebbing, drives relentless through the Hellespont. Even so, my bloody thoughts will ne'er look back. Kneel with me now that I may take oath to those words. Within 3 days, I will hear you say that Cassio is not alive.
Where could I have lost that handkerchief, Amelia?
I do not know, madam.
I'd soon have lost my purse. I'm lucky that my noble Moor is true of mind and gently understanding.
What? Is he not like every man?
And how is every man?
Suspicious, jealous.
Jealous? A fellow? I think the sun where he was born dried up all ugly thoughts.
Here comes my lord.
For once I have him all alone. I will not leave him now till he mends his silly quarrel with poor Cassio.
I will be in the antechamber.
How are you, Desdemona?
I'm well, my good lord. Dear heart, I have made bold to send for Cassio to come and speak to him. Have you a cold?
No, just something I choked upon. Lend me your handkerchief.
Here, sweet.
Oh, no, not that one. The one I gave you.
I don't have it here.
Oh, that is a fault. To lose it or give it away would be a sin that could mean ruin.
Oh, no, please don't say that.
There's magic in the web of this, woven by a sibyl from silk, from hallowed worms, dyed in the shriveled remains of maidens' hearts.
Then would to God I had never seen it.
Why? Is it lost?
It is not lost, but even supposing that it
Is
were.
it gone?
I've told you.
Then fetch it. Let me see it.
Come. This is a trick to put me from my suit to have you welcome Cassio.
Forget him. Fetch me the handkerchief.
You'll never meet a more sufficient
The
talent.
handkerchief.
Talk first of Cassio,
handkerchief.
a man who founded all his fortunes on yours. Truly, for once, you are to blame.
Death and blood, let me away from you before I choke out my own bile.
And this is the man who knows no jealousy?
I never saw him thus before. I only hope that Cassio can tell me what's amiss.
Now, hear me, Rodrigo. If I have taken your money, it is only for your sake. The Duke has sent advices that Cassio will be governor of Cyprus. If this be so, what chance have you to win her favors?
But Desdemona is still wed to Othello.
Othello's influence in Venice is on the wane. I promise you he will not stand before you long. Here comes Cassio. Draw your dagger and off with you in the dark to strike the blow which wins you all. If you but dare.
Die, you adulterer, die!
Set off! Oh, and here is what in return.
Oh, God! To the rescue!
Damned foolish bumbler. I can only hope that Othello proves more deadly at the death.
You say you have seen nothing.
My Lord Othello, no.
Cassio and she together?
Why, yes,
It
but...
is enough. I want to hear no more. She is asleep.
Yes, General?
Then leave us now.
But
Leave us. It is the cause. Let me not name it to you, chaste stars. It is the cause. Yet I'll not shed her blood or scar that skin of hers that to my eyes is white as snow. Yet she must die or she'll betray more men. Put out the lights. And then put out the light. If I quench it, how can it be restored? If I repent?
Othello,
Yes.
then come to bed, my lord.
Have you prayed tonight?
Yes.
If you think of any crime against heaven, solicit to it now. I would not kill your soul unprepared.
What is this talk of killing?
That handkerchief which I so loved and gave you, you gave to Cassio.
No.
You're on your deathbed. Beware of perjury.
My lord, have mercy on me.
I wish with all my soul, Desdemona, you might have had on me.
Then banish me, but don't kill me.
Down, strumpet, down. It is too late.
Kill me tomorrow. Let me live tonight.
It is too late.
Oh.
What's wrong within?
Still as the grave. Shall I let her in? Oh, my wife. My wife. I have no wife. Now should the sun and moon at once go into eclipse, so softly draw the curtains, and it's done. Come in, Amelia.
Excuse me, my lord, but foul murder has been done.
How's that?
Cassio has killed a young Venetian gentleman called Rodrigo.
And Cassio killed?
No, not he.
Not Cassio killed? The murder's out of tune, and sweet revenge grows harsh.
Oh, falsely murdered. That is my mistress.
Guiltless death, I die.
Oh, who has done this?
Nobody. I myself. Commend me to my sweet lord. Farewell.
She is a liar, gone to hell. I killed her. She was false as water.
And you as rash as fire to say so.
He proved it. With a handkerchief of mine she gave to Cassio.
Oh, God, you fool. And Iago has schemed to destroy us all. When you know the truth, I will see you all harmed for the death of my sweet mistress. Help! Help! Summon the guard! The Moor has killed my mistress!
But how came you, Cassio, by the handkerchief?
I found it in my chamber. And Iago on the rack has now confessed he dropped it there, given to him by his wife.
What does Iago face?
As governor, and with such overwhelming proof as I have to hand, he will not have a pretty death.
Enough. Then for myself, in utter despond, let me say what I wish to say most briefly. If in the tablets of the future you should set me down, forget my accomplishments in the field, and remember me only as a man who loved not wisely, but too well. And say besides that in Aleppo once, where a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and reduced the state, I took him by the throat and struck him thus. And this once more, standing over you as you lie still, Desdemona, I beg you remember I kissed you ere I killed you. No way but this, killing myself to die upon a kiss.
The inevitable climax at last reached. This is tragedy at its finest. Inevitable, inexorable, and somehow, in the honesty of all but the central villain, ennobling. I'll be back shortly.
This is Lucille Ball, here to make a personal appeal to every American. Since the 1880s, the American Red Cross has been stepping in when there's been big trouble, like a hurricane. But nobody has to tell you the Red Cross is there when a hurricane strikes. So let's talk about the other Red Cross, your neighborhood Red Cross. They teach kids to swim.
That's good, Eddie.
And they train about every lifeguard on every beach.
It's possible to look into it. We can get in touch with the local chapter.
They help veterans get on their feet. They help people relocate after fires.
Are you comfortable? Okay, now relax.
They collect and distribute blood. They give a hand to the older folks in your town and do scores of other jobs.
Running very nice.
It's easy to see why we've got to have Red Cross, and only you can keep Red Cross ready for the little emergencies in your neighborhood. And the big ones. Help keep Red Cross ready.
It would be unfair, of course, to leave our tragedy just as it resolved itself, for only one reason. That sinister, despicable, unforgivable Iago. I'm glad to report that for those of you who might not know in advance, his punishment well fitted the crime. Since Cassio was governor, and in a sense, dictator of Cyprus, it was left to him to dispose of Iago. When all the facts came out, how kind would you have been? Our cast included Arnold Moss, Marion Seldes, Joan Arliss, Court Benson, Ralph Bell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It was sell or lose everything.
So you see, he's broke. Flat bust.
Now, just a moment. I have the promise of a job, Mr. Otis, a top-flight architectural firm in New York.
The promise of a job. Now, look, Jeff, there'll be no marriage until... What's that?
You know.
I'm afraid I do. It's the Canterville ghost.
The ghost?
Come on, Jeff. Come on now. Aren't these tricks of yours getting just a little childish?
Now, Mr. Otis, believe me, this is no act. It's the real thing. Whenever the ghost moans like this, it means he's going to put in an appearance. And I've seen some of those appearances. Now, Mrs. Otis, Ginny, you'd better come with me.
Oh, where to?
Well, anywhere but here. I'm not afraid of the ghost myself. He's never done me any harm, but his appearance can be positively ghastly. And you'd better not see it, either of you.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is CBS for the Great Southwest, KOOL Phoenix.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Salud.
Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
The Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, welcomes you again to this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a star, Mr. Herbert Marshall. Mr. Marshall is with us to play in Nicholas Blake's powerful story of vengeance and retribution. The beast must die. But before we raise the curtain on tonight's tale of suspense, here is a message from Roma Wines.
In Havana, Cuba, one gathering place of fashionable people is the charming Pan American Club. A dinner party is in progress, and the Cuban host has risen to return a compliment which has just been paid him by a guest from the United States. Lifting his glass, he says, "Thank you, my friend. Thank you also for telling us about the perfect climate and soil of California, from which we import these supremely delightful Roma wines. Now we can understand how such perfection is possible, such magnificent quality as we enjoy in Roma wines. You will agree it is a tremendous tribute when other countries find Roma wines so superior they import them as rare and expensive delicacies. Such international esteem can only mean that Roma wines are truly magnificent in quality. But remember, you here in the United States can enjoy these distinguished wines at almost unbelievably low cost. For you pay no high import duties, no expensive shipping costs. You enjoy the unique combination which makes Roma wines so superlatively fine, the combination of California's perfect soil and climate, and age-old wine-making skill, plus Roma's modern quality controls, for only pennies a glass. Discover the delightful flavor and goodness which have made Roma wines America's largest selling wines. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now, with The Beast Must Die, and with the performance of Herbert Marshall as Felix Lane, who wrote a diary of death, we again hope to keep you in suspense. I am going to kill a man. I don't know his name. I don't know where he lives. I have no idea what he looks like. But I'm going to find him and kill him.
Well, Mr. Lane?
I wrote those words, if that's what you're asking, Inspector. And I meant them.
Apparently you did. But whatever possessed you to write such a document?
Vanity, for one thing, I suppose. A record for posterity of the perfect crime. As you know, I'm a writer by profession. I think more clearly on paper. By keeping this diary, I was able to plan my murder step by step. Details, little things that happened in the course of a day which might so easily have been forgotten or overlooked, were written down in this diary, where I could refer back to them and make use of them if need be.
But you found out that a real-life murder could not be carried out so easily as the murders you wrote about in your detective novels, eh, Mr. Lane?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Inspector. In fact, except for the ending, I think this diary is quite the best murder story I've ever written.
Yeah, and quite the most incriminating document I've ever known a prospective murderer to leave lying around.
Incriminating? In a way, I suppose. In another way, this diary might turn out to be my best defense.
How do you figure that, Mr. Lane?
Well, supposing I read some parts of it aloud to you and let you decide for yourself.
Very well, Mr. Lane. Fire away.
That was my first entry. June 18th. Yes, I'm going to kill a man. It takes great singleness of purpose to commit a murder. But if ever for a moment I stray from that purpose, I've only to think of Ronnie. Ronnie was my son. One evening, 2 weeks ago, he was crossing the road outside our house. He had gone into the village to buy some candy. For him, it could have been only a paralyzing blaze of headlights around the corner, a moment's nightmare.
and then the impact turning everything to darkness forever. His body was hurled into the ditch. He was dead at once. The motorist who killed Ronnie did not stop. The police have failed to trace him. They say he must have been going 50 around that blind corner for the child's body to have been thrown and injured as it was. The man who drove that car, he is the man I have got to find and kill. June 25th. I found my first clue today. My mind was on Ronnie. I was driving toward a neighboring town. The hills around were green. The boxwood hedges, still damp from last night's rain, translucent like giant chunks of emerald. Suddenly, the front wheels of my car hit into a great puddle. A sheet of water splashed up over the front of the windshield and drenched me from the side. I pulled up at the far side of the water splash. I got out, cursing myself for my preoccupation, and began mopping away at the windshield. A man leaning over a farm gate addressed me.
Well, looks like you got a proper shower bath, mister.
Yes.
Been pestering the county for months to repair that hole. People always driving into it, splashing themselves all over. Funniest thing of all, though, was about a fortnight ago when a chap tried to use it to get a free car wash.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was my wife's birthday, to be exact. About 8 o'clock, we was on our way to Cheltenham to see the picture show. Just coming out of the gate, this chap driving one of those low-slung sports jobs hits the water splash.
You don't say.
Ah. And then the fella says something to the girl he's driving with. What do you suppose they do? They back up and run through the splash again. And then again. They did it 4 times.
8 o'clock. Your wife's birthday, it wouldn't be June 3rd, would it?
Oh, right, yeah. But how'd you know?
Oh, well, you see, a friend of mine was celebrating that night. And he was driving toward...
Severnbridge. That's where this fella and his lady friend were going. I remember his lady friend says, George, ask the man whether you turn to the right or to the left at the next fork.
George, yes, that's right. That's my pal's name. And, Severnbridge, yes. Yes. The way he drives ought to have brought him here by just around 8 o'clock. He didn't have a crumpled right front fender, did he?
Oh, that he did. And that bloke was your friend. He sure is a proper nut. Well, peculiar, at least.
Yes. Yes, he is peculiar.
Driving through that water splash all over again and again. 4 times he does it. He wasn't laughing either. Didn't seem like a joke somehow. Looks like he's trying to get a free car wash. Funny way, I'd say, to get the mud off.
Yes.
Maybe it was tar, though, huh?
Yes. Or blood. July 12th. At Severnbridge. Have talked to any number of the town's people, and I've met a number of Georges. But not one of them have owned or driven a low-slung sports job. Not like the one I've been looking for anyway. It may be that I have to start all over again. On some other tack. I was returning to the inn this afternoon when I noticed a car parked on the side of the road up ahead. A girl with bright hair was working at the rear wheel, and a small lad beside her was doing his best to help. I pulled up beside them. It was a long, low-slung sports job. I say, can I help?
Well, what do you think, Phil?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, if you would lend a hand. I'm afraid we're not quite heavy enough to weight the jack handle down for another turn.
Now, here, fella, let me have a go at it. I say, the paint doesn't seem quite to match on the right front fender.
The fender? Oh, Dad had a new fender put on a while back. It's got bunged up or something.
I can't tell you how awfully nice it is of you to help us out.
Not at all. By the way, I wonder if you and Phil here wouldn't stop for tea with me at the inn afterwards. It's not far, you know.
We're expected at home, sir. Perhaps you could come along with us. What do you do, sir?
Why, I'm a writer, Phil.
Oh, you really must come to see us. It's Gables on Devon Road, my brother-in-law's place. The name's Rattery. We'll give you a ring tomorrow and set a date. Sis will love meeting a real author, and so will George.
Did you say your brother-in-law's name is George? July 16th. I've met him. I've spent an evening talking to him. George Rattery.
So you're a friend of Lena's, eh? Storybook detective. A writer. Easy enough to write about a dead body, but I'd like to see an author that had guts enough to look at one.
I had been more than a little afraid that George might turn out to be a sympathetic character. That need not concern me any longer. I shall have no compunction at all about putting his light out. It appears that George is the half-owner of a garage down in town. A man by the name of Carfax is the other partner. A garage. That would explain how the damaged fender got itself fixed without the police knowing. Oh, how can a beast like George have a fine young son like Phil? This afternoon, I was rounding the corner of the tea house in the Rattery's garden when I heard voices. It was Lena and George. I stopped in my tracks and eavesdropped shamelessly.
It's a neat rig you're wearing today, Lena. Is that for Felix Lane's benefit?
Oh, save your compliments for that Carfax woman.
Jealous.
Don't make me laugh. But someday you're going to find out that business partner of yours isn't as mild as he looks. I wonder what he'd say if he knew that his wife was...
Shut up, will you? And since when did you get so high and mighty? It wasn't so long ago that you yourself were glad enough to...
If you ever open your mouth about any of that, I swear I'll kill you.
Talking big now, aren't we, Miss Snow White?
Just try something and you'll find out. Remember, there are quite a few people who might like to know about that poor kid you ran down last June. If it weren't for Violet and Phil, I'd...
Stop that kind of talk. You hear? Just remember you were with me that night. Huh?
August 5th. Had a look around the Rattery Carfax garage this afternoon. Told George it might come in useful as material in my book. All at once I heard a shot, and there stood George blazing away over the plot in back with a rifle. I went up to him.
There. That's another one of the pests out of the way. We've tried everything. Traps, poisons, rat hunts. We can't keep them down.
That's a nice rifle.
Yeah. Gave it to Phil when he came back from school in Switzerland. Much too good for him. Here, I'd like to have a go at him.
I raised the rifle and sighted. George's back was to me. By shifting a few inches to the right, the bullet should enter the base of the brain. Who could prove that George hadn't suddenly stepped in my way? My finger tightened on the trigger.
I say, George, I can't find that new tin of rat poison. Phil was spreading some out into the dump yesterday. I wonder where he put it. Oh, hello there, Lane.
Hello, Carfax.
Hey, watch out where you're pointing that gun. We wouldn't want anything to happen to the senior partner, eh?
Not very funny.
I am now a guest in the house of the man I am going to kill. Violet, Phil's mother, suggested that I come and stay with them for a fortnight and help Phil in odd hours with his Latin. George, much to my surprise, joined in heartily with the idea. I wonder why. I must watch him very closely because of what happened last night. We were having coffee in the drawing room after dinner when the conversation took a most extraordinary turn. They were talking about Violet's new rose bushes.
I suppose they'll be very nice, but I can't for the life of me see why you went to all that trouble.
Well, the old ones weren't doing very well.
They were still alive, weren't they, Mother?
Oh, yes, dear, but I'm not one to keep something going when it's only half alive.
Oh, I'm glad you're talking about rose bushes. I should hate to think you felt that way about people.
Of course not. But, on the other hand, I do think if a person were incurably ill that they ought to... Well, that is, they ought to have the right to ask their doctor to put them out of their misery. Don't you think so, Felix? Speaking of doctors reminds me, George, don't forget your tonic. Doctor said after every meal.
Tonic. Oh, pass it here. Yeah. Foul stuff, bitter as gall, poison.
That won't kill you, George.
Felix, would you really be in favor of doing away with all unfortunates?
Well, Well, what about your incurable social pest? The person who makes life miserable for everyone else around him. I think a person would be justified in killing someone like that.
I do think you're all getting a little morbid.
The kind of a person I describe has no right to life. Of course, that's to say I would if I could do it without running my neck into a noose. Now, in my book, I'm working on a very pretty murder. Quite my masterpiece, I think.
Well, he's darn close about it. Locked doors, sealed lips, and all that. Of course, he says he's writing a thriller, but we've no proof, have we? I think you ought to show us the manuscript, Felix. Don't you, Lena?
I can't. I'm sorry. I hate anyone to see an unfinished manuscript of mine. I'm funny that way.
Oh, Felix, please, get it and read some of it. Come on, don't be a spoil sport.
I'll go and get it myself and read it out loud if the blushing author is too coy. By heaven, I'll go upstairs and fetch it now.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I forbid it. I will not have people snooping about among my manuscripts. That was close. After all, there is no book but this diary. I must keep it well hidden in my room. At last, I have my plan. It took a great deal of subtle taunting and persuasion, but it came off at last. George is going sailing with me this afternoon, and he can't swim. Drowning is very painful, they say, in the early stages. That's good, I'm glad. George's lungs bursting, the top of his head shrieking with pain, his hands scrabbling vainly to thrust against the giant weight of the water. But if I cannot kill George today on the open sea with the wind in my favor and myself the undisputed master of the situation, if I fail today, then I will know that it is not my destiny to be a murderer, and I will make no further attempt on the life of George Rattery. And that, Inspector Blunt, is the last entry in my diary.
But you and George did go sailing, didn't you?
Yes, it was after lunch on the same day. We walked down to the docks together. George, as you can imagine, was rather clumsy about a boat, but it was only a few minutes after he clambered aboard that we were out in the main water, sailing free. George had his feet braced against the centerboard case and his hands gripped the gunwale. A squall was coming up.
Hey, that motorboat is getting very close, isn't it?
There'll be plenty of room, George. Power vessels have to give way to sailing vessels, you know.
Give way? How do you think about that size is going to give way to a crate like this? Hey there, what are you up to? Look out, I tell you, you can't. What if you ran into us? I'll bloody well hang on to your leg and we're both drowned. What are you doing?
What? A bit close, but perfectly safe.
Oh, perfectly safe. That barge didn't miss us by a yard.
The same thing happened the other day when I was out with Phil. He didn't lose his nerve.
Oh, he didn't, eh?
By the way, you better not stand up in the boat again. That's one thing that's not safe.
Very well, my friend. But I shouldn't try any of those funny tricks you've been planning.
Tricks? What tricks?
You know what I mean, you filthy sneak. I searched your room just before lunch, and I found your diary. Yes, I posted that precious diary of yours up to my solicitor just before I came out here. Posted it, mind you, just before we went sailing. So you see, it'll be most unfortunate for you if you let me drown. Well, what's the matter? Lost your lying tongue, have you? I ought to break your jaw for you. I've a good mind to hand over your diary to the police.
Don't be silly. You know perfectly well you won't do anything of the kind. And for the very good reason that you don't want the police to haul you in on a charge of manslaughter for killing my son.
Well, you can't prove I ran over your son.
Aren't you forgetting that Lena was with you that night? The police would get a confession out of her in no time.
Why, you, if ever I see you again after today, you slug, I'll bash you into a jelly.
Oh, shut up, George. I guess we've both been a little too clever. It looks like a stalemate. I docked the boat and George stormed off the minute we landed. I came straight here to the inn.
Yes, I know.
Perhaps it's just as well I didn't succeed. Going back to writing detective stories after committing the perfect crime would be like going back to playing with tin soldiers after winning the Battle of Waterloo.
You seem to be awfully sure of your alibi.
Well, after all, there's no crime in planning a murder, is there? Providing nobody's hurt?
Unfortunately, somebody has been hurt.
What do you mean? What are you trying to tell me?
George Rattery died yesterday evening of the effects of strychnine poisoning.
George dead. Strychnine poisoning. All my planning, all my high and tragic purpose, and the beast ends by taking his own life. Poison. I remember now. He used to talk about suicide quite a lot. But I thought he only did it because the subject was so upsetting to his wife. I never dreamed. How did he take it?
With his tonic. But it couldn't possibly have been suicide, Mr. Lane.
But who? What else could it have been?
It could have been murder. Unfortunately, we have no evidence except this diary of yours.
Oh, but the bottle, the tonic.
George Rattery died almost instantly after taking his tonic at dinner. But before the doctor arrived, that bottle disappeared.
Well, any suspects?
Every person closely associated with George Rattery had enough motive to murder him. But you had the strongest motive. After all, George Rattery did kill your son.
Am I under arrest?
Not officially as yet. But naturally, I posted a guard outside your room. In the meantime...
But, man, you can't go in there. He told us.
Officer, let me by. I tell you, I've got to see Inspector Blunt. Please, Mother. I say it's no good. Be quiet, Phil. Why couldn't you have stayed at home? Officer, let me by. I must see.
Now, let them come in, officer. Good afternoon, Mrs. Rattery. Phil?
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Felix. Please. Please, I can't stand it any longer. They're accusing Felix here of murdering my husband. He had nothing Mother to do with it.
Said she doesn't know what she's saying.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Phil, will you be quiet? It was I who killed George. He treated me very badly. He was unspeakable to Phil. There was another woman. Oh, I can't go on.
Are you trying to tell me, Mrs. Rattery, that you gave your husband poison?
Yes.
Mother!
I tell you, I poisoned him.
Where did you get the poison, Mrs. Rattery?
I bought it at that chemist shop.
What chemist shop?
The one on Abbey Lane, near the corner of High Towers. That's it.
Uh-huh. What became of the bottle of tonic after your husband's death?
I broke it. I buried it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Rattery. The police have checked. You didn't buy any poison at the chemist's.
Mother, I told you it was no good. Sir, Mother is trying to save me. It was I, sir. I killed him.
What? Phil, you don't.
Don't believe him. Don't believe him. He's just a foolish child. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Go on, Phil.
Well, you see, sir, I left a note. I was running away, but Mother found the note before I quite got out the door.
Boys get such strange ideas. He couldn't have done it. He's just a boy. You know he couldn't.
You see, sir, when they accused Felix here, I couldn't stand it any longer. That's why I wrote you the note that Mother found at first. She said if she confessed that they wouldn't do much to her, that the police would understand. Felix, make them believe me. I can prove I did it.
Now, go on, Phil. You say you can prove it. What do you mean?
I have it here in my pocket, sir. I've had it hid ever since. So see, here it is. It's still half full. It's Dad's bottle of tonic.
Phil, where did you get that?
I took it off the buffet after the doctor said Dad was dead.
But this is very serious, Phil. You know that.
He's lying. He couldn't have. He's just a little boy.
Please, all of you, I have a favor to ask. Let me talk to Phil alone for a few minutes. Won't hurt anything. I think I may be able to help solve this whole thing. Phil didn't do it. Violet's right.
Yes, but the bottle...
Just give Phil and me 10 minutes alone.
Very well. We'll wait outside. 10 minutes, mind you, Phil. No more.
Come here, Phil.
I'm a murderer, Felix.
You are not a murderer, Phil. No one could ever tell me that.
I left a note.
We've gone all over that.
I killed him. He beat Mother. I killed him, I tell you.
Stop that, Phil. I know better.
They thought you did it, Felix. I heard them talking about your diary. You wanted to kill him. You said so in your diary.
Maybe I did, but...
They'd hang you, Felix.
So that's why you wrote the note and pretended you did it?
Yes, I saw you in the pantry with Dad's bottle of tonic before you went for the sale with him.
You saw me? Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. Sorry you saw me. Naturally, you jumped to the conclusion that I... Oh, poor little man. Oh, there's nothing for you to worry about now, Phil.
You mean they're not going to hang you, Felix?
They're not going to hang me.
You won't let them do anything to you? Promise me.
No, I won't let them do anything to me. But, Phil, There are other things for you to think about now. Now that your father's gone, you are head of the house. That's a man's job, Phil. There's a lot you've learned about courage these last few days. Living takes a lot of courage. This is pretty grown-up talk, Phil. Do you understand me?
I'm trying, Felix.
You remind me a lot of my own son.
You mean the boy my father ran?
That's right, Phil. Yes, you're a lot like him.
Would he have gone sailing with us?
Oh, yes. I think Ronnie would have been quite a sailor.
Can we go sailing tomorrow, Felix?
Not tomorrow, Phil.
Are you going away, Felix?
Yes, but not as far as most people might think.
You sound very strange, Felix.
I have a note to write. I have to make everything shipshape. You go on out to your mother and tell them they may join me in a few minutes.
Can't I wait, Felix?
No, Phil. Go ahead now.
But
those are orders, skipper's orders.
Aye, aye, sir.
Goodbye, son. I thought I'd made the last entry in this diary, but there will have to be one more. This diary was kept for only one purpose: to make George and the police believe that I had planned to kill the beast by drowning him. Death was already waiting for George Rattery at home in the bottle of his tonic, where I had placed 3 pellets of rat poison taken by me from the garage. My plan was almost perfect. The only thing I didn't expect was that someone loved me enough to try to destroy the evidence I had so carefully planted in an effort to help me, and even to confess to my crime in order to save my skin. I know now that my life ended with the death of my son, Ronnie. It seems that I must have just come back to life for a few weeks to save Phil. Yes, I killed George Rattery. I have no regrets. I might have known that the matter would be taken care of fittingly. It says in the Bible, the beast must die, but the man dieth also. Yea, they both must die. George was right about that tonic of his. It is very bitter.
And so closes The Beast Must Die, starring Herbert Marshall. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you discovered the age-old secret of famous chefs and lovers of fine food? Namely, how good wine makes even the simplest, most inexpensive meals really exciting events? How Roma wines perform flavor miracles in bringing out rich, new savoriness? Well, the next time you cook any of the red meats, stews, fish, or poultry, add a generous portion of any Roma California table wine, delicious Sauterne, hearty Burgundy, or tasty claret. Then put the same bottle, well chilled, on the table with your meal. You will be amazed at the wonders Roma wine performs in bringing out all the appetizing goodness of even the simplest foods. Remember, Roma wines, these marvelous aids to greater enjoyment of daily meals, cost only pennies a glassful. So any home can afford the pleasure they give to everyday living. Ask for ROMA, Roma wines, America's largest selling wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Herbert Marshall, and at the request of the United States Army, I'm addressing this to every soldier listening. Volunteers are once more being accepted for immediate training by the parachute troops. Paratroopers receive $50 extra per month in base pay. Officers get $100 extra per month. If you think you can qualify for the paratroops, apply to your company commander immediately.
Mr. Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of White Cliffs of Dover. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Peter Lorre with Richard Conte as stars of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, ROMA, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Had been announced for presentation this evening has been canceled because of circumstances beyond our control. The workshop will attempt to arrange for its presentation in the near future. We offer instead a radio adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's famous short story, The Horla, starring Alfred Shirley.
A little island in a setting of sapphire sea. A pillar of black smoke twists up against the blue tropical sky from the glowing embers and flame-twisted debris of a house that once occupied the little clearing. A few hundred yards off the shore of the island, a ship rides at anchor. The gulls fly in lazy circles around its mast, or with bright, inquisitive eyes and beating wings, follow a small boat whose keel is just grating on the white sand of the beach.
All right, make her fast. Higgins?
Aye, sir.
You and Brown see if you can find some fresh water.
Aye, sir.
If you do, fill the jars.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Masters. Let's see what that fire was, and if anyone needs any help.
Aye, sir. Here's a path. Probably leads to the house.
Hasn't been traveled much. Not worn very wide.
Phew, it's hot. Yeah. Can't be very far, though. This island's just a pinhole on the chart. Cover that briar bush. I've read like 60.
Don't I know it? Funny how still it is. There must be someone here.
I'll try a call.
Hello!
Hello! Did you hear any answer at all, Captain Contour?
No. No, it's quiet as a tomb. Try it again.
Hello! That's everyone left after the fire.
Well, they didn't leave from this side of the island. There aren't any marks on the beach.
Oh, I noticed that, too. Here's a turn in the path. Maybe we can see something then.
Yeah. Strange kind of quiet, isn't it? It's so dead still that it almost hurts your ears.
Yeah, that describes it exactly. Here we are. Captain, look.
Why, like a house, and it's burnt to the ground. The only thing left standing is that heavy iron door.
It's a terrible fire, all right.
I wonder why they had such a heavy door in such a spot as this.
Must have been afraid of something, Captain.
What could they have to fear on this island?
I don't know. Captain Contour.
What is it, Masters?
Isn't that a man over there, sitting under that tree?
Why, yes. Hello. Hello there.
What's the matter with him? He doesn't even turn his head.
Well, maybe he's deaf. Come on, we'll go and find out.
He's a young chap. Look at his face. He looks as though he's lived 1,000,000 years. What's he staring at?
We'll soon find out. What's happened, mister? I said, what's happened here?
Saints preserve us. What's the matter with him?
He's mad. Mad as a hatter, Master. Look at his eyes. They're fixed on those bushes over there. Here, take my gun and see what's over there, Masters.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, mister? Look at me. Look at me, I tell you. What's been going on here?
Captain Contour.
Yes, Masters?
There's a dead man here in these bushes.
What?
Yeah, shot right through the head.
Look through his pockets and see if you can find out who he was.
Aye, sir.
What do you know about that man over there in the bushes, mister? You'd better explain quick. If you don't, I'll put you in irons and give you to the authorities of the nearest port. Come, speak up.
The Horla.
You'll have a hard time explaining that to a court of law. Find anything, Masters?
Nothing but this little black book. It's a diary, I guess. All full of dates. Used to be mostly about a chap named Horla.
What was the name?
Horla. Horla.
That's funny.
What is it?
This fellow here has been babbling about this Horla.
Is the Horla a man, sir?
I don't know, Master.
Well, maybe the diary would explain.
Perhaps. Here, let me see it.
Yes, sir. Man over there in the bushes looks pretty dreadful. His face is all drawn up as if he'd had a terrible scare just before he died.
The first entry in this book is May 8th of this year. He's been in quite a cheerful mood. Listen to this. Today's been a glorious day. My new secretary and I spent the morning on the terrace together, talking about this and that. Nothing in particular. It's beautiful on these May mornings. That widespread town with its blue roofs lying under the bristling host of Gothic belfries. They're beyond number, dominated by the leaden steeples of the cathedral, and filled with bells that ring out in the limpid spring air. As we sat there, they began to ring, sending us the sweet and far-off murmur of their iron tongues, swelling, dying away, and swelling.
It's very beautiful, Monsieur Dufour.
I like it, Hunt. They say that familiarity breeds contempt, but the more I learn about this countryside, the dearer it becomes to me.
Have you always lived here?
Yes, and my father and forefathers before me. Oh, just look at the Seine. It rolls away like a silver ribbon.
Yes. Isn't that a Brazilian boat just going by?
The Three-Master, yes, I think it is. Probably out of Rio.
Rio? I was reading an interesting article about that place while I was waiting for you to come down.
Is that so?
Yes, in the Revue du Monde Scientifique. Let's see, it was on page 14, I think.
What was it about?
Oh, here it is, I found it. A strange piece of news reaches us from Rio de Janeiro. Madness. An epidemic of madness comparable to the contagious outbursts of dementia that attacked the peoples of Europe in the Middle Ages is raging at this day in the district of San Paulo.
That is odd. I wonder what kind of madness.
Oh, the article goes on to tell, sir. The distracted inhabitants are quitting their houses, deserting their villages, abandoning their fields, declaring themselves to be pursued, possessed, and ordered about.
Pursued, possessed, and ordered about by what?
Well, I guess they don't know exactly.
What else does it say?
Well, the afflicted describe their masters as being invisible but tangible beings. Vampires of some kind who feed on their vitality while they sleep. In addition to drinking milk and water without, apparently, touching any other form of food. What do you make of that, Monsieur Dufour?
It is hard to say, Hunt. Probably a simple case of hysteria that sometimes runs like wildfire through a group of people, generally originating in a perfectly natural series of events.
Well, I suppose that's the explanation, sir. Who are you waving to?
I thought I saw someone wave to us from the Brazilian ship. Perhaps I was mistaken, and yet it...
It might have been a bit of sail flying in the breeze.
Yes, it might have been.
Why, what's the matter, Monsieur Dufour?
Nothing. Nothing, I guess. A bit of a chill. For a moment, everything went black.
Can I get you anything, sir? Some water?
Oh, no. Thank you, Aunt. It is all right. Just a moment. Oh, that is odd. It seemed as though someone were whispering in my ear. Whispering a warning of danger or death.
Your eyes are dilated as though you had a bit of fever, sir.
Then that probably accounts for the chill, and it fogged my mind just enough so that I took that story of that Brazilian horror and wove a personal daydream around it.
Do you want me to send for the doctor, sir?
No, it is nothing but a passing weakness. By tomorrow I shall be my usual self. Strange how dark it has become.
Dark?
Yes, those clouds seem to have covered the sun. I suppose that is why it's so cold.
Why, the sun's shining quite brightly, sir. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It's really very warm.
Is it? I wonder if I am going blind.
Blind?
No. I can see clearly again. For a moment it was as though someone were holding a thick veil in front of me, and then it was drawn slowly away.
I'm afraid you're really quite ill, Monsieur Dufour.
Nonsense, Hunt. Hunt, where are you?
I'm sitting right here in this chair, sir. Right where I've been for the last half hour.
Oh, yes. That shadow passed between us. And for a moment I could not see you at all. Oh, what is that frightful din, that ringing?
It's the bells, sir. The church bells in Rouen.
Church bells? I don't like church bells.
But you said you did. But don't you remember? We were talking about them.
How could I? We have just this moment met.
Monsieur Dufour.
Huh? Oh, yes. That is my name, isn't it? For a moment, I thought I was someone else.
I think you should have a doctor, sir.
I assure you that I am quite all right, although I think I shall go to my room and lie down for a while.
Shall I come with you, sir?
No, there is no need for the three of us going.
The three of us, sir?
Yes, the three of us. You and I and... Oh, strange. I could have sworn there was someone else.
There's no one else, sir.
No, of course not. I'll see you later in the day, Hunt. Perhaps when my mind will be more clear.
Yes, sir. And if there's anything I can do...
Those bells. Try to stop those church bells. There is no room for me to think. There. Diary. The story of another of my days belongs to you. June the 2nd, I have seen the doctor. He found no alarming symptoms of any kind. There were no warning signals of a lurking disease germinating in my blood or in my flesh. About 10 o'clock, I come up to my room. The instant I am inside, I double lock the door and shut the windows. I'm afraid, yet afraid of what? I lie down and wait for sleep. I feel that someone approaches me, looks at me, touches me. And he climbs on my bed, kneels on my chest, takes my neck between his hands and squeezes with all his might, strangling me. I struggle, I try to cry out, I try to move. I can't. I try to fling off this creature who is crushing and choking me. Suddenly I wake up, terrified, wet with perspiration. With shaking hands, I light a candle and I search the room. There is no one. I'm alone. Come in. Oh, it's you, is it, Hunt?
Yes, sir. I was on my way to bed. Miss Harriet asked me to bring up your glass of milk. The one that you always have at night on your bedside.
Yes, thank you, Hunt.
Will you start on your holiday this weekend, Monsieur Dufour?
Perhaps.
We were all very surprised when you returned the day before yesterday. Why did you change your mind and turn about and come back, sir?
I don't know, Hunt. When we got to Rouen, I stopped at the library. When I came out of the library and got back into my carriage, then a strange thing happened. I opened my mouth to say, to the station. But I was unable to speak a word. Then my voice returned, and with the words, to the station, in my mind, my lips shouted, home, home. Shouted it so loudly that passers-by turned around to stare. I believe that I am losing my mind.
Nonsense, sir. You are perfectly sane.
Oh, I wish I could be sure of that.
What makes you say that, sir?
Well, for one thing, the milk.
The milk?
Yes, that glass or others just like it have sat on that little table beside my bed every night for the past month. My lips have not touched any of them, yet every morning the glass is empty and the milk is gone.
Perhaps you just don't remember drinking it, sir. People sometimes do things when they're half awake and then have no recollection of doing them when morning comes.
I wish it were so.
But who could it have been? Was your door locked as usual?
Locked, double locked, and the windows bolted shut.
Then no person could have entered?
No person, no.
No animal?
No animal.
Then what could it be?
It was a thing.
A thing? What kind of a thing?
I don't know. If I don't find out, I shall go mad. An invisible being haunts me.
But anything we can't see, monsieur, doesn't exist.
Can you see the wind? No, but nevertheless, the wind exists.
Well, the wind. Of course, anyone can understand that, but, a being, an invisible being.
And why not a new being? Why should we consider ourselves the last, the most perfect? Perhaps some being has been created who is greater than us, better than us, physically and mentally.
Well, I grant that we're not perfect, sir, but a new being, well, that's stretching your imagination pretty far. What would you call this new invisible person?
His name has been shouted in my ears for days, and yet I cannot quite catch the word. My mortal ears are too deaf, too dull. One of these nights to hear and understand.
But where did he come from, if there is such a being as you described?
Do you remember that morning we met when we sat on the terrace to watch the boats go up and down the Seine?
Yes, I remember very well.
Do you remember seeing that three-master pass the Brazilian ship, and how I thought I saw someone wave?
Yes, I said that it was probably a bit of sail flying in the breeze, but you waved back.
Oh, if only I hadn't.
Why do you say that, sir?
You remember on that same morning reading me that article from Rio about that epidemic of madness that had broken out?
Yes, I remember that too.
It told how people were leaving their homes and deserting their villages because they were pursued and possessed by invisible but tangible monsters.
Richard, oh, you don't think.
What else could I think? You say that there were vampires of some kind who fed on the vitality of their victims while they slept. Didn't it say that they touched no other form of food or drink except water or milk? Milk? Who else could be responsible for that empty glass by my bed every morning?
But how did such a creature get here?
An exile from the land of his origin. He saw my house. Twice at that ship, I saw me wave. He deserted that vessel to live with me.
But his name, he must have a name, if he lives on Earth like you and I, and is not just a creature of madness. What is he called?
I don't know. Tonight I will try to find out. What is your name? What is your name? Invisible being, I know you are here. I know that it is you. Before long, I shall not be able to talk to you like this, for you will own my body. The words I will speak will not be my words, but yours. The things I will do will be what you want me to do. Where are you standing? By my bed. By the window? By the desk? Or do you stand in front of this tall mirror? Ah! So that's where you are. Ah! I found you at last. I found you. This mirror, which was so faithfully reflected my face and form, is but a blank pane of glass as I stand in front of it. You are standing between the mirror and me, absorbing my reflection as a bit of blotting paper drinks up ink. I cannot see you, yet I can see where you are. What is your name? What is your name? It seems as if you were shouting in my ear, and yet I cannot hear you. Say it again. Say it again, yes. Yes. Yes, again. Tell me again. The Horla. Is that it? The Horla. Now I know. Now I understand. Now I know who you are. Now I can fight you. Now I have a chance of winning. It will be a battle of wits, Horla. A battle of your wits against mine. And the stake for which we play. Listen carefully, Horla. The stake is your life against mine. And...
Yes, Monsieur
The Horla is a prisoner. A prisoner in my room.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course I am sure. I waited until I saw the glass of milk lifted from the table. Then I ran out quickly and bolted the door. The Horla is locked in my room with the carriage waiting.
Yes, sir.
And the boat.
Wait for us till 10 o'clock, sir. Miss Harriet and George are on board now.
The captain will keep his promise and put us ashore at the island.
Yes, sir. He's being well paid for it.
And the house on the island, it is ready.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that is good. It's good. Hark. Did you hear that noise? The Horla has discovered that I am gone, that he's a prisoner. Come, hurry. Down the stairs into the carriage. We must get on board the ship and set out to sea before he breaks loose and joins us. Goodbye, Horla! Goodbye, Horla! Diary, your brown leather arms embrace another day. December the 2nd. What a beautiful day. What a peaceful day. Life is a joy once more. I am glad that I thought of this island, this tiny speck with the sea on every side. We have been here for 3 months. Hunt, Miss Harriet, George, and myself. I feel like another man. As if I had died and had been given a new soul and body. I wonder where the Horla is. I wonder if he is searching for me. He will look in vain, for he will never find me here. The boat has just arrived with our first load of supplies. We must hurry down and see if they have brought any letters for me. I'll see you tomorrow, diary. December the 3rd. I have just read the page that I wrote in this diary yesterday. It doesn't seem possible that a man who could be so happy in one day could be so thoroughly miserable 24 hours later. He is here. The Horla is here. He learned where I was hiding, and he came after me on the boat that brought supplies. All last evening, I had a vague sense of fear. Then last night, after I had gone to sleep, I felt him crouching on my chest. He pressed his mouth on mine and drank my life from between my lips. Sucked it from my throat like a leech. When he rose from me replete, I awoke so mangled, bruised, and enfeebled. I could not move. What can I do? What can I do? There is only one thing left to do. Hunt, wake up.
What?
Quiet.
What?
Hurry. You have not time to dress.
Oh, what's the matter, Monsieur Dubois?
Don't ask questions. Get out of that bed and follow me if you don't want to be burned alive.
But I don't understand.
What is there to understand? The Horla is here. He is locked in the other part of the house. This door is the only one left open. Come, hurry. Come this way.
Where's the fire?
It's all over the house. I drained the oil from the lamps and saturated the floors and carpets. In but a few moments, the whole house will be a raging inferno.
But Miss Harriet and George are in there.
Don't I know it? But there isn't time to warn them. Besides, if I open the door to that part of the house to let them escape, the Horla would escape too. Come.
Oh, but you can't. You can't leave them to die locked in like that.
Why can't I? It is either their lives or mine. Either they die by flame or I die at the hands of the Horla.
Oh, it's cold-blooded murder. Don't close that door. Open that door, I tell you.
Stand away from that door, I shoot you down. You can't stop me by force or with more than appeals. I've got the order just where I want him. Poison, bullet, or knife won't harm him. But fire!
Oh, listen to reason!
Reason! The order has stolen my reason. In a few moments, that house would be a horrible and magnificent funeral pyre. A monstrous fire lighting up the whole earth. A fire that would be consuming the human flesh of George and Harriet. And the inhuman flesh of him, my prisoner, him, the new being, the new master, the Horla.
Ned, when you hear those screams, it's George and Harriet.
The Horla is in that flaming oven too, and the Horla is in that fiery vat, and he's dying too. You see that long black shadow cast by the trunk of that tree? The shadow dances with the flames. Yours is dancing too, Hunt. Your long black shadow is dancing. And mine! Please! Look! What is it? I have no shadow. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means that the Horla has escaped the flames. It means that the Horla is standing by my side. Like the time when he stood between me and my mirror, and I could not see myself. Now, the Horla is standing between me and my shadow. The Horla lives.
Is that the last entry in the diary, Captain Conforth?
No. There's one more, Masters.
What's the date of that?
Last night. The night that this house burned to the ground and we saw the flames from out at sea. It says, the Horla still lives. As I write these words, he's at my shoulder, reading what I've written. I cannot kill him. There's nothing to do but kill myself. And that's the end of the diary, Masters.
And he did kill himself?
Yes.
Poor fellow. Do you suppose it was all in his mind, sir? A creature created by a brain that was rotting away?
I don't know. What do you think, Masters?
I don't know. I wonder if there was an Horla.
Columbia Workshop has presented a radio adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's famous short story, The Horla. It was dramatized for radio by Charles Tazewell. Bernard Herrmann conducted and composed an original musical score. Irving Reese directed. The Horla starred Alfred Shirley as Dufour. Mr. Shirley is one of radio's outstanding dramatic actors and has appeared in many workshop programs. He was supported by Edgar Staley as Captain Conforth, Santos Ortega as Masters, Morgan Farley as Hunt. The Columbia Workshop wishes to thank all its listeners who wrote for the Columbia Workshop booklet and to announce that it will be ready for mailing within the next week. For those of you who did not hear last week's announcement, we repeat that a booklet is being prepared listing a description of the next 13 productions which the workshop will present and also a brief history of the program, which we will be pleased to mail you if you will drop a postcard or a letter to the Columbia Workshop, CBS, New York City. Tune in next week for another workshop presentation under the direction of Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Father Benedek Estegon, write this chronicle of the year 1476 at the command of Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary. and my ecclesiastical superiors, who resolve me from the evils I have witnessed. God's mercy cleanse my mind of those dark days. The mighty castle of Târgovishte. There I served as chaplain and chancellor to that prince of Wallachia and Transylvania called Vlad V, the most cruel of men, yet once the most just of rulers, known now and to the future by his more legendary names: Vlad Tepes, the Impaler, and of a darker meaning still, Lord. Why then are you reading?
It is nothing, Father.
I will be the judge of that. Let me see.
But, Father...
My son, obey.
It is a calendar, nothing more.
A list of crimes attributed to him.
Every one from a living witness.
It is your death warrant. Burn it now.
Destroy it, then. I will not forget. The record will remain. A testimony of death to our noble lord.
He paid for those crimes with 13 years of his life. The debt is settled.
Small payment before God.
King Matthias Corvinus thinks otherwise. Do you challenge his wisdom?
How can those slaughtered bodies ever be balanced? Hundreds when he sacked the town of Brasov. 5,000 at Great Shieldov. 25,000 in the Bulgarian campaign.
God rest their souls and give them peace.
Did Lord Dracula say that, as he had them all impaled on pointed stakes, alive?
3 years ago, I was young, and, like you, filled with pride for truth. With Emmanuel, a brother priest, I traveled the villages of this land, preaching our faith boldly. One day, word reached us to attend the Voivode Dracula at his court, here in Târgovishte. We came bravely, for we knew the horrifying reputation of the man. But he greeted us most courteously.
Monk Emmanuel, you have preached to my people. Do they respect you for it?
They respect the word of God, my lord.
And what do they say of me?
All manner of good things, my lord. All men hold you in honor and affection. There is no man but does not call you noble.
Guard, take this monk and feed him, while I question his brother. Your name, monk?
Benedict, my lord.
I suspect from your face that you fear me.
You hold me in the palm of your hand, my lord. But I fear God more. They call you tyrant, and you are renowned only for your vile cruelty. You have proved as much, for they do not call you Vlad Tepes for nothing.
No man has dared call me the Impaler to my face before.
You asked for truth. Even if it be my last words, I give it, freely.
Then you shall live, as witness to the glory of your truth.
My lord, thanks be to you and to God.
But think on this, priest. Every truth carries its own punishment as well as reward. Your reward is life. Guard,
Lord.
The priest who lied, impale him in front of his brother here, as witness.
No.
God have mercy.
No.
Deliver us.
No. No. No.
I stayed there, hopeless to the end. It was a slow death.
Yet you have remained here at Târgovishte until now, even after Vlad Dracula's imprisonment. Why?
It was a wish granted to him by King Matthias Corvinus that I should serve Vlad Dracula as his witness before God. But that king, too, has a dark sense of justice. The price of Vlad's freedom was conversion to my faith.
It has taken 13 years.
But now his faith is deep and strong. He is the fiercest of the king's champions.
Now he has the king's sister as wife, big with their bond child. Does that wipe away the past?
My son, Do not question the lives of princes unwisely. Go now, and pray for the Lady Ilonia in her hour of childbirth. Vlad's marriage to the king's sister, Ilonia, had taken place in the last months of his exile in the fortress of Buda. He had been married before, and from that union a son, Istvan, had grown to manhood. Though Vlad, like all princes, had taken concubines and mistresses, this second wedlock was of a different nature. If love ever existed in his life at all, it was for the gentle, serene Ilonia. At the end of the summer, when he brought her at last to his great castle of Târgovishte, she was already heavy with child. Now she lay in labor, but her stepson Istvan's face was cold.
She suffers. The signs are not good.
She is a frail vessel, my lord Istvan. Our prayers must go out for her.
Your prayers, father, not mine.
The child she bears will be your sibling.
A half-brother only.
Perhaps a sister, but of royal blood.
I am my father's firstborn. That birthright cannot be taken from me.
No one denies that right.
At the first cry of the child she bears, I am denied everything. I will not share.
At least, like your father, be just.
I leave justice to God. Will God listen to her or to me, do you think, Father?
He makes his own judgments, my son.
And I'll be more useful inspecting the stables. You make a better listener to God than I, Father.
Father Benedict.
Yes, Catelyn, my child.
Come. Dr. Santish begs that you should come quickly.
Thank God Catelyn found your father.
When Doctor calls for priest.
It's that bad, yes.
Her first child.
And she is not young. Pray for her, father. And for us also.
Is there no hope at all?
The midwives know, as I do. And we're in terror for our lives. If I fail, he forgives nothing.
Dr. Sentesh, more than anything, he desires a son by her. Give him that, and you will share his triumph. Do nothing, and you lose everything.
Pray for me, Father.
I pray for us all.
Elizabeth, Catelyn, hold me lady fast. We have no choice.
Father Benedict?
My lord?
Why is your presence needed at my wife's bedside?
To give her strength and God's grace.
Is she so weak?
She fights valiantly to give you a son.
She knows my mind.
She would give everything to please you.
A son. Istvan is already a man, but this son will be supreme.
Not only your heir, but heir to the king and Hungary.
With such a bloodline, he will be greater than the hero John Hunyadi himself. He will conquer all Asia in the name of Christ. My son.
My lord, come away.
Must she suffer? Every cry tears at my flesh.
It is the glory of women to bring forth life.
But the pain...
Without it, there would be no dignity.
As in death also. Man can discover all secrets, given time. Do you hear? Is that a child? My newborn son?
That is not a child's cry.
Well, what have they done?
Silence!
Sentesh! Show me my son!
My lord.
Show me!
My lord, it never lived.
That is not my son. Benedict, do you see this thing?
Do not dwell on it, my lord.
Blotched and twisted. It's not human. It's evil. A malignant creature.
Sentesh, cover it, man.
Hide it. Take it, Benedict. Exorcise and burn that devil's lump while I shrive its conjurer. God!
My lord, hold fast to God.
She will live now. You will see. We have torn the evil from her belly. She will live. She will live! God!
My lord!
Take these butchers from my sight. Let them take as long to die as they performed their work upon her.
My lord!
No!
Hear me. Bird of the night. Listen to your lord.
My lord, have I pleased you?
Oh, you have pleased me. Do not fly away.
Let me rest between your hands. I am so tired.
Oh, the blood, Benedict, the blood. Will it never cease?
My lord, do not blame our son.
Oh, I will blame no one. Only stay with me.
I must sleep.
Is it sleep, Benedict? Tell me.
She will never wake.
She sleeps, damn you. I feel her heart against my face. The warmth. Oh, God, the blood. Will nothing stop the blood?
You have killed the only man who could have saved her.
You lie.
I speak nothing but truth. I am God's witness.
Will he take her too, and my son?
He has his justice as you have yours. Accept what he gives, and you will find peace, my son.
I do not accept.
He is greater than you, than your king, than all great princes. Accept.
No!
He has taken what is his. You cannot reclaim her. Only give.
Give? Accept? If he is so great a prince, then he will give and accept. I am an honest man. I have served his cause. I have killed soulless infidels in his name, and built holy churches on battlefields once drenched with blood. I have been God's champion. If I have any right to that claim, let her live.
Your challenge is too late. She is dead.
Then all goodness and grace dies with her.
My son, for the love you once had for her, God-given.
I deny God. I am his everlasting enemy. I spit upon his mercy.
I cannot remain here. It is unholy.
You will stay.
Then will you kill me too?
You are tied to me, priest. By your own words, you are God's witness. What I shall do is dedicated to your eyes, and through you will defile him.
You told me once, for every action, there is a consequence.
Ah, the sword of truth, double-edged, good and evil. Well, by my evil, you will know good. But until I release you from that stewardship, you will suffer my sins as you suffered Brother Emmanuel's agony to the death.
Father.
Keep your sympathy from me, Istvan.
Only this minute I've been told.
Then you know. She died. Killed by the monstrosity within her, and by an absence of God's mercy.
But don't let grief blind me.
I am not a woman to be comforted. I am Vlad Dracula.
You are my father.
Then obey.
Command me.
Leave Tergovishta. Go to the king. Do battle for his cause with honor. But you will say nothing of what has happened here.
But it is his sister, your wife. The funeral ceremony.
I command you to say nothing.
Yes, father.
You must have no part in this grim chronicle, my son. The conflict is not yours. But go. Go now and quickly. And leave me to what I must do.
The funeral of the Lady Ilonia was Dracula's last respect to her name. Every possession in her name was burnt. Her ladies-in-waiting were butchered and impaled at the entrance to her tomb. Her name was never to be spoken again. But this was not the end of the perverted death rites commanded by Lord Dracula. The doors of every church in Tirgovishta were barred and bolted. Every holy bell pulled down. Every priest banished under threat of violent death. The name of God was forbidden. A terrifying silence of the soul hung over Tirgovishta. And only I remained.
Father Benedict.
Jacob! My son, you must go with the others. Quickly!
Come with us.
I cannot.
There is still time.
My time is here. I am God's only link with this wretched prince. I may yet save him from himself.
You cannot save him. He is forever damned.
My son, you do not understand.
I know this. Without you, his evil will have no meaning. Leave him now. Leave him, Father.
No.
I will not be far away.
You are commanded to leave Tergovishte under pain of death.
The people need me. They will keep me safe, hidden in the town.
Now who's looking for the martyr's death?
Not me. After what I've seen, I'm a coward. You won't find me preaching and ranting at street corners.
Just skulking in cellars, celebrating Mass.
It's the least I can do. Before God.
Take care, my son.
You also, Father. I will say Masses for you in the people's name.
Give them my blessing. Go now. Quickly!
Oh! I'll hide in the vestry.
All out!
Goodbye, Father.
Priest Benedict.
Yes, my son.
We're not related, so none of that eyewash.
We are before...
Don't mention that name. It means death.
I speak that name without fear. God.
For his sake, then, Father, do not make me commit that crime. Not to you.
Do not be afraid, Captain Valence. I alone may speak that name, protected by Lord Dracula's favor.
Others aren't, though. And if I allow that name to be spoken, then it's me hanging from the highest stake, clutching my guts.
Black justice.
I'm his man, and I abide by it.
I want no man to suffer for my sake, Valence.
That won't be easy. With you protected...
Someone has to pay. I know.
Well, take care.
Was that the reason for you coming to this chapel?
It's to be walled up.
But it's my place of worship. His place.
There is no place for him in the castle of Tergovishte.
He is here, though. Isn't he?
I'm not here to talk. There's a job to be done.
Leave me time for prayer, at least.
I daren't. Lord Dracula demands your presence.
Now?
While we purge the castle of any priests who think they'll stay.
The last place they'd come would be this chapel.
That's why I'm ordered to wall up every door and window without searching it.
Give me 5 minutes, no more.
Sorry, Father.
Have you no piety?
I prefer to stay alive. Out you come, Father. Unless you want to stay in there with the spiders and the mice.
They are his creatures.
But there's none that you've a special regard for, is there? Or was the echo I heard...
What?
No more than an echo. I mean to say, if it had been a priest, hiding perhaps...
What makes you say that?
It was only a thought, but if it had been... Well, either I'd have to take him out and impale him outside the castle walls...
Dear God, not that.
Or he'll stay as quiet as a mouse as we seal him in and die in good company, without light or air or pain. Come away, Father. Either way, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing. Only witness.
No time for that, even. I must take you to Lord Dracula right away. Come along.
Hurry, priest. Mount your horse.
I am not prepared for a journey.
Soldier, give the priest your cloak. You may freeze, but my witness must be kept warm.
Sooner than he suffers, I will do without.
Take it, or he dies on his captain's sword now.
Thank you. Thank you, my son.
Remember, priest, accept.
Without question?
Or be witness to the consequence.
Where do we ride?
My spies tell me there is a village priest who calls me the accursed impaler. We ride to visit him. Forward, Captain!
Then you dare to spread your vengeance beyond the walls of Tergovishte.
Where it affects me, yes. But I will bring him back to Tergovishte and show him what he says is true. Headman, I am Lord Dracula.
I know it, my lord.
What is your name?
Pierre Gay, my lord. I speak for all the village.
Your priest also?
He is not here, my lord.
That is unfortunate.
Rather than have your anger spill over against us, he left the village.
I came to show him the truth in what he calls me. Tepesh, the impaler.
My lord, no. Spare them.
This priest knows my ways, Gergely. When your priest returns, you will present him with proof of what he claims of me.
Proof, my lord?
I am Vlad the Impaler. He will know it is I who passed this way, for the evidence will stand here, before his church. You, his congregation.
Less than 50 souls lived there. He spared none. As we left that small forest of impaled innocents, Lord Dracula turned briefly to me and smiled, coldly. I could say nothing for the grief that blinded me.
Tears, priest? Is the winter wind so bitter? There is worse yet to come.
His march of terror swept like a scythe through the villages and hamlets set about Tirgovishta. His soldiers, those terrible avengers, first savored, then sickened of the bloodlust that drove their master on. At last, blood lost its obsession even for him, and he turned his proud stallion's head homeward, to the next crossroads that would carry...
What is it, Captain? Do they fate us, or do they flee in terror?
Neither, my lord. They've caught a witch. They're testing her, then putting her to death.
Without my permission?
They seem to think her death will honor you, my lord.
Let us see this witch. Let the witch stand forth.
Speak, Janos.
She's cursed my cattle and Laszlo's too. 3 calves I'd like.
And the children, where are they? Make her speak.
Put her to the death. Oh, don't let her come close, master. She'll curse your beast.
Sign of evil is on her. Beware.
Silence! Stand close, girl. I would see your face.
Look into my eyes, if you dare.
The girl stood forward, dirty and ragged, but with all the grace of a young animal. Her hair was free, and although threatened by the villagers about her, she had a pride that made them her slaves. But it was when I saw her eyes that I knew she was evil. She was of the breed of Lucifer, and no one can look into those eyes and be called holy. I turned my face aside and prayed.
I am named Militsa. Call these dogs from me.
Give me good reason.
Because you are Vlad Dracula, and you have need of me.
We have proved her guilty.
She must die.
I will interrogate her.
Torture her. She'll talk then. She must speak first. Here.
She will be questioned at Tergovishta.
No, she must be destroyed.
In the ancient manner.
Laszlo, Janos, the pitchfork.
Kill those 2 men. Take the girl on your saddle, parents. We ride for Tergovishta.
I ride with no man but my Lord Dracula.
Then you will walk barefoot at my horse's flank, and if you fall, you die.
Ride on, then, my lord.
Salamander! Forward! Move, you black devil!
He will move only at my command.
Those peasants were right. You have cursed the beast.
Seat me at the pommel of your saddle.
I am not to be commanded.
I am. Lift me up.
Now, break the spell, witch.
Salamander, go!
Our return to Tergovishta was swift. We paused for nothing. Salamander, as though possessed by the very powers of darkness, set a pace that only checked when we reached the gates of the citadel. The first of the winter storms was already upon us, cursing and howling its eerie song among the palisade of stakes outside the castle walls.
Why have we stopped?
Are these your enemies set upon those stakes?
They are my people, delivered from a worse evil than death.
I have come too late then.
Why? Would you save them?
No, my lord. They are past that.
Do they amuse you?
They are broken puppets now. But how they must have danced and bled. Salamander, go in.
Closer to the fire, priest. Warm yourself. It's going to be a long winter.
The girl, Melitza.
She is being tended now, bathed and dressed. She will be a welcome pleasure. I shall enjoy her.
She owes you her life.
She will pay for it. Did you see her body, Benedek? How it moved and twisted. Mother naked beneath her rags.
I saw only the evil in her eyes.
Did it draw you? Command you? Make you lust for her?
No.
Then you turned away too quickly.
I have no part in what she can give you.
You are my witness. I command your eyes.
No.
You will see her flesh, and my hand upon it. You will see my desire fulfilled.
He will see nothing.
He sees all, suffers all.
What I bring you is not for old men's eyes. See, he already suffers. Why do you think he cannot bear to look at me? Shall I set my lips upon you, priest?
He burns! See how he burns!
Get thee behind me, Satan!
I am Lilith, sweet daughter of Astarte Astaroth. Can you deny Our Lady of Babylon? Or her handmaiden?
I do deny her, and all her evil ways. I call upon God to protect me and punish...
Oh, get rid of this old fool.
Leave us, priest.
I want him killed. Impaled. Now.
No.
He would cry out. Blood spurting on the stake. As I, upon...
No. No. While I live, he lives.
Is his power over you so great?
Ask him.
Priest, answer.
I stand for God, whom Vlad Dracula would deny.
Is that your revenge, Tepesh? Is that all?
No, do not mock me, gypsy.
You're a child, smashing trinkets out of spite. That is no vengeance against his feeble deity.
The people cry out at my evil.
But that is not power.
No one denies Vlad Dracula.
The screams of dying men, the shudders of an old priest. Is that all you seek?
Do not listen to her.
There is a greater vengeance. The priest knows it. Ask him.
I will not answer.
Answer, or she...
Tepesh.
He faces a moment of truth.
Two-edged.
He knows it.
Step back. You are not beyond redemption.
You are afraid. For my soul's sake, you are afraid.
Yes. If you go on, you are lost to God.
But not to you. You are still my witness.
Release me. Give me peace.
Never.
Make him leave. Our night is before us.
Now, speak first. I wish to see the terror in his eyes for what he knows awaits me.
Look into the priest's eyes.
Look at me, Benedict. Through those aged tears.
My son, for the love of God.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see love there.
mingling with the fear. Poor old man. There is such a despair in your soul. I slip through your fingers like quicksilver. Do you feel me as I go from you?
Yes.
Ah, such a desperate sadness. Would you be happy if I gave you back my soul?
God would be happy, my son.
That's what I thought. Leave us and go to him. Tell him in your prayers that you have failed. Tell him I serve a new master. Go.
And while you pray, priest, remember, the initiation starts with me.
There was no part of that great castle in which I could escape the memory of those serenely evil eyes, gold-flecked like the great cat. The many soldiers were restless and on edge. Their serving women panicked at every shadow, while the horses in the stables around the courtyard fretted and kicked all night long. I found Captain Ferrance in a lonely turret.
Do you hear them, priest? The horses.
They know that something is wrong.
It's the storm. Never like a cold storm, horses don't.
Perhaps they know who raised it.
You've been listening to the serving wenches, superstitious sluts.
The soldiers too, then. They blame the gypsy.
Do you think she's a witch?
I know she is.
That won't save her from the master, if she fails to please him.
She's already her slave, bewitched body and mind. She will rule us all.
So soon?
You expected it?
He was getting sick of the blood. Something had to happen.
Something has happened. Something so evil.
Dracula bedding a gypsy girl. Nothing new in that. Where's your faith?
Riding the wind. It may not see this night out.
It will last longer than these castle walls. Why else do you reckon my Lord Dracula picked on you as his holy water jester?
Do you speak truth, Ferrance?
Common sense, at least.
Jacob was right. The Holy Church rests in the souls of the people. God save his memory.
The way you speak of him, anyone think he was dead?
What? But he cannot be alive. The chapel...
Yes, walled up. Doors and windows all.
Then how?
There's more ways in and out of this castle than you can see with your own two eyes, Father.
Passages. Tunnels.
Yes, for those who've got the guile to go looking for them.
From the vestry.
Is that a fact?
But where?
They do say that the old sewers, built by the Romans like as not, run clear down underneath the town.
Then he's safe. With the people.
The wind's so strong up here, you know. I can hardly hear a word you say.
Bless you, my son.
For a winter wind. Small blessing there.
It warms me like the fire of Christ, tempering my faith.
May it blow long and full then. For you'll need your faith with that black witch among us.
Gypsy girl, you are a witch.
A witch. But more than a witch.
Silver-bodied, like the slender moon.
She is my sign. As Draconis, serpent of the stars, is yours.
And together we rule the night sky.
But the moon is dying.
It wanes only to return.
My lord, I weaken also.
What are you saying?
I'm ruled by her. She is the mother of my spirit. As the moon dies, so I am plunged into darkness. Soon, it will be time.
You cannot leave me, I command you.
Accept what I tell you. My lord.
You are not to die.
I shall return. Only accept.
What is happening? Your face.
Look away. Leave me now.
Come back! Come back!
Believe in my power.
I believe. Only stay.
Look into my eyes.
Militza, what have you become?
At the full moon, I will show you a great secret. Come to me. Then...
No, I will not leave your side. I will call doctors, the greatest physicians in my land.
They know nothing. The owl knows all. It is time.
The moon. Militza. The moon.
Father Benedict, wake, priest, wake.
What is it, my son?
Come quickly. My lord commands you.
In a moment.
Now, you dare not delay.
What is wrong?
He has gone mad. The gypsy girl is dying.
Was it you, priest? What sacred incantation have you performed?
I have done nothing, my lord.
She has left me, she too, and if it was your doing...
I had no hand in it, I swear.
You will die as no man has ever died before. You will beg, and my only mercy will be greater pain.
If that is God's will.
Admit it! You wished her destruction.
To save your soul, yes.
Ah, there I have you, priest, self-confessed. Murder by sorcery.
But God in his mercy has spared me that terrible act.
Huh?
The sorcery is hers.
What?
See, I hold this glass before her lips. She is not dead.
There is breath. There is breath.
It is a witch's trance. A catalepsy.
She said, only believe.
By this she has made you her slave.
She has true power.
She is evil.
And I believe in her.
Then you are lost.
Until the full moon. Only until then.
My lord, dismiss me.
No. You are the watchman. You will stay here by her side. Only when she is mine again will I release you.
Vlad Dracula knew I had no choice. I sat by that living corpse, waiting for the moon spell to run its length of days and nights. By candlelight I watched that face, so young, and yet in its lifeless eyes, holding a knowledge so old, so ancient. Then, as the first sleek sliver of the moon rode the night sky, that face began to change. Each night, gazing into those fathomless eyes, I entered a dream so deep, so dark, it goes beyond memory. But when I woke each dawn, there was a flush of beauty on the gypsy's skin, the merest sign of brushed color from the sunrise. Her life was flowing back. I could not even pray. I felt so crushed by this dark power. And then, at the full moon, she awoke.
You have served me well, priest. Where is my Lord Dracula?
I am here.
Welcome, my lord.
Go, priest. This is no place for you.
I am young again, Vlad Tepesh.
And beautiful as the risen moon.
As full and as fertile. Fitting for the fruit of dragon seed.
You cannot know that.
It will be a son.
My son.
And your pledge to Lucifer.
What?
It is the price of knowledge. Accept.
I accept.
There is a pact to be signed.
I will sign it.
In blood, my lord. In blood.
Do you think I'm afraid? Here is my blade.
Oh, put aside your sword. what I take with an ace.
In his great passion for the witch girl, the grim castle of Târgovishte became the center of life for Dracula. His bands of cruel mercenaries terrorized the lands about him still, but Vlad Dracula never rode with them. His was a darker exploration.
Do not cease your prayers, priest. I only observe.
Leave me, witch!
Does my presence trouble you? Is the looseness of my perfumed hair a hindrance to proper prayer? Do these naked shoulders move you?
Begone, child of evil!
We have a bond, you and I.
No!
Those empty dreams. Do you remember? That life could be yours.
I will not remember.
That cross. Discard it. It is the last barrier between us. Then you will recall that dream and see clearly all that was promised you in every sweet detail.
I call upon all the saints and God Almighty to protect me from your evil tongue.
Oh, be silent, priest. Save your holy curses for the poor. Or I will set a mark on you. One you will long remember.
The blessing of God protected me from knowing her meaning. But those dark dreams were like a mighty silence looming over me. I feared what it contained, for I sensed those dreams were interwoven with a choice I had to make. But the decision was too great for me alone. I needed help.
This is as far as I can take you, priest. You'll come out in the cellars of the coaching inn.
And he will be there.
If Dracula's spies haven't caught him already.
And if they have?
They'll have made him talk, won't they?
You mean they'll know of this tunnel?
And you'll be taken at the other end.
I will tell nothing.
You'll talk. They always do. I know what they get up to in the way of persuasion. It isn't pretty.
You're risking your life.
Not if we're lucky, and you come back before dawn. If you don't...
It means I never will.
Remember what I said. Get the news to Lord Istvan. He'll know what to do.
But my son...
Get on, priest. You haven't much time.
Who's there? Miklos? It's me. Look at my face. Father Benedict. Brother Jacob. Is he here?
Come out of there and shut the cover. Yes, he's here. Just finishing a baptism.
Thank God. The people still have their faith.
Not all. There's some that take his lordship sober. That's why I'm on guard. Give you a surprise, did I?
I thought it was a trap.
And so it could be, Father.
My son. Jacob. God's blessing on you.
And you also, Father. But better give thanks to God that Miklos is with us. You are too trusting.
But I know Miklos. I christened his children.
That wouldn't have saved you, Father.
Why have you come?
I can live with such evil only by knowing there is hope here. I had to come.
You are free of him now. Escape. Join us.
He would kill every soul in Târgovishte.
I know. I am bound to him by the sword. I must remain there in that grim castle.
In spite of the degradation he thrusts upon you.
It is enough to know that faith still exists, my son. Will you pray with me?
Miklos, keep watch. I'll take Father Benedict into the chapel.
A chapel? Here?
The wine cellars of the inn are like catacombs. Where better? Come.
In the deepest wine vault, the sight of that makeshift altar, covered as it was with an unembroidered cloth, filled my heart with love. And I wept to be within the grace of Christ once more. But what monk Jacob next related to me left us both in deep despair.
It is always the young that are taken. 3 so far.
Innocent children. But why? For what vile purpose?
It is said they are used as sacrifice.
By the witch girl?
For their blood.
She is the most evil creature I have ever known.
But more than a witch, a Satanist.
God help us all.
You are in the greatest danger.
Where she leads Dracula, I cannot follow. Nor can I defy her power. I can only pray.
There are great forces against us.
Here you have the people and their faith.
But a faith that's kept well hidden. The people are like me, afraid.
There is one hope. Vlad's son, Istvan.
He finds glory skirmishing the Turks for King Matthias Corvinus.
He is not out of reach.
2 days' ride.
The people of Tergovishta are his people. He will help us.
He is as cruel a lord as his father.
But more just.
He cannot give judgment in his father's kingdom while his father rules, when it is his.
That may never come to pass.
What?
The witch girl is with child.
Dracula's greatest wish.
Can you imagine a spawn of that corruption?
But what of Istvan's rights as son?
They mean nothing. This child of Lucifer will have everything, including all the powers of darkness that his vile mother will breed into him.
They say Vlad Dracula's bloodline stems from Genghis Khan.
Can such a monster live again?
Istvan loves his father deeply.
It is not returned.
He is a Christian, dedicated to serving King Matthias Corvinus against the infidel.
Would he stand by and see his father brought into corruption?
If his inheritance depended upon it, yes.
Then he must be persuaded.
And soon.
I am helpless. Dracula's captive.
It is not your mission. I will go to Istvan myself. Tonight.
I returned to my prison. At every step of my journey back into darkness, I considered how easy it would be for me to escape, as Jacob had pleaded, and so avoid the future that awaited me. But then, in my mind's eye, I saw the town of Tirgovishte, razed to the ground, its sole monument a forest of impaled corpses. Was this the sum of all my days? Another ironic alternative offered me in the diabolic game of chess between Vlad Dracula and one poor priest. On the night of the first full moon, Vlad Dracula came to his satanic baptism. Commanded by him, I was there. But I wept as I was drawn into that corrupted house of God.
Horned Master, Lord of the 3 kingdoms, the 3 faces of the moon, the 3 rings of power, know me, your daughter, as I dance here before you.
All sacred images had been thrown down, and in their place, corrupting symbols of the flesh now stood. The altar, black-draped and gauded with occult markings, had on it the tools of their revolting practices. A single black candle flickered with unearthly light, and I fell to my knees, transfixed by the lewdness of her dance.
Melikazada, Farerishus, Raphael, I conjure you by the power of the lost tetragrammaton Habayoth. Draw this person unto you, through me, your daughter in evil. Vlad Dracula, name your will of him to whom all creatures are obedient. Him, the wielder of the words of power by which the elements are overthrown. The sea is turned back, earth shudders, and all the host of heaven, earth, and hell tremble and are confounded.
I desire oneness with the horned god through you.
How shall that joining together be?
As the moon covers the sun.
From that dark union comes new life. So shall you be renewed by this consummation of dark power.
The last image I recall was the face of the gypsy, alive with dark triumph, as she and Dracula came together in that unholy union. But I was to be spared that ultimate defilement, for God, in his mercy, struck me blind. My blindness gave me strength. I was not helpless, for I knew the castle from long past, and its darkness was my friend. But I was not free of Dracula. I could still hear. I could still feel, even sense the wickedness committed in my sightless presence. And I was aware of metamorphosis. The voice of Dracula, a man of nearly 60 years, grew younger, full of a new majesty and of darkness past my understanding.
Soon, my lord, the secrets will be yours. At the satanic baptism of our child.
You have given me knowledge, power, and great joy.
Look in this glass.
I do not need mirrors to tell me who I am.
Look hard. What do you see?
Vlad Dracula, as I was at the great battle of Nandothaheva.
20 years ago.
And you, how old are you?
Older than the mountains that hold this castle to the earth.
As old as the moon itself.
But she renews herself from death to life.
As you did also.
In a village of old women, I alone stayed young. They came to envy me the richness of my hair, the firmness of my body. Their envy turned to hate. When you found me, that hate had turned to fear. They called me witch. But only you know the secret of my death and renewal.
The ceremony of blood.
It is your secret, too. But we must beware.
No one in Tergovishta knows you for anything but young. But they know me.
The priest sees nothing now but Captain Ferenc. He fought with you at that great victory 20 years ago. He looks at you and frowns.
Then he must die. I will wipe away the past. When those all about me are gone, who will know them?
You cannot kill them all.
I have killed thousands.
There is no need. There are many ways to be reborn.
Is this some new sorcery? A spell to give me new form?
The secret of the seasons. Nothing more. What is born must die to be reborn.
What are you asking of me?
Trust me.
Father Benedict.
Lord Istvan, my son, blessings upon you.
You are blind.
I know this place. I know your voice.
But why isn't my father here to greet me? Have I offended him? What is wrong?
My son, he is a dying man.
What? Was the monk Jacob right? Is it witchcraft?
You will see him in his chamber.
This gypsy wife.
He loves her. Do not speak against her before him.
Is her power so great?
This is not the time or place for questions, my lord.
What is your fear? If you will not answer, then my father will. Take me to him.
At his command. Otherwise, I dare not.
Old man, do not play with me. I am the son of Vlad Dracula. Stand aside.
The priest speaks truth, my lord.
Captain, put back your sword.
No man draws close to my Lord Dracula without his word. Move now, and my men will act.
I am his son.
Times have changed, my lord.
You will pay for this with your life.
Do not rebuke him, my son. If he lets you past, he dies. Impaled outside the castle wall.
Kill my father! Tell him I am here!
He knows, my Lord Istvan.
Who is this woman?
Did you expect a crone or an unwashed slut? I'm the gypsy, Militza. Wife to Lord Dracula. Your stepmother.
Where is my father?
I will take you to him. Come. No need to stare at my belly so. Your sibling brother is not ready for you yet. Come, blind priest. Lead us.
He's like a fallen tree.
The once mighty Vlad Tepes.
Space. He had the majesty of eagles once. Now he is old.
Speak to him, my son. Gently.
My Lord Dracula, your son Istvan is here.
Father?
Must you weep before me? Are you a child?
Istvan is moved that you're sick, my lord.
Why are there no doctors here?
It is too late, I know it.
No.
Let him accept death. Leave him now.
You do not command me. He has not asked or answered me as yet.
Your battles do not interest me.
I want to speak of you. And what has brought you to this? Why do you refuse to fight? Where is the warrior in you?
You are talking to a dying man, Istvan. He is not interested in your questions.
What I ask is important.
Concerning what?
My inheritance.
How well timed is your return.
How well timed is your bastard brat.
My son, give your father peace.
Why aren't you praying for his life, priest? Why is he being allowed to die?
It is his wish. Now go.
I want him to live.
Obey her.
Father, it is my right to stay.
I order you to go. Your allegiance is to the king. Go to him. Serve him well. Bring honor to our name. But do not stay here.
Come, my son. He sleeps.
He looks so helpless. Why does no one help him?
Because they wish him peace. What do you wish, apart from your inheritance?
Do not challenge me. I am his blood, his heir.
Look into my eyes. Know my power.
You are evil.
You are nothing. Go.
Come inside. There is food and drink in the great hall.
Brother Jacob was right. This place is like an open tomb. The soldiers skulk like assassins. There's a stench of decay in every room.
If you had only come sooner.
Is it too late? Tell me the truth, Father.
He is beyond our help now. She has won.
You speak too soon. When I inherit...
You will have nothing here.
It is the law.
He can change it at a word from her.
He must be made to live. Father, pray for him day and night. I will summon doctors, physicians.
He will be dead before they arrive.
You are so sure. Why?
I know her power. I do not need to see her face.
And you accept it? You, who were once so close to him?
I am tired, my son. I have fought a mighty battle. And by his death, I will find release. At last.
A battle?
For his very soul.
He must die within the church.
He cannot, unshriven.
Then absolve him. It is your duty before God.
To receive God's mercy, Dracula must first confess. To confess, he must acknowledge God. He will not.
Then he will end unconsecrated.
His last gesture of defiance against Christ.
Priest, you're wanted, quickly.
What is it, Captain?
Not the end yet, my lord, but he wants the priest.
As witness?
Pray God he will recant.
Not while she's by his side.
Then remove her, Captain.
I wouldn't dare, my lord. And neither would you. Come, priest.
Do you see be freedom, priest? Now that I am nearly gone?
No, my lord. I have no victory to offer God.
While I lived, you had hope.
Like God's mercy. Everlasting.
Then you will never be free.
My lord?
Did you expect a recantation?
Why else was I sent for?
As my witness.
To this, Vlad Dracula's final testament, and to his moment of death.
Sign.
Huh? I will guide your hand, old man. It is done.
What have I witnessed?
The will of Dracula. You will know its contents soon. You fear what it contains.
Nothing is yours while he still lives.
If you could see, you would know he will die tonight.
You shall not thrust him headlong into death. I shall remain and pray.
But that is his wish.
His wish?
Blind man. You cannot see the night sky. Tonight is the new moon.
I sat by my lord, waiting for him to die. I knew her meaning. Memories of that terrifying vigil at her side pressed down upon me. The growing of the moon would bring even greater power to her. I was helpless before her, as was Captain Ferenc. Only Ishvan himself could rebel, as he surely would when the contents of that dying testament were made known. Suddenly the air of the chamber grew unearthly cold. The gaunt hand I held was rigid in my grasp. There was no pulse. Vlad V, Lord of Wallachia, was dead. I bowed my head and wept for his lost soul. At the heart of the great citadel of Tirgovishte was set the funeral vault that held the ancestors of Vlad V, including his mighty father, who found honor with John Hunyadi against the Turkish infidels. I could find no blessing fit to give, but a silent prayer, commending him to God's mercy. Then the iron gates were closed, and Vlad's testament was read.
This is the testament of Vlad, son of Vlad Dracul. In that my brother Radu is dead before me, no man is more fit to hold my power and possessions than Vlachim, my exiled brother.
What? Go on, Clark. Finish.
It is all his, to hold or share as he will judge. Witnessed, Benedict Estegom, priest.
Who is this Vlachim?
Your father's brother. Captain Ferenc rides to him now beyond the mountains. In 13 days, they will return, and this castle will have a new lord.
Captain Ferenc was never seen again. But the man he sought, Vlachim, came to the citadel of Tirgovishte out of that terrifying storm, its towering clouds hiding the full moon. Even I, set in perpetual darkness, felt the awful power of that dark night.
Father Benedict, he is here. A black Magyar coat with a matched hair, all jet black. I saw it from the west turret.
Tell me what this Vlachim is like, my son.
I didn't see him enter. Come with me to the great hall. He must be there by now.
The storm brought you to us swiftly, my lord.
Swifter still. No, but you greet me.
I am only your brother's widow, tolerated here, not welcome.
She leans close to him like a whore.
Their voices.
She must be stopped.
Where is Ishvan and the priest?
I'm here.
Where is Captain Ferenc, my lord?
He is dead.
How did he die?
In saving me from assassins on the mountain road.
He was an honest man.
Then you made your way here alone.
Tergovishta is not unknown to me.
When were you here last?
Why do you question me? I am your lord, not some traveling merchant. Give me the respect that is due.
Forgive him, Lord Blachim. The death of his father makes him harsh-mannered.
I'm a soldier. I hold fast to facts.
So then remember that I, too, suffered that same loss.
After so many years?
Did he not speak of me, priest?
Never.
Your name was never spoken of as Uncle Radu's was.
You doubt me. And there is envy in your voice.
I have an inheritance.
You have nothing, other than what I grant. Step carefully with me, Istvan.
I am my father's son. I have rights.
Your father is dead.
Through her witchcraft, her sorcery destroyed him.
Priest, is there proof that this is true? Did you see with your own eyes?
I am blind, as you can well see.
Then you saw nothing.
He is old, and his mind twisted with grief. He had a great affection for my lord Vlad Tepes.
Then I shall honor you, priest, and you in turn will serve me.
And her? Will you honor her obligation to my father, her bastard conceived on Satan's altar?
Your brother?
No!
Of your blood, your father's line.
Hers alone. She is evil, and she is damned, and so is her brat. Reject her.
You spit upon your father's memory.
I honor his name.
But you reject this unborn child, his seed.
Yes.
Reject the child, reject the father. So, you in turn are rejected. Go now.
My lord, hear his case.
Priest, be silent. He has made his choice. He will leave Tergovishta at dawn.
I refuse.
Then you will never leave these walls alive.
My lord, let me speak with him. Let me persuade him.
Please, I will not.
Nephew, you have until sunrise. Listen to this priest in his wisdom, and be gone by then. Or you will inherit only death.
I tell you, father, I will not escape. I will kill him first.
This passage does not lead to safety, my son.
Where then?
To your father's tomb. Inside these gates.
Father, explain.
My son, blindness takes away sight, but it keens the mind, bringing truth where seeing brings only confusion.
Tell me.
Your father was murdered.
By witchcraft? You have the proof?
If I am right, he will be different.
How?
There are ways, more secret and more vile, going back into ancient legend.
Her ways?
I believe she is a vampire.
Oh, God protect us.
All the evidence of her dark powers, her catalepsy at the waning of the moon, my own unspeakable nightmares as I sat in vigil beside her drained body.
What was it you saw?
Every dawn, her white body. Now, with more life, and under that pallid skin, the flush of fresh blood.
And my father?
Was her victim.
What must we do?
If he has been killed by a vampire, he is of the undead. He, too, must live for blood. Like her, he will change, take on that beastly form, and go out into darkness, only to return, satiated at dawn.
Even from the tomb?
Even from the grave.
But why him? Why not you, who sat at her side, helpless and unknowing?
This crucifix.
I have no such protection.
I have brought you this. Take it and wear it always. Her power is great.
And this Vlachim, what is he?
Her accomplice. Her familiar.
The devil himself. You did not see his eyes.
I have seen hers, remember. And I was in terror.
Then she and Vlachim must be destroyed. But how?
In the ritual manner. But first, your father. His redemption can only come from you. And it is a hideous act.
Tell me.
The ritual calls that he must be transfixed through the heart with iron. If he is a vampire, there will be a great fountain of blood, and he will groan in terror.
But he will be saved.
Not until you have severed his head and prayed before it at a holy shrine.
My own
If
father.
any part of the ritual fails, if it is not completed before sunrise, all will be in vain. He will escape us, only to reappear elsewhere as deadly and as evil as before.
But if we destroy him?
He is her victim. God's mercy will warm and succor him until he has atoned. And what we do will not be in vain.
Let us go in. Here is his casket.
It will be unfastened, ready for his return.
And when he comes...
You must act quickly. Here's the iron stake. Your sword must shear his head.
But guide me.
Open the casket. Do not be dismayed, my son. It is empty now, but he will return.
It is not empty.
Dear God, what have I done?
It is filled with earth and stones. Why? What have they done with my father's body?
Then he is not dead. There is no brother. Rakim is Vlad himself. Like her, grown young.
See, the full moon, Militza.
And the town below.
A silver toy.
Our plaything.
By dawn, Istvan will be gone.
It will be our citadel alone. Our kingdom of the undead.
They will serve us well, my people.
My lord, there is a child to be fed.
Then let us go down.
Children taken from the village. The sorcery, satanic mass.
All of it, the ceremony of blood.
I say we should take the castle.
No, my son. It must be the two vampires, by stealth, before dawn.
We're enough. Let's kill them swiftly.
Peace, Miklos, my son.
None for me until they're dead, father.
Miklos's daughter was the 10th to be taken.
There will be no more.
Then let's act.
There's little time before the dawn. Soon they must return.
Brother Jakob, you and Miklos know what has to be done. The ritual.
Aye.
But Vlad Dracula must be Lord Istvan's sacrifice.
To God.
It will be done. I will not draw back. Let us get to their chamber quickly.
We'll need torches.
No, my blind eyes will guide us through the shadows.
We have all else we need, then.
Swords, the iron shafts, and hammer.
To each of us, a crucifix. And I have holy water to purify that evil place.
This will not be easy. Let us pray.
Each man to himself, then. We've no more time for words.
Kill them first. We'll pray for forgiveness later.
She is there. Upon the bed, alone.
Act swiftly then, by God we will.
Who's there?
She's awake. She's sitting up.
Do not look into our eyes.
Too late, blind man.
God have mercy upon us.
They're my slaves. Would you know my power? Miklos,
Yes, my lady.
do you see the night sky?
I do, my lady.
It is the kingdom of the owl, the nighthawk, and the moon.
No!
Go from the window, Miklos. Cast yourself down into the arms of night.
Do not command him.
Who shall be next, priest?
Spare them.
Only if you come to me.
I cannot.
Then they die. Choose.
I am blind.
Then I will come to you. Only throw down your holy cross. And I will bind you to me with a kiss.
I could only obey. But I had one small hope left. I threw the crucifix down and waited. I could smell her white body, the fragrance of her hair, the moist heat of her mouth, as face close to mine, she spoke.
So, priest, I set my mouth upon your neck, and you are mine.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit!
I had drenched her vile form with holy water, and the spell was broken.
Priest, what has happened? Stand back. Do not let her touch you, Father. She's changing. Father, what have you done? She's old. She's withering, crumbling into dust.
She is nothing. God give peace to her tormented soul.
Listen, that wind, he comes! Hold fast to God. Into the shadows, as he takes his human form, pinion and tie him from behind. Dear God, destroy our enemies in evil. We have him.
Mistake! Priest, you have betrayed me.
I am blind to your evil.
Then your eyes shall be opened to truth. My son, do not destroy me. In the name of God, die! Oh, God, the blood! Will nothing stop the blood?
Do not stop now. His head! His head!
Father, I beg your forgiveness.
Use your sword.
I cannot.
You must. In the name of God. Now!
Jesus, you forgive me what I do.
God's mercy sanctifies you, my son. But our task is not finished yet.
We have shamed him enough.
Give me the head.
No! No hand shall touch it but mine.
So wrap it in your cloak and bring it. Where? The cell, which is my room. There is an altar there and candles. We shall pray together for his salvation.
It is cold here, like the tomb.
It is the only sacred place in this whole castle. Bolt the door fast, my son. Set the head down between the holy candles.
I have never wept for a man before.
He was your father. Pray for him.
Istvan, my son, you are forever damned.
At the sound of that terrible voice, scales fell from my eyes, and I could see.
For what you have done, I pity you.
Standing there in the shattered doorway was my Lord Dracula, cloaked and grim, whole and commanding. He pointed at the altar, and we choked with horror and despair.
Look! See your act of justice.
God have mercy!
The head, set so piously between the candles, was not Dracula's. It was Brother Jacob.
Do you see now, priest? And you thought you had won.
Your sorcery has tricked us, but God will prevail.
You have trifled with God once too often. The sword is set against you.
You are evil, evil.
But I know God, and for that, pity me.
Pity? For you? Dracula the Impaler, the vampire. Let Satan take pity on his own.
He has no claim on me. My crime was to seek revenge against my God. Now I must suffer the irony of God's vengeance in my turn.
Pray for his everlasting mercy.
He is a cruel God, but just, and bitter in his judgment. What I am now is no triumph. I feed on evil and am sickened by it. for I have spat upon the face of God, and like the wandering Jew, I am condemned to immortality, an eternity of blood and evil. Pity me.
This petty lord, tainted with the same evil as his father, Vlad Tepes the Impaler, is condemned with ample proof for the brutal killing of an honest monk, Brother Jacob Cachuli, in this year of grace, 1476. The whole bloodline of evil rests with Istvan Dracula. The only remedy for such evil on earth is death. Let it be done.
Her eyes, Father, golden like a giant cat, yet dark, too, as the night owl's orbs. She was the queen of night. Did you have her, Father? She touched a priest once. How he must have burned, as I did, as my father did, in a hellfire of the flesh. Fire that consumed. They say the axe blade is hot as it shears the neck. Did you warm to that melting heat her mouth? Did you beg silently for her mouth upon your neck? Did you bleed?
My son.
My lord, it's time.
There's freedom out there.
Freedom and a short walk, my lord.
I'm glad it's morning. We see so many terrors by moonlight.
And you, Father, were you ever really blind?
I watched him walk bravely to the scaffold. Kneeling, he glanced once at the sky, and the shadow of a bird in flight passed across his face. The axe blade flashed. The head fell cleanly. It was done. With his death, my chronicle is ended. It is a bitter testament to truth, for with it my days of grace are past. Now, like Lord Istvan, I bow to the axe, for as the devil's witness, I had no witness of my own. Miklos is dead. Jakob is dead. Istvan is dead. Of the gypsy girl there is no trace. They say I was her accomplice in the murder of her lord, Vlad Tepes. For that, and as Istvan's unholy helper, I am condemned. But I smile bitterly as I see the axe that ends me is two-edged, double-headed as my fate. I have lived by truth, and in it I die. My judges think that by ending my life, they end the sorcery of Tirgovishta. They think that by executing Istvan, the evil is destroyed. They are fools. The jailer, he will understand. But will you, for whom this chronicle is written? I tell you, Dracula lives.
In Lord Dracula by Brian Hayles, the part of Dracula was played by Kenneth Haig, with Nigel Stock as Father Benedict, Leanne Orkin as Melitza, and John Rowe as Istvan. Gareth Armstrong played Jacob, Hedley Niklaus, Alonia, and Don Henderson, Captain Ferrance. Also in the cast were George Woolley, Betty Mallet, Patricia Green, Graham Rigby, and Philip Barber. The fanfares were composed by Stephen Hancock and played by a section of the Langley Band. The special effects were by the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and the production in Birmingham was by Anthony Cornish.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you the suspenseful play called The Taming of the Beast, starring Nancy Kelly and Helmut Dantine.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you a remarkable tale of suspense.
And with the drama called The Taming of the Beast, and with the performances of Miss Nancy Kelly as Nora Van Nostrand and Mr. Helmut Dantine as Dr. Ferrari, Roma Wines hope indeed to keep you in suspense.
I knew what kind of woman Nora was the minute I laid eyes on her. She was very beautiful, equally neurotic and utterly heartless. She was the kind of a woman who wants everything, gives nothing, and still thinks she's a passionate bargain for any man. Completely unconscious of the fact that her only real motivation in life is to humiliate, dominate, and finally destroy any man she can get her hands on. But that didn't matter either. You see, she had $3 million. And I'd already made up my mind, if my plans worked out, that I was going to kill her. She and Mark had given a party that night. The last of us were just leaving, and you could tell then that a storm was brewing and was going to break out the minute the door closed behind us.
Good night, Nora, darling.
Oh, Evelyn, it was wonderful to have you.
Darling, you know I wouldn't miss one of your parties for anything. You can always count on at least one good fight. Good night, Mark.
Oh, good night.
Good night, Nora.
Good night, Harry.
Can I see you tomorrow?
Call me.
Oh, I will. Good night, Mark. Thanks a million for everything. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Van Nostrand.
Oh, Dr. Ferrari. I'm so glad Maxine brought you along. You were simply fascinating. I do want to hear more about it sometime.
Thank you very much. Good night, Mr. Van Nostrand. It was a great pleasure indeed.
Good night, Doctor.
Mark, must you insult everyone that I ever bring into this house?
Me? I didn't insult anyone.
Well, maybe you didn't slap anyone across the face with your gloves, but you might just as well have.
Well, maybe I might at that.
And what does that mean?
Nora, for your information, and I mean this very sincerely, it's apt to stir up some pretty primitive adrenal reactions when a man sees some handsome heel trying to make a date with his wife right under his very nose.
Mark, how utterly childish. What are you thinking of?
It's not what I'm thinking of, it's what he's thinking of, and you know what it is.
Well, what if he is? He's only human. And if you're insinuating
I'm
that
not insinuating anything. If I thought that...
What do you expect me to do while you're downtown all day? Sit around home playing housewife? You know I'm not that kind of a person. You promised me when we were married...
I know, Nora, I know. I'm sorry. It's just that I'm a little jealous. Can't you see that? Because I love you. Okay?
No, Mark. I think we ought to have a very thorough talk about the whole thing.
All right, darling, but not tonight. I'm tired.
Not tonight. I'm tired. That's what you always say every time I want to discuss anything with you. It's all right when you want to sit up all night and talk, but when it's a question of my problems and my friends...
What do you mean, your friends? I've never heard you say a decent word about any one of them in your life, unless you wanted to pick a quarrel with me.
Mark, don't you shout at me.
All right, but...
I'm certainly not the one who's trying to pick a quarrel. I'm simply trying to get you to adopt a reasonable attitude.
Well, you're not trying to be reasonable. You're just trying to make me out a heel because I don't like that bunch of sponging neurotic...
Who pays for the parties we give? Who bought and paid for this house that you're living
Nora.
in? I did. And I don't notice you leaning over backwards.
I'm your husband,
Then stop torturing me. Stop preaching. Stop telling me what I ought to do and try to be decent yourself once in a while.
Not
Oh,
preaching.
shut up!
I won't stand for this,
Won't
Nora.
you? Well, then maybe you won't stand for this either.
Laura.
For this.
Laura, I warn you, stop throwing those glasses around.
What will you do? What will you do? What will you
Laura,
do?
you're out of your mind. You're sick or crazy.
All right, I'm crazy. See, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. You hit me.
I could kill you when you act like this. I could kill you.
Yes, what is it?
Dr. Ferrari, Mr. Mark Van Nostrand would like to see you.
Van Nostrand. So soon? Have him come in.
Hello, Dr. Ferrari.
Come in, Mr. Van Nostrand. Sit down.
Thanks. Say, I'm afraid I didn't make a very good first impression as a host last night.
Oh, that's all right. A man in my profession never goes on first impressions anyway.
No, I suppose not. But if there was anything that... Well, I guess without realizing it, I was a little disturbed even then.
About your wife.
How did you know?
Oh, it's rather obvious. You're a sane, sober, well-adjusted sort of man, while Mrs. Van Nostrand is inclined to be more volatile.
You mean neurotic, don't you?
If you prefer, and if you know what the word means.
I think I do.
Very well, then. Yes, Mrs. Van Nostrand is very definitely neurotic, but most of us are, more or less.
Doctor, I'm not trying to blame her. I know there are causes behind these things, and I love Nora. I don't know how I could go on living without her. And I mean that quite literally.
Of course you do.
At first I was able to cope with it all right, but now I'm beginning to lose my grip. Like last night. We had a terrible quarrel after all of you'd left. We made it up, of course, but, well, this time it really shook me. It frightened me.
Yes.
I'd suggested a couple of times before that maybe she ought to go to a doctor, some nerve specialist or something, but it always made her so furious that Well, anyway, after hearing some of your conversation last night, some of the results you'd had, well, I thought, what could I lose? I'd try again.
And so you did?
Yes, and I was never so surprised in my life. She agreed.
Well, of course, we often find that meeting people socially is very helpful in overcoming resistance.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was. Doctor, you can help her, can't you? I don't know what I'd do if...
If Mrs. Van Nostrand herself will cooperate, yes, I can.
Swell. She's here with me, waiting outside. Shall I bring her in?
Please do.
Nora?
Yes?
Come in, will you, darling?
How do you do, Mrs. Van Nostrand?
Hello, Dr. Ferrari. I suppose Mark has convinced you by this time that I'm mad as a hatter.
Oh, no, darling.
In our profession, Mrs. Van Nostrand, we don't go on hearsay evidence.
Well, I guess there's no sense in my hanging around.
No, I wouldn't wait if I were you. These preliminary interviews sometimes take quite a while.
I'll see you this evening, Nora.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Well, Mrs. Van Nostrand?
Well, what do we do now? I suppose I go into some sort of a trance and you pry all my little secrets out of me.
Let us understand each other. Nobody's forcing you to come here, and you can go now if you like.
And suppose I don't like?
All right, then let's talk sense.
You know this is all very silly, don't you?
I don't know anything of the kind. Why did you come if you thought it was silly?
To humor Mark.
Oh, I see. You've never humored him before my going to a doctor, have you?
All right. Do you want the nice, sensible reason, or do you want the real one?
Let's try the real one.
Well, then, I came here because I find you very attractive.
I see.
Now it's your turn.
Do you want the professional answer?
Oh, no. Let's not be professional yet.
In that case, I think you're the most exciting woman I've ever met in my life.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as stars Miss Nancy Kelly and Mr. Helmut Dantine, whom you have heard in the first act of The Taming of the Beast, a radio play by Charles Smith and Robert Richards, which is Roma Wines' presentation tonight of Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Next Sunday is Easter. And now, here is a timely word from Elsa Maxwell, gracious authority on hospitality.
Easter is a joyous day, and I know many of you have carefully saved ration points to get something special for dinner. Perhaps it is a tempting, mouth-watering roast of ham, or a tender golden brown roast duck. May I suggest that you add to the joyousness of the occasion by serving Roma California Sauterne. This glorious wine lends a welcome note of golden color to your table and adds to the enjoyment and pleasure of dining.
An attractively set table, a steaming platter with the Easter ham or duck or roast, done to a golden brown turn, and then the crowning touch, a glistening glass full of Roma Sauterne set beside each dinner plate. Truly a tempting picture. And Roma Sauterne is the gracious note that makes your dinner truly enjoyable. You'll enjoy its fragrant delicateness and delightful bouquet. Like all the Roma wines, this masterpiece of the wine grower's art has unvarying goodness, the happy result of selected grapes, picked at the very peak of their flavor in California's choicest vineyards, guided to perfection by the ancient skill of Roma's famed wineries. Serve Roma wine this Easter. Serve it regularly. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma wines.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Nancy Kelly as Nora Van Nostrand and Helmut Dantine as Dr. Paul Ferrari in The Taming of the Beast, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Of course, I'm no more a doctor than Shirley Temple or a psychologist either. But I've picked up enough of the lingo to get by. It's easy. You just go to one of these semi-resort places in a state where the laws aren't too strict, put on a little front, get invited to the right parties, and before you can say Sigmund Freud, everybody in town with so much money and time they haven't anything better to do are flocking into your office and writing you big fat checks just to lie around and talk about themselves. With Nora, all I had to do was to get her to come around once, and I knew I could keep her coming back. Well, things were coming along very nicely with Nora, although I still kept a little professional touch, just for appearances. Then one afternoon, she came in and I noticed she had a look in her eye, a glitter of excitement and amusement, too, almost as though she were secretly laughing at me. And for a minute I was worried, and I fell back on the indifference and the professional manner until I could find out what it was.
You're very quiet today, darling. Is this one of the days I'm supposed to do the talking?
No, Nora. I will do the talking.
Well, then why don't you? I'm waiting.
Nora, have you had those x-rays taken as I asked you to?
How now, darling? How in the world did X-rays get into this conversation?
Because they are very important. A minor organic disorder can cause all kinds of psychic disturbances. I've told you all about that, darling.
Yes, darling, you did, and it was very boring.
That's not the point. Did you have them taken?
Yes, I did.
At the Mills Laboratories?
Yes.
And when will I have the proofs?
Oh, 2 or 3 days, I think they said.
Oh, that's fine.
Paul, I want to ask you something now.
What?
Paul, do you really think I'm improving?
What do you think?
Oh, well, I feel more vital, more alive, more exhilarated than I have for, years. Do you really think it's you?
What do you think?
Well, I think maybe yes.
Nora, perhaps the time has come for me to have a little talk with you about some things that I haven't been sure you were quite ready for up to now.
Darling, you're really pretty attractive, aren't you?
Nora, as you become a more adjusted person, a more complete and more developed person, you must expect certain changes in your attitude towards your environment and your life. And
I'll certainly feel cheated if there aren't. What are you getting at, Paul?
Nora, you must expect, as you become adjusted, that relationships with people who are no longer as adjusted as yourself will no longer be entirely satisfactory to you.
Oh, relationships such as marriage?
Yes, quite, Nora.
This is a proposal, isn't it, Paul?
What, Nora?
Yes. Yes, I think it is. And I think what you're really trying to tell me and haven't the courage to say is that I've got to get Mark out of the way.
I didn't say that, Nora.
Well, that's what you meant, wasn't it? But you don't need to worry, Paul.
Worry?
Now, I suppose it really isn't fair. I Suppose I really should have told you as soon as I came in.
Told me what?
Yes, I know I should have. You must be able to confide in your analyst. Isn't that the idea?
Nora, what are you talking about?
About Mark.
What about Mark?
Mark shot himself as I was leaving the house about 20 minutes ago.
This, of course, was a wonderful break. In all my plans, I never thought Mark would bow himself out with as little fuss as that. I must say he was a sport about it. No notes left behind, no accusing anybody. He just put the gun to his head, and that was it. After that, it was easy. Nobody knew anything yet, so I was able, as Nora's analyst, to say that it was vital to her health to get away. We left the very night, and were married in Yuma 6 hours later. And we stayed away, just traveling around for nearly 6 months. For Nora had the big house and everything back home, so of course finally we went back. I'd forgotten all about the x-rays I told Nora to have taken. They were nothing but window dressing anyway. But the next day when I went downtown to close up my office... Dr. Ferrari speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mills Laboratories, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, yes, x-rays for Mrs. Ferrari. Yes, well, what is it? Tell me. What? Oh, this is terrible. Are you sure? She's my wife, you see. I'm very sorry. Forgive me, yes. Listen, you must promise me one thing. Promise me that you won't tell this to another living soul, absolutely to no one. You understand that? Thank you very much. You might as well send them around to my house. I could hardly believe it. Because, you see, I hadn't really made up my mind yet when I was going to kill Nora, or how. I only knew for a certainty that she would become unbearable eventually, and then I would have to do it. But now, there was my answer. The breaks were coming my way all right and fast. Of course, Nora became more and more difficult, just as I'd known she would, but I could stand anything now. That is, I thought I could. But one day I went into my study. I'd closed my office, but the big stud in the east wing did come in handy every so often, and I always kept it locked. Only this time when I unlocked the door and went in, there was Nora.
Oh? Hello?
What are you doing in here, Nora?
What do you mean? What am I doing in here?
Just what I said. What are you doing in here?
Going through your things?
Yes, I can see that. And why?
Paul, you seem to forget that this is my house.
And you seem to forget that these are my things. And that the reason I keep them locked up is precisely so that you won't go sticking your nose into things that are none of your business. Now, get out of here.
Oh, no.
Nora, are you going to walk out, or am I going to put you out?
Neither, I think. Who was that woman who was in here this afternoon?
A patient.
A patient. You haven't had a patient since you retired on my money.
That's right. And enjoying every penny of it.
Who was she?
I told you, a patient.
You're lying.
All right, I'm lying. She was anything you want to think. Now, will you please go away and leave me alone?
Then I suppose these are hers.
Oh, you found those, did you?
Yes, I found them, did I? And would you mind telling me why any patient of yours has to have full-length X-ray pictures?
Oh, really, Nora? You're beginning to board on the psychotic. You don't think I get excited about X-ray pictures of women, do you?
What are these pictures?
I see you've forgotten, my dear, that when you were more impressed with my talents than you seem to be now, you had some full-length X-ray pictures taken.
Oh.
Those are yours. I don't blame you for not recognizing yourself. Beauty is only skin deep.
Paul, why did you stop analyzing me?
Because you didn't need it anymore.
You decided that rather suddenly, didn't you?
Yes, I decided that the day after I married you. Now, will you please leave me? You're becoming very tiresome.
Tiresome? Now I'm tiresome. After you drove poor Mark to his grave.
Oh, so you are bringing in poor Mark now.
Bringing? Oh, if I could only bring him back.
Oh, stop it, Nora. You wouldn't have Mark back if he walked into this room right now.
Oh, wouldn't I?
No, and I tell you why. You never did want Mark from the moment you found out that you could snap your fingers and he would come running to you like a puppy. And you wanted me from the moment you found out that I wouldn't. And that's why you wouldn't leave me if I tried to beat you away with a club. How is that for analysis?
Oh, you beast. You vile, contemptible beast.
So I am a beast. But until you find some way of taming the beast, you are stuck with it. And that concludes the lesson for today. Class dismissed.
Maybe I will, Paul. Maybe I will find some way of taming the beast.
Go ahead and try. And in the meantime, you might try being a little more like a human being yourself. In the short time you have got left.
Well, What do you mean?
What I say.
What do you mean?
All right, Nora. I've tried to keep it from you. But maybe you have got that coming to you, too.
Paul, what are you saying?
It's not what I'm saying. It's what those x-rays are saying. And if you don't believe me, take them to any doctor.
I asked you what you were saying. Why don't you tell me?
You have got a brain tumor, Nora. You will be dead in about 90 days. I suppose I shouldn't have told her, but I couldn't resist it. And I couldn't see that it would make much difference one way or the other. The laws in this state are pretty tight about a husband's share in a wife's property, and I was bound to get half anyway. And Nora had no relatives, so even if she tried to get nasty and leave the other half to the old ladies' home or something, I could always break the will. As a matter of fact, telling her seemed to do a certain amount of good, because suddenly she changed. For the first time since I had known her, she had moments and even several days in a stretch of being genuinely kind and considerate and even affectionate. She wasn't suffering much, having violent headaches, but otherwise in pretty good shape, right up until the end. And the 90 days were nearly up when she called me into her room one day, and I went in and sat beside her on the bed.
Paul, do you ever think much about death?
Oh, darling, you mustn't have morbid thoughts like that. Maybe it won't happen for a long time. Maybe.
Oh, no, my thoughts aren't morbid. I really don't mind now. I don't mind in the least.
That's the way to be, Nora.
But what about you, Paul?
What about me?
Yes. How do you feel about death?
Well, I guess I never thought much about it.
Oh, well, don't you think everyone should?
Maybe.
What do you think, Paul?
Well, I can't say that I'm exactly looking forward to it, but it looks like I'm lucky. It looks like it's still a pretty far away for me.
And that's funny, Paul, because you know, I am looking forward to it.
You're looking forward to it?
Paul, don't you think that if somebody really accomplished something by dying, they would look forward to it?
You mean being a hero, a savior of your country or something? I don't believe in heroes.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, if someone did something for themselves, something they'd wanted to do more than anything else in all their lives, and the only way they could do it was by dying, then wouldn't they look forward to it?
Well, maybe. Though I can't quite imagine the circumstances.
No, I suppose you can't. But, Paul...
Yes?
If someone lost everything they'd always wanted by dying, that would be terrible, wouldn't it?
Yes, I guess it would.
Dying would be torture then, wouldn't it? It'd be the most terrible torture that any human being could ever experience, wouldn't it?
What's this all about, Nora? I never knew you were a philosopher.
Paul, did you ever see this before?
Why, yes, that's Mark's gun, isn't it? The one he killed himself with.
That's right, Paul. Mark's gun.
What are you doing with it up here?
Oh, well, didn't it ever occur to you that I wouldn't go without taking you with me?
No, Nora, you are. What are you talking about? Give me that gun.
No, don't move, Paul.
Nora.
That hurts, doesn't it, Paul? You wouldn't get the money then, would you, Paul? You wouldn't get the money or anything, only death. That would be torture, wouldn't it, Paul?
Nora, you're out of your mind. That would be murder. They would hang...
Now, you see, Paul, they wouldn't hang me, would they? They wouldn't have time, because I'll be dead in a few days. But I'll still be alive when you're dead.
Nora!
You see, Paul, I did find a way of taming the beast after all.
Nora! Nora! I'm going to die. There is not the slightest question about that. Probably by tomorrow night at the latest. That's why I'm able to tell about this. It doesn't matter now. Nothing matters much when you are dying and you know you are dying. But Nora was right. It would have been torture except for one thing. I still had one break coming. I've still got one last laugh. Because now I know how Nora is going to feel when she goes. Because she told me so herself. She told me what torture it would be. For me, she thought. Only it won't. It will be for her. Because it wasn't more than half an hour after she had shot me that the phone by her bed rang and she answered it in person.
Hello?
Mrs. Van Nostra, that is Mrs. Ferrari?
Yes?
Oh, thank heaven we've located you, Mrs. Ferrari. There's been a terrible mistake.
Well, who is this?
This is the Mills Laboratories. We took some x-rays of you last year, do you remember?
Yes?
Well, this has never happened before, but we were checking through our files today when we found out about the mistake. We sent you the wrong x-rays. The other patient just died, and that's how we came to find out about it. So, you see, Hello, Mrs. Ferrari? Mrs. Ferrari?
Yes?
So I say, you see, you're in perfect health, and you'll probably live to be 100. Hello? Hello, Mrs. Ferrari? Hello?
You'll live to be 100. You'll live to be 100.
And so closes The Taming of the Beast, in which Roma Wines have brought you Miss Nancy Kelly and Mr. Helmut Dantin as stars of tonight's study in Suspense.
Before our stars return to the microphone, let me say a word for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Elsa Maxwell is world famous for her hospitality and her understanding of niceties of entertaining. Recently, she said,
"When friends drop in during the afternoon or evening, I find there is nothing more delightful than a glass of Roma California sherry. I serve Roma sherry frequently before dinner, too, and everybody welcomes it. Ideal for all occasions, with a glorious golden amber color that looks so tempting, and with a light nut-like flavor that always tastes so good.
Distinguished Roma Wines, always delightful, always unvaryingly good, yet cost only pennies a glass. And the next time you use vermouth, sweet or dry, use Roma vermouth. Zestful, herb-flavored Roma vermouth is blended, mellowed, developed, and bottled in California with all the traditional winemaking skill of Roma wineries, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Nancy Kelly. It's always a really great privilege and delight to appear on Suspense, and tonight I enjoyed particularly working with Mr. Dantin, and I should like you to know that in person he isn't at all the unscrupulous kind of villain that he played tonight. But I guess you'll know that he isn't all bad if you've seen him in his current picture for Warner Brothers, Hotel Berlin.
Thank you very much, Miss Kelly. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to say in returning the courtesy that it's the greatest possible proof that Miss Kelly is a wonderful actress if she made you believe she was as evil and ruthless as she seemed to be in the play. And I will make a plug too, Nancy. I know you will like to see her in the RKO picture, Betrayal from the East.
And I think we've just time to pass along this very important word from our government. The armed forces need more nurses. If you're a registered nurse under 45, please recognize this need. You can wire for information to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C., or call your local Red Cross chapter. And if you cannot now qualify as an Army nurse, your services are urgently needed in essential civilian jobs.
Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Next Thursday, same time, Dane Clark will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
philosophers ask the same questions. In all times, in all places, for all men, the mysteries remain. What is life? What is death? From whence do we come and where do we go? The ignorant, barbaric savage bows to the sun and says, "Behold, God." Whereas we, sophisticated, civilized, consider the sun as energy expressed in formulae and equations. But do we really know any more about the sun than he does?
Okay, Georgie, the case is closed.
No, Captain Prescott, the case is still wide open.
But we got the killer.
We don't have the killer.
100 people saw him pick up that knife and stab her with it.
He didn't do it.
Not only did 100 people see him do it, he also admits he did it.
I still say he didn't do it.
Are you telling me that 101 people are crazy?
I don't care what they saw. He did not kill his wife.
Okay. I'll go along with it. Who did?
The high priest of the Wolf Clan.
Is that right? Who is this high priest?
I don't know.
Oh, so you don't know. Do you maybe know where we could find him?
You can't find him. That's impossible.
Oh? Is it? Why?
He's been dead for maybe 1,000 years. But he's your killer, Captain. Our mystery drama, The Night of the Wolf, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. We are in a bright, bustling city in our own Southwest. A new city, but an old settlement. Almost 100 years before the Pilgrims landed in Massachusetts, the Spanish adventurers came here in quest of gold. And when they found none, they went away. After a while, the conquistadors were succeeded by a new breed of explorers who understood that gold doesn't have to be hard and yellow. Gold can also be liquid and black. And thus, a new city was built here. A gleaming city of metal and glass. A new city, but not the first city. For thousands of years, men of many kinds and various colors have built cities here. Cities that have flourished and vanished. Right now, it is an early evening during the spring, and we find ourselves in a museum gallery, which features an exhibition of the primitive cultures of those early years.
Terry.
Yeah?
Fix your top shirt button.
But it's hot in here.
Close your collar and pull up your tie. You look like an ape.
Okay.
Don't embarrass me in front of my friends. Hello, Colonel McKeever. Hello. Terry, don't look so bored.
I don't look like nothing.
A little culture won't kill you.
Why do you make me come to these things, Enid?
Because everyone who is anyone is here.
Yeah, okay.
And you're not to touch a drop.
Now, look.
You ought to keep away from the refreshment table. Do you understand?
Yeah.
In a moment, Colonel. Colonel McKeever wants to ask me something. Terry, can I trust you to stay here?
Of course.
Don't wander off and make a fool of yourself, and don't touch a drop of liquor.
Okay.
Terry? Terry? Oh. Why do I always have to look for you? Colonel McKeever wants to talk with you.
Yeah.
Terry, what are you staring at? What's so fascinating about that shabby old thing? It looks like a little old lady's faded bathrobe.
Well, it isn't.
Oh, of course it isn't. I can read. Ancient ceremonial robe. Said to belong to a high priest of the Wolf Clan. Possibly Mojave or kindred tribe. Well, what's so all fired interesting about it?
Shut up.
What did you say?
I said, shut up.
Do you mean you're telling me?
Who says I can't tell you to shut up?
I warn you, Terry, do not make a scene.
You know something? I think I will make a scene.
Terry, have you gone mad?
Maybe.
Let's get out of here quickly. We won't even wait for the car to come.
We won't?
Hail a cab,
And what?
I'll take you to a doctor.
Why?
Because something has come over you.
Maybe something has.
People are starting to stare at us.
Well, so what?
Harry.
You! Hey, you over there! What are you looking at?
Harry, you're embarrassing me.
Hey, I mean you! You, the fat slob with a face like a pig!
Harry, we've got to leave here.
Enid, we ain't going nowhere.
I demand that you...
Shut up! Well, what are you looking at, huh? You know me? I'm Terry Jessup. 10 years all-pro middle linebacker till I busted my knee. And I got so scared that I had to marry this witch broad.
Harry, you go mad.
I let her father buy me. I let her old man buy me.
Harry,
and break me. You ruined me. You ruined me. You and your old man, you used me. My name, my reputation, you used me to sell that crooked stock of yours, those dry wells.
Please, somebody call an ambulance.
I haven't got a real friend in the world because of you.
Are we terribly ill?
That's why I'm going to kill you. Go away, I'll take anybody in hell who tries to stop me.
Harry, put down that knife.
Sacrificial knife. 1,000 years old. Still good. Look, the point. It's still...
He killed her.
I told you. Yeah. I killed her. I killed her. Maybe somebody ought to call the cops. I don't know why, Lieutenant. I don't know.
Just answer this. How long have you wanted to do it?
Well, I never wanted to do it. I just...
Yeah?
Well, something just came over me, that's all.
That's not true.
I swear, Lieutenant...
Now, you forget you killed her in front of 100 witnesses. You said that her old man bought you.
I never said any such thing.
Now, don't fight it, Terry. 100 people heard you.
But I don't remember saying it.
Do you believe it?
No, I don't believe it. Why would I...
You said they used you to sell a phony stock.
Well, how could...
Terry, I wouldn't say this if I didn't get it from people who were standing there. You said that you lost all your real friends because of them.
It's crazy.
That's what you said.
Well, how could I say a thing like that? I was in love with her.
Still and all, Terry, you killed her. Why?
I don't know. I was so much in love with her, Lieutenant. I mean it. She was the kind of woman that I wanted all my life. Girl with class.
Sure. But those words you said to her, that anger that made you say them, where did the words and the anger come from?
I'm telling you, I don't know, Lieutenant. I must have been out of my head.
Sure.
Something came over me.
What?
I got scared. It was like nothing I ever felt before.
Like what?
Something in that place. Just something in that museum. Something wild.
Come on, Terry. What could be wild in a museum?
It was like something set my mind on fire. And the words, everybody heard me say, I didn't even know I was saying them.
And did you know you killed her?
It was like something had to be driven out of me. You understand?
No.
Something that was wrong, something that had to die, and if she wasn't standing there, I would have killed myself.
Yeah.
There's something in that place.
Sure.
Believe me. You gotta believe me.
I'm not the one who has to believe you. A judge and a jury has to believe you.
It's in that place, Lieutenant. Something is in that place.
Now, Miss Atkins, you were here last night. You saw what happened.
I've already told you, Lieutenant.
Terry Jessup says that something came over him.
Oh, I'm sure something did.
He says something in this place, something here in this museum, drove him wild.
Something in here?
Yes, Miss Atkins. Now, what is there here that could do
Look
that?
for yourself. We have pictures on the walls. We have some sculptures, some artifacts.
Has anything unusual ever happened here before?
Well, now, what unusual thing could ever happen in a museum?
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, Miss Atkins, I guess that's all.
Although,
Yes?
well,
this is of absolutely no use to you in terms of last night, but, well, we did have an incident here, 3 weeks ago. We had a fist fight.
A what?
Uh-huh. There were a party of 4. 2 men, 2 women. And suddenly the men started a violent fight. Unfortunately, the guards were able to restrain them.
What did you do?
Well, the guards hustled them out of the building, but the 2 men kept going at it on the street. Finally, the police came.
And then what?
Well, I don't know. It's just that you asked me about unusual things. And since we have so few of them, well, almost anything would stick in my memory. Yes, it was exactly 3 weeks ago. And then there was another incident.
When?
Well, that's the peculiar thing about it. It was just about... No, it was exactly 3 weeks before that.
You sure?
Yes, I remember because it was the first of the month. And the first day of this special early American Indian exhibit.
What happened?
Well, there was a man. And he was standing, well, right where Jessup was standing. And also right where those other 2 men were standing. The exact same spot.
And?
He was an elderly, dignified, well-dressed man. And all of a sudden he shouted, "I'm wrong, I wasted my life." And with that he emptied his pockets. He threw his watch and his ring and all his money away. And then he started to take off his clothes.
And then what?
Well, the guards just restrained him, and he was taken to the hospital. So, well, all I can deduce from all of this is that every 3 weeks for the last 9 weeks, we've had some kind of violent situation. Does any of this help you?
It's interesting, but I don't see where it can take us.
Oh, well, I'm sorry you couldn't learn anything, Lieutenant Miller. Do you have any further questions?
Just one. What time do you get off?
6.
That's exactly 15 minutes from now.
Your watch is slow. It's less than 10.
How about some dinner?
But you've never asked.
Georgie?
Yeah, it's me. Did I wake you?
No. Had your supper?
Yeah.
What did you eat?
Oh, I don't know. I just grabbed this sandwich on the run.
Oh, you shouldn't do that, Georgie. You've got to have a balanced diet. That's why I like you to eat at home when I can make sure.
Okay, Myra.
Did you put the money in the checking account? Georgie, you got to talk to Jerry. He won't do his homework, and the teacher sent home another note. Jenny has to see an orthodontist, I think.
Okay. I'll take care of everything.
When?
Starting Sunday, I get 3 days off.
No, but you never take your time
I
off.
can't just walk off in the middle of a case, Myra.
Where were you tonight?
Where was I tonight? Where do you think I was tonight? I was with some beautiful blonde. We had cocktails and dinner. Then we went dancing afterwards at a nightclub. And then we wound up the evening in a bachelor pad.
I'm sorry, Georgie. Oh, I know it sounds like I'm nagging you all the time, but there's just too much for me to do around here. All by myself.
I know. But, honey, once I make captain, you'll see everything will be okay.
You used to say that before you made lieutenant.
Yeah, but just wait. Everything will work out.
Sure, I know it will. I'll tell you what. I'll make us a snack, and we can sit up and talk.
Now, honey, I'm beat. It's been a long, long day, and I got to get an early start in the morning. You understand?
Sure, Georgie. I understand.
That's what we need in this world. More understanding wives. Well, we've been weaving several threads here, and it seems that the museum appears to be central to all of them. And this museum will have a few more interesting, if somewhat deadly, exhibits on display for us when I return shortly with Act 2. The other night, Terry Jessup, an ex-football player who was considered to be, for all his size, a rather calm and gentle person, suddenly went berserk and murdered his wife. This came as a surprise for two reasons. First, everyone had always assumed that he worshipped her. Second, he killed her in a museum, of all places.
You going to be home for supper, Georgie?
I don't know, Myra. I'll have to call you.
Why don't I just figure you won't be, as usual?
That might be best.
Well, promise me you'll eat.
Sure.
Honey, you're at the age where a man can start to get all kinds of things wrong if he doesn't watch himself.
I'll take care of myself, Myra. Look, honey, I know you got the kids all day in the house, but,
But what? It's just how it works out. You've got your job. I have to put up with it.
Well, that's just it. You say you have to put up with it.
Well, I do, don't I? Like these other men in this neighborhood, they have jobs out at 9, home at 5, Saturday and Sunday off. And that's it.
Well, you knew I didn't have that kind of job when you married me. You knew what life would be like on the force.
I also knew some 9 to 5 cops.
Yes, and you knew I wasn't one of them.
Honey, I just wish you didn't have to work so hard.
But I like to work hard. You know your problem?
I don't have a problem.
You should develop some interests.
I've got plenty to do around here.
No, I mean away from here. Something that you do for yourself. So you can also develop as a person.
Georgie, all I asked you was if you were coming home for supper.
I'll try.
Look, if we eat early, maybe you can help me paint the floor of the basement. Oh, honey, and the cold water faucet in the downstairs tub has to be fixed.
Look, I'll tell you what. You make a list of all that stuff, and I'll take care of it.
You know, Georgie, you never talk to me about your work. Maybe that's what's wrong with us.
I didn't think there was anything wrong with us.
Well, I was reading in a magazine a wife should share more of what her husband does.
Well, you know about this football player who killed his wife.
Oh, if there's one sport that leaves me cold, it's football.
He says something in the museum made him do it.
What?
Well, I guess you could say some spirit.
Oh, he must be crazy.
No, it could be true.
Georgie, are you crazy?
Honey, when you're a homicide detective, anything has to be considered.
Don't say a word of this to anybody else. They'll say you're nuts.
No, but there's evidence.
Evidence? How can there be evidence?
Other people.
Look, you can find nuts anywhere who will... Oh, honey, on your way home tonight, pick up a gallon of deck paint. Get a light gray, will you, dear? Don't forget.
No, I won't forget.
Hi.
Hello, Polly. You busy?
Swamped.
Maybe I better come back another time.
Oh, you do that.
I shouldn't be here, Polly.
I won't say a word.
We agreed last night it mustn't go anywhere.
Yes, we agreed.
But last night would have to be the end of it.
I know.
But the real reason I'm here is this does happen to be the scene of the crime.
That's true.
Something in this place made Terry Jessup kill his wife, made those other people go crazy.
Something?
I don't know too much about it, but it could be some kind of spirit. You think I'm crazy?
No.
Well, the way I figure it, these tribes, they believed in magic. It was their religion. Maybe there was some truth in it for them. And so...
Well, go ahead.
And so these things, these knives and clothes and the things here, the magic could still be in them. Or on them or something. Now you go ahead and call the guys in the white coats.
I'll do no such thing. I always believed in that myself.
But you're educated.
So are you.
I don't have the books.
You don't need the books. Come here.
Polly, it can't go anywhere.
Where does it have to go? It's already arrived.
Polly, can I see you tonight?
Why do you feel you have to ask?
Captain Prescott. Oh. Yeah, I'll see him.
Morning, Georgie. Sit down.
Listen, Prescott, why am I being assigned to the Kenilworth thing?
Because it's a good live murder and just a job for a smart detective like you.
But I'm still with the museum killing.
What is it with you? Jessup is already in the cooler waiting for his trial. It's gone past.
But we have to find out why he did it.
No, that's going to be for the psychiatrist to rumble about. What a field day those birds are going to have.
Look, I'm running down an angle.
Yeah?
At the museum.
Yeah. I know her name, too. Polly Atkins.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Georgie. Everybody knows about it. Everybody except Myra, maybe.
I don't know what's happened to me. Look, it's the first time I ever stepped out of line. You have to believe that.
Okay. I believe it.
And I didn't even plan it. I didn't even know I was doing it. I just asked her out before I could even think of what I was saying.
You still in love with Myra?
Yes.
Are you?
No, I don't know. It's all so mixed up. She's everything I ever wanted.
Who?
Polly. Cool, smart.
Yeah, sure. She doesn't have to worry about running a house and taking care of kids.
I know all that, but I just have to have her, Prescott, that's all.
Where does it lead?
Nowhere. It's just free and easy and relaxed.
Where does it lead, Georgie?
I told you, nowhere.
That's not good enough for you. There are guys who can waltz in and out of these things with one dame after another. Not you.
Listen, Prescott.
Georgie, a thing like this is going to rip you apart.
I told you, it's just laughs.
You don't have that kind of humor. Break up with her.
I can't.
So it is serious. Georgie, break it up before it kills you.
What are you talking about?
I said my piece, Georgie.
Look, I've got this lead. Just give me a couple of more days to tie this one up.
Sure.
Yes?
Mrs. Stanley Howarth?
Yes, but not for long, Brown Eyes. I've already had the papers served on big-hearted Stanley.
I'm a police officer.
Oh? Well, do come in.
Your husband, Mr. Stanley Howarth.
Do we have to talk about him?
About a month ago, you, your husband, and another couple, a Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Seeley,
Yeah, that's another great pair.
were in the Museum of Indian Art.
I still don't know whose bright idea that was.
Suddenly, your husband and Mr. Seeley started swinging at each other. Why?
Why?
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
Did anything happen that would have created a fight? They just couldn't start swinging at each other for no reason at all.
Well, the truth is, neither of them's a great intellect, if you know what I mean.
Could you just tell me everything that happened while you were in that museum?
You got a one-track mind. Well, let's see. I don't know why we went there. But Betty Seeley said, let's go for laughs. Shows you where she is. So we wander around, the whole thing's a drag, and I say, Stanley, let's take off, and he says, shut up.
Why?
Stanley's a man of few words, and those are two of them. Well, anyhow, everybody's saying to Stanley, let's go, but he's just standing there, staring at this thing that looks like a bathrobe.
A bathrobe?
Well, no, it ain't a bathrobe. It's one of those old Indian robes, and he's staring at it like he's hypnotized.
Yes?
So, Andy Seeley puts his hand on Stanley's arm and says, let's go. And Stanley pushes him away and says, you're the one who ruined my life, and account of you, I'm a crook today.
Well, what did he mean by that?
Well, Stanley and Andy, they're partners. And they put together deals, and all I can say is they never lose money.
Then what?
Oh, I never seen Stanley so mad. Or Andy either. Each accused the other guy of dragging them down. You know what I mean? I don't know what got into either of them. And they started slugging. I mean, they'd have killed each other. Well, it took the museum guards and the cops.
I know. They were booked and then released on bond. What happened later?
These two crazy guys, these two nuts, they actually gave away all their money.
What?
Well, fortunately, I got some of Stanley's in my name. But they spent days in the office investigating worthy causes. And they just got rid of all they owned.
Could I see your husband?
Yeah, sure. If you want to go to India to look for him.
He went to India?
Well, was it India or Africa? I don't know. Might have been South America.
Why?
To do good work. Can you tie a thing like that? Any wonder I want to ditch him?
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Howard.
Anytime. Now that you know the way, don't be a stranger.
Terry, try to think.
I can't remember nothing, Lieutenant.
You were looking at something.
I don't remember.
Were you looking at anything special?
I can't recall.
Were you looking at a robe?
A robe?
Yes, a robe.
Well, I think maybe...
Try to remember. A robe, Terry. Would a robe mean anything to you?
Well, she wanted me to go away from the robe. Yeah, that's what she wanted me to do.
Is that why you killed her?
She said, what's so fascinating about that little old thing? It's like some old lady's bathrobe. Ancient ceremonial robe. High priest of the wolf clan. And she wanted me to go away from the robe, and so...
Yes?
The robe told me to kill her.
How could a robe tell you to kill her?
Well, that's what it told me.
You mean the robe was able to speak?
No. It wasn't in words. It was a force inside of me. Please, Lieutenant, please. But right now I feel so weak, so tired. I don't know what I'm saying. Please, let me alone.
What you're saying is crazy.
Okay, I killed her. Everybody saw me kill her. Now, I say that robe made me do it. You say it's crazy? Okay, it's crazy. Now let me alone.
What does science have to say on the subject? Science, in its wisdom, states that matter cannot be destroyed. Philosophers agree in principle because they claim that ideas cannot be killed. So if there was something in that ceremonial robe originally, who is to say it isn't there yet? It's been there for 1,000 years, and it will still be there in a few moments when I return with Act 3. All cities are built on the ruins of others. And so what we have is not something that is brand new, but usually is just another layer. And if we dig into the ground, we find the things of those people who have come and gone before our time. But we don't have to dig to find the ideas and the forces and the spirits that move them. Those can be felt everywhere, especially by men and women who are waiting and hoping for something to change the course of their lives. Detective Lieutenant George Miller has been involved with people like that lately. As a matter of fact, Lieutenant Miller is in the midst of a change in his own life. He may or may not be aware of it.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Are you Mr. Kenneth Underwood?
Yes.
I'm a police detective. I was told at your apartment that you could be found here in the park.
And now that you found me...
There was an incident at the museum.
A sudden aberration. Over and done with it.
Is that so? You were looking at that robe in the museum and you suddenly went... Well, I don't like to say crazy.
Sir, I don't understand what you're saying.
No, I think you do. It's happened twice again since. What can you tell me about that robe?
Why is it important?
A man killed his wife. The state of his mind at the time will decide the price he'll pay.
I read about it. They'll say he was insane.
What about that robe?
It doesn't matter. Let us say that, some spirit emanated from that robe, possessed him.
It'll amount to being crazy anyhow.
Why do you say an evil spirit?
I said a spirit. You said evil.
Well, isn't it evil if it causes a man to kill?
The robe. The spirit of the robe said to me, Kenneth Underwood.
Then you are saying there is a spirit in the robe.
Said to me, Kenneth Underwood, the gods gave you the gift of poetry. You've abused it, defiled it, cheapened it. And I did. I thought I would die then and there. And the spirit said, will you throw off this illusion of fame and be true to your gift? And I said, yes. Yes. And a great weight was lifted from my heart because I meant it.
Do you expect me to believe this?
You asked me a question. I gave you an answer.
What kind of spirit?
Some days later, I returned to the museum. I examined the robe. There's a kind of design in it. I spoke to an authority on the ancient Indian cultures. He said it was the robe of the Wolf clan's high priest.
That's what it says on the printed card.
The Wolf clan. The clan responsible for the moral purity of the tribe. Each month on the third night before the full moon, every adult member of the tribe had to pass before the high priest. It's called the Night of the Wolf. And if in any heart there's hidden a guilty secret, that secret springs forth. And it either kills that person, or he must kill it. I killed mine, and so I survived.
Going along with this, how do you account for those other two incidents?
Oh, pure coincidence. People happened to be standing next to the robe on that particular night. I read about them in the paper. The two men, they killed their guilty secret.
What about Terry Jessup?
The football player. He couldn't kill his. He couldn't leave his wife. Okay? In his agony, he murdered her.
Do you expect me to believe this?
That's your option. But a week from next Monday, it will once again be 3 nights before the full moon. If you have a guilty secret, Lieutenant, I wouldn't advise you to stand near that robe. Not on the Night of the Wolf.
Myra?
Georgie, I didn't expect you.
What do you mean you didn't expect me?
Well, honey, you usually don't get home for dinner most nights.
Well, I always call. Where are the kids?
Oh, well, you know, Tuesday's Jerry's night for the Cub Scouts. And Ginny's sleeping over at a friend's tonight. I didn't prepare anything.
That's okay. You want to go out and eat?
Well, no.
Okay, then let's just spend a quiet evening at home. We're entitled to it.
I don't know if I can, honey.
Why? What's the matter?
Well, you said I should get myself an interest. I did.
What do you mean?
I took a bowling.
Oh, well, that's great.
Yes, we have a neighborhood league here. And tonight's our night. Actually, I was just on my way out the door.
Oh, well, then why don't you just go ahead?
Oh, you see, Georgie, I'm captain of the team. It's an important game.
I understand.
Otherwise, I'd call it off.
No, sure.
Look, I will call them and say that something has come up.
No. I'm going to turn in early anyhow.
Oh, you sure you don't mind?
Honey, you go out there and roll a 300 game for the old man.
Oh, silly. I'll be home early.
A glass of wine, George?
No, I don't need wine or anything else when I'm with you.
Thank you, Seth.
Holly, what's going to happen to us?
What's supposed to happen?
I don't want it to end.
I don't want it to end either. So it won't end. Yes, of course, one of us changes his mind, and then, well, that's it. Something bothering you, George?
No. Well, every now and then I can't help feeling what we're doing is wrong.
What we're doing happens to be what we both want to be doing.
But people don't just have the right to do what they want to do.
Why not?
Why not? Well, because.
Yes? Because?
You know something? When I'm with you, I feel anything is possible. I mean, I'm not stuck in a rut. I just feel free.
Is that bad?
I don't know why. Half the time I don't understand what you're saying.
Half the time I don't understand what I'm saying either.
And you're not the best-looking dame I ever saw.
Oh, thank you. This is your night for gracious compliments.
But I just can't seem to get along without you.
So? Why fight?
Who's fighting it?
You are. Every minute. From that very first minute I saw you.
I just decided I'm going to quit fighting it.
Starting when?
Starting right now. I'll show you.
I believe you.
How much longer you want to fool around with the museum murder case?
That's why I want to see you, Prescott. I want you to take me off it.
You're off. As of right now. What happened?
Nothing. I don't want to go near that place again.
Meaning what?
Meaning what I said.
Does that include Miss Polly Atkins?
Miss Polly Atkins is my affair.
That's very well put.
Look, what have you got for me to work on?
What I've got for you is 1 week sick leave.
Sick leave?
You better take it.
Why?
You look terrible.
I never felt better in my life.
Don't hand me that, George. This thing with Polly it's killing you.
Are you out of your mind?
Down deep. You're hurting yourself. Badly. Because this thing, it's wrong.
Who says it's wrong?
Everything you were taught to believe since the day you were born says it's wrong.
That doesn't make it so.
It makes it so for you.
Don't you think I'm trying? I say I'll never see her again. But the next day...
Let's not get confused with any of that. It's just wrong. That's all.
It can't be. It seems that the two of us, Polly and me, we just belong together.
Well, then divorce Myra and marry Polly.
I can't.
Why not?
I don't know why not. Maybe I love Myra.
Then get rid of Polly.
No, I love Polly, too. Is it wrong to love both of them for different reasons, for different things?
Yeah.
Who says so?
You keep asking. I keep telling. You say so. Your conscience says so.
Okay. I'll ask someone else.
Who?
Nobody you'd know.
Sure, but who is he?
A priest.
A priest? What do you think a priest is going to tell you?
This particular priest, I don't know what he's going to tell me.
Georgie, are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, Prescott, yeah. Just now, for the first time in weeks, I feel all right.
If you don't want to take the sick week, see me later for your assignment.
Sure. This is Lieutenant Miller of the police department. I want some weather information, please. What will be the third night this month before the full moon? I have to know exactly.
I can't imagine why you'd want to come here this evening, George.
Oh, I don't know. I just want to see the exhibit again.
Well, I'd think you'd seen all you wanted of it this past month.
Well, I never really looked at things before. Did you call Captain Prescott?
Yeah. No. Why do you want him to be here?
Did he say he'd come?
He should be here any minute. Well, why do you want him?
I may need him.
For what?
Maybe for nothing. I hope for nothing.
Georgie! What's this all about?
Oh, Prescott, I'd like you to meet Miss Atkins.
Oh, we met on the phone.
How do you do? Now, Georgie, what do you want me to see?
I want to show you a robe.
A row?
Yes. Right there.
That? That moth-eaten looking thing? What's the point?
It belongs to the priest. The one I said I was going to see.
Miss Atkins, you know what Georgie is talking about?
The robe of the high priest of the Wolf Clan. George, you pale. Something the matter?
Polly, do you believe with all your heart that you and I, we two, we're right?
Oh, I believe it, George. I believe it. But...
Don't say any more. Prescott, have you got anything to hide? Anything on your conscience?
Everybody's got something on his conscience.
No, I'm talking about something wrong that's vital to your life.
Georgie, I don't like the way you look.
You don't feel a terrible pain in your head?
Georgie.
You don't feel a tightness? It's so tight in your chest.
I think we better call a doctor.
Your whole body's not on fire? On fire? Oh, then you're safe. It's me.
A telephone for...
No, don't go. Don't.
George, all she wants to do...
No, I won't give her up. I won't. I can't, no matter what you say. I won't give her up. I'll kill her first. I'll kill myself.
George, put that knife back.
It's the same knife that other man used.
George, I won't give her up. I love her.
Wait a minute.
No, let... No, I have to kill her. George, it's the order of the high priest. George, drop it. Drop it. I have to. I have to. Polly, I'm sorry.
Quick, call an ambulance.
No, don't bother. The high priest, he said, funny, he said, drive her out of your heart, even if it kills you. I drove you out of my heart, and now I have no heart at all.
Who knows who sentenced Lieutenant George Miller to death? A conscience, which everyone has? A sudden heart attack, which anyone can get? Or was it the verdict of the high priest of the ancient Wolf clan? I'll be back shortly. It has been said, when a man lives with truth, there also will justice dwell. For the man of honesty and righteousness will determine the verdict for himself. He will be his own judge, his own jury, and if justice demands it, his own executioner. On this show, we deal in poetic justice every time, and we will have another case in point for you tomorrow. We hope you will continue to be interested. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Joan Shea, Evie Juster, Ken Harvey, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For nearly 100 years, the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde has been thought of as a tale of horror, which of course it is, but it is also an intriguing mystery. For example, take the matter of Dr. Jekyll's curious will and the scene that took place one foggy London afternoon in the office of Jekyll's attorney, Geoffrey Utterson.
No, Jekyll. I will not be a party to the making of such a will.
You are my solicitor, yes, and my friend. Now, if you will not do it as my lawyer, do it. I beg of you as my friend.
Everything you possess to go to this Edward Hyde in the event of your death or even your disappearance?
Yes.
Well, then you must tell me. I demand that you tell me. Who is Edward Hyde? Well, Jekyll, who is he?
Utterson, I wish to heaven on you.
Our mystery drama, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, was especially adapted from the classic by Robert Louis Stevenson for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But Baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm. I never thought I'd admit it. I'm Susan X, and I used to be a deodorant switcher. I kept switching from one underarm spray to another, looking for one that gives me everything I want. And I found it. It's called Body All. Body All is different. It says so right on the label. Its deodorant is micro-encapsulated, so I get a fresh surge of deodorant every time I perspire. Now that I switched to Body All, I promise I'll never switch again.
Gotcha.
Now that you got rid of the mosquito...
Darn mosquito really bit me.
Here's how to get rid of the stinging pain and itch.
How?
With Campho-Phenique. That awful itch is caused by fluid mosquitoes inject under your skin. The penetrating action of Campho-Phenique gets to the cause to stop the itch. Protects against infection from scratching, too.
That Campho-Phenique really works.
Campho-Phenique relieves the sting and stops the itch instantly. Campho-Phenique. Come with me now, back through the years to London, England, in 1896. It is late of a pleasant spring evening, and we find ourselves strolling in Cavendish Square, along with Geoffrey Utterson and his friend, Dr. Mortimer Lanyon.
I must say I've enjoyed our walk, Utterson. We'll soon be at my place. Will you come in?
Oh, thanks, Lanyon, but I think not. I've got a good deal of work to get through before I go to bed. I needed a break, though, a breath of air, which is why I came for this walk with you. And
Good heavens. That man coming toward us. Oh, strange-looking fellow, isn't he? Oh, his face in the light of the street lamp. That's the most evil face I've ever...
Lanyon, he's coming straight at us. He's going to knock one of us down if we don't. You fool, you've knocked my friend down. You, hold on there. Hold on there, I say.
Let go.
No, not on your life.
Go.
You not only knocked my friend down, you walked straight over him.
Sorry. Let me go.
Who are you? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? You walked on my friend as if he were part of the pavement.
I said I'm sorry.
That's not enough. By no means enough.
Who is this man?
Lanyon, are you all right?
I'm not sure. You walked on me. Stomped right over me. Who the devil are you?
I warn you, the two of you. Let me go.
Otis!
Let me go, I say, or I'll kill you both.
Look out, he's swinging that heavy walking stick, and he...
Kill you both!
Oh, no, don't!
You struck me. No one strikes Edward Hyde and lives.
No! He'll kill us both with that walking stick! Run, Utterson, run!
Come back! Come back here and I'll kill you!
Stop, I can't go on. My heart.
Oh, mine too. It's pounding like a trip hammer.
Oh, good Lord, Utterson. I've never had such an experience of this kind in my life. Are you all right? You took a blow from that walking stick. Utterson, what is it?
The name. The name he used. Did you hear it?
Yes, but...
What was it? Well, I think I know, but I want to be sure.
Hyde, he said. Edward Hyde.
That's what I thought.
Well, what of it? Well, the way you looked at... Do you know the man? Does the man mean something to you?
No. I don't know the man. But the name. Oh, yes, the name means something to me.
What? Well, what?
And I'm not sure I can tell you, Lanyon. I'm not sure I have the right as a lawyer to do so. On the other hand,
Yes?
Well, you are my oldest friend, and your daughter Beatrice is engaged to Dr. Jekyll, isn't she?
Yes, they're to be married in September.
Then perhaps I should tell you that... No, it would serve no purpose.
Why, Mr. Utterson?
Oh, good evening, Poole. I know it's late, but is Dr. Jekyll home?
Oh, to you, sir, at any hour, I'm sure. Come in, sir. The doctor is at work in his laboratory. If you'll wait here a moment, sir.
Thank you, Poole.
Excuse me, Dr. Jekyll.
What? Damn it, Poole, I told you I was not to be disturbed.
Well, I know, sir, but...
But what?
Mr. Utterson is calling, sir.
Utterson? At this hour? Well, all right. Show him in.
This way, Mr. Utterson, please.
Thank you. Well, Utterson, this is a late hour visit.
Jekyll, I'll come straight to the point. Dr. Lanyon and I were out walking in Cavendish Square less than an hour ago when we noticed a strange man, a sort of, I don't know, dwarf-like creature with, I assure you, a face that, well, it was so vile, so evil, it brought the sweat out on my brow.
Well?
This man, he walked straight into Lanyon, knocked him down, and then walked right over him. I ran after him, an argument ensued, and then, well, he threatened to kill both Lanyon and me with his walking stick. He went into a rage I can only describe as bestial, swinging the walking stick at us and
what?
Well, I don't think he meant to give his name. In fact, he refused to give it when I asked for it. But in his rage, he forgot himself, and he used his name. Edward Hyde.
And what of that?
6 months ago, you insisted that I destroy your old will and make out a new one, leaving everything to a certain Edward Hyde, right?
Oh, I see.
Now, I told you then, as I tell you now, I considered the terms of the will most curious. Indeed, decidedly strange.
And as I told you then, and I tell you now, I see nothing strange in wanting to leave my money to a certain beneficiary in the event of my death.
Or your disappearance. That's what I find strange. That's what worries me. Even more now in the light of what happened tonight. Jekyll, I ask you once again, who is Edward Hyde?
Do you mean the Edward Hyde I've bequeathed my estate to, or the Edward Hyde you ran into tonight?
They are one and the same.
There's certainly more than one Edward Hyde in all of London.
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure. But only one Edward Hyde who might have been carrying this.
My walking stick?
The walking stick I gave you several years ago on your birthday. I'd know it anywhere. Jekyll, are you in trouble?
Huh? What do you mean, trouble?
Well, with this Hyde, does he have something on you? Is he blackmailing you?
That's a ridiculous thought.
Then what is it? How can you, Dr. Henry Jekyll, one of the most honorable and respected physicians in London, have any association whatever with a terrible person like this Hyde? Why have you made over your estate to him, especially when you're to marry Beatrice Lanyon? And why that stipulation in the event of your disappearance? Jekyll, I beg you, tell me what it means.
I cannot. I cannot.
But as your friend,
You are the friend you say you are. Oh, and you are, Utterson. You are. And then do me the favor of never mentioning Edward Hyde again.
Well, if this is your last word on the subject, Jekyll.
It is.
Very well, then. Good night. Oh, Poole.
Yes, Mr. Utterson, sir.
I'd like to ask you something.
Oh, anything, sir?
Who is Edward Hyde?
Oh, God help me, sir. I wish I knew. We all of us in this house, everyone of Dr. Jekyll's servants, wish we knew.
All right, tell me about him, this Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll was away on a house call, I think. The front door bell rang, and I answered it, and there stood a frightful creature, Mr. Utterson, frightful.
I've met Mr. Hyde. I know.
He said he wanted to see Dr. Jekyll. I started to say that Dr. Jekyll was not at home, but he pushed right past me in the rudest way, sir, and went straight into Dr. Jekyll's laboratory.
Yes, I quite understand. Go on.
Well, later on, I was in the kitchen when the bell rang from the laboratory. I went into the laboratory, and there, to my complete surprise, was Dr. Jekyll.
To your surprise?
Why, yes. You see, sir, he'd forgotten his keys, and I was so surprised that he'd somehow got back into the house.
Well, did you ask him how?
Oh, I did, sir, yes. But he ignored the question. Never mind that, he said. I want to give you certain instructions concerning Mr. Edward Hyde. He then said that Mr. Hyde was to be admitted any time he called.
I see. Tell me, Poole, what is Mr. Hyde's manner toward Dr. Jekyll? I mean, when they're together, how does Mr. Hyde act toward Dr. Jekyll? Or Dr. Jekyll toward this Mr. Hyde?
Well, they're never together, sir.
That's puzzling, very puzzling, to say the least.
Oh, Mr. Utterson, sir, all of us here are convinced that our master is in dire trouble. If you could help the good doctor...
Yes, Poole. Yes, I certainly shall, if I can. Enchanting.
Well, I had no idea you'd come into the music room. How long have you been there?
Only a few moments. When you become Mrs. Henry Jekyll, I shall insist that you play for me every night after dinner.
It shall be my wifely pleasure and duty, kind sir. Henry,
I'm sorry, but... Oh, Beatrice, I want you so.
And I want you, but until we're married, Henry,
Must we wait until September? It's such a long time.
Oh, Father.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were here, Henry. How are you?
How are you, Dr. Lanyon? Utterson tells me you had a rather bad experience the other night.
Yes. But I'm quite recovered, thank you. Still a few bruises where that fearsome creature stomped on me, but otherwise all right. Something I've been meaning to ask you, Henry.
Yes?
But later. I don't want to interrupt you two lovebirds.
Oh, Father.
Well, I shall be at my study. Drop in before you go.
Of course.
Well, now, Henry. Where were we? Oh, yes. The wedding. No, now, look, dearest, we can't possibly change the date now.
What if I insist?
I don't think I understand.
I say, what if I insist?
But, Henry, you wouldn't. It would be so unlike you. It is so unlike you even to be talking this way. You've always gone along with my wishes.
I have wishes, too. And rights, Beatrice. I have rights.
Well, really, Henry, really. You have no rights, as you say, until we marry. It troubles me you should even say such a thing. In fact, Henry...
Yes? In fact, what?
Henry, I've been meaning to talk to you about this, and I keep putting it off because I feel a bit awkward, but... Well, to be honest with you, my darling, you're not the same man that I became engaged to.
No, that's a silly remark.
Well, the way you've acted the last few times we've been together, there's something different about you, Henry. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but you've changed somehow, in some subtle way. Changed. Why, even your face.
What about my face?
Well, Henry, you don't have to snarl.
What about it? My face.
You're hurting me, Henry. Please don't. Really?
Sorry.
Sorry isn't enough. More and more you keep manhandling me, and then you say you're sorry. What's come over you? What's changed you in the past few weeks?
What did you mean about my face?
Oh, darling. Oh, it's only that... I suppose you're working too hard or something of the sort, but there are lines in your face that I've never seen before. Lines of tiredness, I guess.
Yes, that would be it.
Shadows under your eyes. Why, even now they look darker, deeper. Oh, darling, I didn't notice before, but I do now. I think that you neglected to shave today.
I must go.
Go? You've only been here a few minutes.
Patient. Remember, patient. Promise to visit. I'll drop in again tomorrow.
Was that Henry who just left?
Yes, Father.
But he said he dropped by the study to see me before he went.
Yes, I know he did, but...
Well, Beatrice, what's happened?
I don't know. For a moment, I'd have sworn that Henry was changing before my eyes.
A tale of horror, yes, but also, as I said, a mystery. At least it was to Mr. Utterson, Dr. Lanyon, and his lovely daughter, Beatrice. A mystery that was to turn to tragic horror before they learned the truth about Dr. Henry Jekyll. I shall return shortly with Act Two.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
What?
Is this your handiwork in the family album? What is
Yes,
this?
it is.
There's a caption, Junior wins the diving championship.
I know.
There's no picture here.
I know there's
I
no
didn't
picture.
take a picture.
I'm well aware of that.
I ran out of film.
It's just my way of telling you that, you run out of film or you forget to bring the camera an awful lot.
I know.
I mean, we have no baby picture of Alice at all.
We don't have a baby named Alice. What are you doing to me?
I know that. I'm just trying to remind you that we should go out and buy some Kodak film and have it on hand.
I know.
Just in case we have a baby named Alice.
Don't run out of Kodak film. You can never tell when that great picture will come along. Remember to keep enough film on hand. Kodak film for the times of your life.
Louise, here's a picture with no caption, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who are these people?
I don't know. I never saw them before.
I don't either. You know what you should do?
What?
You should go out and get some captions and keep them on hand in case you run out of captions.
It almost goes without saying that to tamper with natural law will lead to an unnatural end. Mr. Utterson, Dr. Lanyon, Poole, and the servants in Dr. Jekyll's household have begun to suspect that Jekyll is hiding some awful secret from them. A secret that involves the man known as Edward Hyde. Even Beatrice Lanyon, Dr. Jekyll's fiancée, has begun to wonder at the change she senses in him. It may even be that the London police are beginning to wonder.
Come in.
Inspector Wolfe of Scotland Yard to see you, Dr. Jekyll.
Oh? Show him in, Poole.
Yes. This way, Inspector.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Jekyll? Yes? Leave us, Poole. Inspector Wolfe of Scotland Yard, is it?
Yes.
Please take a chair, Inspector.
Thank you.
Well, now, Inspector, what can I do for you?
Hey, well, I'm not sure you can do anything at all, Doctor, but are you aware that in the past 6 weeks there's been a rash of murders in London? Extremely brutal murders, Doctor. Each victim has been bludgeoned to death.
Why do you come to me?
Well, on more than one occasion, the murderer has been seen while committing these terrible attacks of violence. Not clearly seen, since the murderers have always been done at night and in dark streets, you know. But there have been glimpses of him, and putting them together, the Yard has come up with what you might call a composite picture of the man.
I still don't see. I just don't understand why you've come to me about this.
Well, you will in a moment, Doctor. The man, the murderer, appears to be a short, malformed, dwarfish creature who, even though his face has never been clearly seen, gives a strong impression of evil. Doctor, a particularly brutal murder took place last night in Montague Street. Dr. Danvers Carew was bludgeoned to death.
Carew? Member of Parliament?
Aye, the same. He was beaten to death with a walking stick. And the murderer was the dwarf-like creature that I mentioned. The person who saw the murder take place followed the murderer afterwards, do you see, keeping at a safe distance, you may be sure. And, well, that's why I'm here.
Why precisely?
The murderer was seen to enter this house.
You must be... Well, I was about to say you must be joking, but of course you're serious.
You don't happen to be acquainted with a Mr. Hyde, do you? A Mr. Edward Hyde?
Well, yes, but he's not an occupant of this house.
He doesn't live here?
No.
Does he visit?
Well, on occasion, yes, but I haven't seen him now in, months, I should say.
Friend of yours, is he?
No. Patient. He suffers from a nervous disorder, comes to see me whenever he's in need of medication.
Well, thank you for your time. Good day.
Good day, Inspector. Damn.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Poole.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Utterson.
What can I do for you?
Mr. Utterson, I'm worried, fearfully worried, about Dr. Jekyll.
Oh?
You remember, sir, we were talking a long time back, near 2 months, I should think, about Mr. Hyde. And you asked me if I'd ever seen Dr. Jekyll and him, Hyde, together.
Yes, there's something like that, yes. And you said you never had.
Well, they are together now, sir. Not that they mightn't have been together before, but I know for certain that they are now. There are fights, yes, fights going on in that laboratory between the doctor and, that terrible man, Mr. Hyde.
Fist fight?
No, sir. Arguments. I hear Dr. Jekyll moan and groan and cry out, no, leave me be, leave me be. Oh, Mr. Utterson, sir, I'm so afraid for Dr. Jekyll, so afraid.
Yes, well, you're saying that comes as no surprise, Poole. The truth is, I've known he was in some kind of trouble since he changed his will months ago in favor of Edward Hyde.
In favor of Edward Hyde?
Oh, yes. He's left him everything in the event of his death. But most puzzling, in the event of his disappearance as well.
Oh, sir, I don't understand it.
Nor do I. And to be honest with you, I've given up trying to understand it.
Then I must do what must be done.
What do you mean?
For the first time in my life, Mr. Utterson, I shall disobey Dr. Jekyll's orders. For his sake, I shall see to it that Mr. Hyde never enters Dr. Jekyll's house again.
Let me in! You hear me, Poole? Let me in!
Never, Mr. Hyde! Never! Go away and stay away!
You stole my keys, so it was you. It must have been you, and now you bar me from the house.
And you'll stay barred as long as I'm here.
Poole, I warn you.
Warn away! You'll not enter this house.
Poole, listen to me, Poole.
I'm listening.
I'm in trouble, Poole. I need Dr. Jekyll's help.
He's not at home.
Let me come in and wait for him, Poole. I am in desperate trouble.
Then stay in it and be damned to you.
Father, what is it? I've never seen you so upset.
Well, read this.
My dear Dr. Lanyon, as you value my friendship and my life, please go to this very night to my home. Father, this is a note from Henry. What?
Yes, and you needn't read any further. He asks me, begs me, to go to his home, enter his laboratory, and procure certain chemicals and powders, giving very explicit directions as to where I should find them. When the message was delivered an hour or so ago, I've just returned from following Henry's instructions. As you see, the message directs that I am to give these materials to whoever calls for them.
But what does it all mean?
Well, you are Henry's fiancée. You are close to him, closer than anyone else. He's obviously in some sort of difficulty. And if you know what it is, I charge you, for his sake as well as your own, tell me what it is.
But if I knew, I'd tell you. But yes, he is in grave difficulty. But whatever it may be, he keeps to himself. And what would it have to do with chemicals and powders and elixirs? Oh, Father, I don't know.
No. Lamb is retired. I'll answer the door. You retire as well, my dear.
No, Father, I want to stand...
Do as I say, my child. Go to your room. I have a feeling that I'd best tend to this alone. Go now.
Very well, Father.
How damnably long does it take you to answer the door? Let me in quickly. You took your own sweet time, man. Where are the materials you were told to get?
In my study.
Come, let us get them. Come. Where are they?
Right there, on my desk.
Yes, you did well. All seems to be here. Believe me. You misunderstood. I didn't say shut the door. I said leave me.
I didn't misunderstand, Mr. Hyde.
You know me.
From the newspaper reports of your murders and the general description of you, all of London knows you now, I should think.
Leave me.
Go out and close the door and don't return until I'm gone.
Not until you tell me what connection you have with my friend and my daughter's betrothed, Dr. Henry Jekyll.
I tell you, if you value your sanity, leave me.
I will know the answer to who you are and what connection you have with Jekyll, or you will not leave this room.
Mr. Hyde! You fool! The police are hot on my trail. I killed the man.
No, I'm not surprised.
I went to Jekyll's house, but his blithering servant refused to let me in. That's why I sent that message to you.
You? Well, it was signed by Dr. Jekyll.
You don't understand.
And I intend to understand, or you will not leave this room, this house.
Ah!
Back off, I say. Yes, as you see, I'm prepared for you. This gun is loaded, Mr. Hyde, and I shall use it if need be.
You leave me no choice. If the police find me here, well, they will not find me. The potion is quickly prepared.
The potion?
Once again, leave me.
No.
Then damn you, witness what you shall witness. You're as big a fool as Jekyll. You're given the chance to leave well enough alone, but no. You must know the answer. Well, you shall know it. Your friend Dr. Jekyll had a theory. A theory he talked about so endlessly, so compulsively, that he bored everyone within the sound of his voice. You know the theory, do you not?
Yes, I was one of the bored listeners. Yes, I know. But each of us contains within himself not one spirit, but two. A good spirit, an evil spirit.
What else? There was more.
Jekyll also believed that a way might be found, yes, via a potion that would release that other spirit, the evil side of us, the side we all try to keep under control.
Exactly, and you all laughed. The mercury. Where's the mercury? You didn't bring... Oh, you did, yes. Here it is. Thank God. Yes, you all laughed. You said it couldn't be done. And even if it could be done, you all said it would be madness to try it. You were right in one respect. It was indeed madness.
You, if I follow you, you are saying that Jekyll carried out the experiment?
He did.
And it was successful?
Successful? For me, yes, for me. For him, tragic. For you see, Dr. Lanyon, I am in control now, whereas before Dr. Jekyll controlled me, I now control Dr. Jekyll.
What in God's name are you saying?
You shall see. Yes, in a moment. You shall see. There, potion is ready. Before I drink it, I offer you one more chance to leave.
No.
Well, in that case, Lanyon, God help you.
You drank that.
Why do you think I mixed it?
But it contained mercury, quicksilver, and other... Mr. Hyde, what? Oh, my God, what's happening? You're changing before my eyes. You're getting taller. The hair on your head changing color. Good Lord. What are you going through? You're becoming a different man. A different being. Heaven help you. You've become, before my eyes, you've become Henry Jekyll.
Yes. Yes. And just in time. The police heard your door, Dr. Lanyon. Let them in. I have nothing to fear. For the moment.
And so, before the shocked eyes of Dr. Lanyon, Dr. Jekyll's secret is revealed. Edward Hyde and Dr. Jekyll are one and the same man. Questions arise. What did Hyde mean by saying he is now in control of Jekyll? What did Jekyll mean when he said he has nothing to fear for the moment? We shall see when I return shortly with Act 3.
You've seen the Budweiser commercials on television, and maybe you've wondered, How long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things? Well, not as long as the brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Quote, brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
It's a real hot day. I'm soaking up the sun, and suddenly I say antifreeze right out loud. My wife says, huh? And I say, haven't you heard that song?
You can never buy Prestone too early. Do it now, don't you wait. You can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
It's a fact. A 50-50 mix of Prestone 2 winter-summer formula and water, about 2 gallons for most cars, fights boil-over because it helps your cooling system handle heat better than water. Fresh boil-over protection and fresh corrosion protection, too, because only Prestone 2 has a patented silicone silicate inhibitor system. Nothing beats it for corrosion protection. Summer, winter, spring, or fall, you can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
Can't trust Prestone.
Who can you trust?
The Scotland Yard police, in pursuit of the murderous Mr. Hyde, arrive at Dr. Lanyon's house in Cavendish Square, just as Hyde is transformed into the noted and respected physician, Dr. Jekyll. Now, as the police urgently ring the bell of the front door...
Dr. Lanyon, you must answer the door.
I can't get up from this chair, Jekyll. My heart, I feel weak, faint.
Then I suppose I must let them in. Beatrice, how long have you been outside this door?
Long enough, Henry.
You know.
Oh, heaven help you, Henry. Yes, I know.
That's the police at the door. You'll not give me away.
Dr. Jekyll.
Inspector Wolf, isn't it?
Yes, but what... one moment. Sergeant, place your men so every entrance and exit is guarded. Now, if I may come in, Dr. Jekyll?
Certainly. My dear, this is Inspector Wolf of Scotland Yard. My fiancée, Miss Beatrice Lanyon, Inspector.
How do you do? Oh, now, 1,000 apologies, ma'am, but we're looking for a murderer. A certain Edward Hyde.
And what makes you think you'll find him here?
A description of him was given to every hansom cab driver in London. One of them saw him enter this house little more than half an hour ago and notified the yard.
Well, you've obviously made a mistake. This is the home of Dr. Lanyon. I am his daughter. We are not acquainted with anyone named Hyde.
I beg your pardon, Dr. Jekyll. You said something?
No.
Miss Lanyon, I should like your permission to search the premises.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible,
Oh, I
Inspector.
don't think you quite understand. If our information is correct, Edward Hyde is in this house, and he's a dangerous man, Miss Lanyon. A murderer.
I'm sorry. No. Good night, Inspector. Inspector, I said good night.
Is your father at home?
Yes.
Then I must ask to see him. If you'll not give us permission to search the house, perhaps he will.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but my father...
I insist, madam.
Inspector, there is no Edward Hyde in this house any more than there was an Edward Hyde in mine when you called there.
Very well. I won't pursue this matter further tonight, Miss Lanyon. But, Dr. Jekyll, I think we should have another talk, you and I, about your Mr. Hyde.
He's not my Mr. Hyde, Inspector. He's a patient I haven't seen in a long time. Should he pay me another professional visit, I shall certainly notify you. And now, sir, good night.
Good night.
Henry. Oh, Henry, what terrible thing have you done?
My darling. Oh, my dearest, I'm trapped by my own folly. Your father warned me a long time ago to give up my experiments, if only I had heeded his advice.
Well, heed it now.
It's impossible. It's too late.
Why too late?
I've lost control over Hyde. He controls me. Over these past months, he's grown stronger and I weaker. I never know how or when the transformation, horrible transformation, will take place. Heaven help me, Beatrice. I have become Hyde's slave.
But it's not too late. We can't let it be. Father could help you, Henry. I'm sure he can. Come. We'll ask his advice. He'll know what to do.
Perhaps you're right. Yes. Let's see what he has to say.
Father, the police have gone and Henry's in fearful trouble, as you know, and he wants to... Father?
Dr. Lanyon.
Father, what is it? Why do you just sit there staring? Oh, my God. Oh, Henry.
Yes. He's dead. What he saw tonight was too much for his weak heart. Edward Hyde murdered him. Heaven forgive me. I murdered him.
Jekyll, we can leave now, I think.
No, I would like to stay a little longer, Mr. Utterson.
No, child, they'll start to fill in the grave shortly. There's no need to put yourself through that. Come along now, I insist.
Oh, very well.
Beatrice, if you would care to dismiss your carriage and let me take you home in mine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Utterson, but I'd like to be alone. You understand.
Yes, of course. I'll go with Beatrice.
Oh, no, thank you, Henry. No, I really do wish to be by myself for a time.
I see. I'll call on you then tomorrow, if I am able.
No, I shall be busy tomorrow. There's so much to do winding up Father's affairs.
Perhaps if
I'll get in touch with you, Henry. Good day. Good day, Mr. Utterson.
Good day, Beatrice. Jekyll, join me in my carriage. I want to talk to you.
My own carriage is waiting.
Send it along. I must talk with you.
As you wish. You may go along, Johnson. I'm riding with Mr. Utterson.
After you, Jekyll.
Well, what is it?
I want to talk to you about your will.
Oh, what now, Utterson?
Oh, need to ask. You read the newspapers. You know this man, Edward Hyde, is a monster, a murderer sought by the police. God knows what your connection with him may be, what hold he has on you, and you needn't say he hasn't. He must have. Why else would a man of your reputation, a celebrated and respected physician, leave all his worldly possessions to such a human horror?
They're my possessions. I have the right to do with them as I wish.
And I the right as your solicitor to refuse to let you do
You
it.
can't stop me.
Well, perhaps I can.
How? In what way?
Not sure. I'll have to seek advice on this. But it may very well be, Jekyll, on grounds of protecting you from yourself, that I can have you declared incompetent to handle your affairs.
Incompetent? I incompetent? How dare you say such a thing to me? How dare you even think such a thing?
Jekyll, let go, my arm. You're hurting
My will
me.
is my will. Edward Hyde is to inherit everything in the event of my death or my disappearance.
What is the matter with you? Take your hand out. Good Lord, your hand. Jekyll, your hand, it's covered with long hair. The fingernails are becoming...
Hey, you meddling little pipsqueak.
Face, it's changing.
Of course it's changing, you interfering muddlehead. Do me out of my inheritance, would you? Prevent me from inheriting Jekyll's wealth?
You, oh my God, you're Hyde. You are Edward Hyde.
Yes, Edward Hyde. Edward Hyde. Murderer, Edward Hyde. Monster, according to you?
Yes, but how could he? No, you're strangling me. Die.
Just let me in. Henry? Do you hear me? Open this door.
Go away, Beatrice.
Henry,
Go away.
I've come to help you.
No.
Let me in.
Oh, Beatrice. Oh, Beatrice.
Henry.
It's the end.
Where?
It's the end, Beatrice. The end. The potion doesn't work anymore. It's useless. Hyde takes over whenever he pleases.
Oh, dear Lord. There must be something we can... What is this gun?
I meant to take my life in this horror once and for all. But he won't let me. I have only to pick up the gun and he returns. I no longer have any will of my own. He possesses me, owns me, like a demon.
What is it?
Oh, get out of here, Beatrice. Leave me at once.
You're changing. You're becoming Hyde. Let go of me, Henry.
Let go of you when I've wanted you, planned for you, lusted for you, my lovely creature, all these months, huh?
Don't kiss me.
Oh, yes. Kiss you and fondle you and caress you and... You're stronger than I thought, my beautiful Beatrice. Good, very good. That makes the sport worthwhile. Come away from you. Stay away from you who were made for love. Would you deny a man pleasure? I'll say you're very, very quick. Strong, too. Strong and quick. And desirable. Stop trying to elude me. You can't. You know, you can't. You are strong, but I am stronger. You are quick, but I am quicker. And you are a beauty. And I a beast, eh? Beauty and the Beast, eh? Beauty and the Beast. Put that down.
No. You could stop Henry Jekyll from using this gun, but you can't stop me. Get away from that door. Let me out of here.
Oh, no.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Go ahead, shoot. I didn't think you could. It isn't in you to kill even such a thing as me.
No. Oh, dear God, help me.
Just give me the gun, my dear, and then once you're in my arms... No. Don't struggle. It'll do you no good. Give me the gun. Miss Lanyon! Oh, good heavens! Miss Lanyon! Miss Lanyon!
The gun went off and killed Mr. Hyde.
Hyde? But on the floor, that's Dr. Jekyll.
What?
See for yourself.
Oh, yes. I see.
But if the gun killed Mr. Hyde, how?
Don't ask any questions now, Poole. Not now. Just go and fetch the police.
As a baffled and distraught Poole rushes out into the storm to find a policeman, Beatrice Lanyon gazes down at the body of Dr. Henry Jekyll. Or is it Edward Hyde? I'll be back shortly.
It took me 20 years to get what I've got today. A nice house, a couple of comfortable, good-looking cars. Then along came all the concern about miles per gallon. They say one of my cars ought to be a small car. I say, okay, show me a small car that's good enough to make a big car guy like me happy. They say, look at a Buick. I say, go on, Buick doesn't even make small cars. Look at the Apollo, they say. So I looked. Buick does make a small car. But this one's got some room and comfort. And something else. A 6-cylinder engine and a standard 21-gallon gas tank. Put those together and you've got range. And that's just important to me as miles per gallon. So I consider everything about the car, the economy naturally, but also how nice it was inside and how smooth it was. And I bought the Apollo. There's nothing wrong with a small car, as long as it's a Buick. Apollo, the Buick of small cars.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergies to contact.
listen carefully, because this message may surprise you. There is an ingredient that can effectively help block pollen's bad effect on your system. Sneezing, sniffling, drips, itchy, red, watery eyes. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists, and it's an ingredient in Contact. Surprising, yes, but the true wonder of Contact is how our tiny time pills keep this antihistamine working, helping up to 12 hours per capsule, all day, all night. Allergy is our business, too.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
But give your allergy to Contact. Take Contact only when needed, only as directed.
You may like to know that the adaptation of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde I've just brought you comes closer to Stevenson's original than any other I know. I think you'll agree it was as much a mystery as a tale of horror. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division, the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Professor Harold Hill is the Music Man.
76 strong.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Be Young Again. It's new, it's better than ever. It's the new, better than ever Jell-O. Now made even more delicious by Jell-O's wonderful locked-in flavor. A flavor that is locked right inside Jell-O's crystal-like particles where it can't escape. No need to be afraid that your gelatin dessert will leak flavor while waiting to be used. When you open the package, you can be sure that every last luscious bit of Jell-O's grand goodness will be right there, untouched by time, unchanged in any way. By means of a new Jell-O process, all of Jell-O's full, vivid flavor is held captive in the tiny Jell-O particles, locked there till you dissolve the particles and let their rich flavor pour out into a swell dessert. So get several packages of the new Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and see what a big difference Jell-O's locked-in flavor makes. In Jell-O, the flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was Be Young Again, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there being only 24 shopping days till Christmas, we bring you that 24-carat comedian with a heart of gold, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was very sweet of you. Gee, I'm a 24-carat comedian with a heart of gold.
Did you like my introduction, Jack?
Yes. In fact, if I was an imbecile, I'd fall for it. Every year at this time, you give me that same hooey. You know, Don, you're about as subtle as your stomach. if you get what I mean.
Well, maybe so, Jack, but Christmas will soon be here, and you know the old saying, a word to the wise is sufficient.
Don, here's another saying that's not quite so old. Don't count your presents until Benny gets off the nest and cackles. But now that the subject's come up, what would you like for Christmas, Don? Something for the house or something personal?
Oh, anything at all, Jack. But I do hope it's more practical than what I got last Christmas.
Oh, I've forgotten, Don. What did I give you last year?
A sarong.
A sarong? Oh, my goodness. Then I must have given Dorothy Lamour your present. Oh, no wonder she hasn't spoken to me since.
What'd you give her, Jack?
Oh, Don, I'm so embarrassed I can't tell you.
Oh, go ahead. What was it?
Well, Don, you know how you were gaining weight last year.
Uh-huh.
So Dorothy got a 54-inch girdle. And, Don, here's the payoff. When you pull the zipper, it plays, "Why don't we do this more often?" No kidding. Isn't that? I kind of surprised you there, didn't I? No, really, isn't that awful?
Hello, Jack. What are you blushing about?
Mary, I just found out that by mistake last Christmas I gave Dorothy Lamour Don's girdle. Can you imagine that?
Well, don't worry. She probably thought it was a hammock.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Say, Jack, I want to get one thing straightened out right now.
What?
Before I buy your Christmas present, what are you going to give me?
Well, that's a fine spirit. Mary, half the pleasure of getting Christmas presents is a surprise.
Oh, sure.
Remember how thrilled you were last year when I gave you that brand new Plymouth?
You gave me a ticket on a Plymouth.
All right, I was just as mad as you were when you didn't win the drawing. Just as mad.
Madder, you wanted Congress to investigate.
Well, what are they down there for? Anyway, I'm not going to tell you what I'm giving you this Christmas.
Well, give me a clue. Is it big or little?
Oh, it's not so little.
Well, is it heavy or light?
Oh, medium.
Well, do you wear it or eat it?
Well, you can wear it or you can eat it.
Jeepers, a rabbit.
Never mind.
Say, Mary, have you got Jack's present all picked out?
I sure have.
What are you going to give me, Mary?
Well, Jack, you know how crazy you are about swimming.
Yeah?
Well, I'm getting you a bathing suit with short pants.
Oh, goody. Now I won't trip when I die. I can go along with a gag, sister. You know me.
Say, Mr. Benny, you know what I'm going to give you for Christmas?
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What are you going to give me for Christmas, kid?
Is that what I said?
Yes. What are you going to give me?
Oh, well, you've been so nice to me, Mr. Benny. I'm going to give you a brand new photograph of myself.
A photograph, eh?
Yeah, and I'm going to write on it, "With gratitude from your tenor, Dennis Day."
Well, look, kid, unless that picture is surrounded by a silver frame, you better write EX in front of that tenor. Put a frame on it.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
You better not. That's how Kenny Baker happens to be with Fred Allen.
Gee, you're hot today, aren't you? You said it, huh?
Why, Jack, I understand Kenny left you because Allen offered him more money.
Well?
I wouldn't leave you for more money, Mr. Benny.
Well, thanks.
I wouldn't leave you for all the money in the world.
Well, thanks. Thanks very much.
You're my dream man.
Oh, shut up! Never knows when to stop. And furthermore...
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, are you lucky I'm here today.
Oh, hello, Phil. What do you mean lucky?
Well, me and the boys were playing down in San Diego last night, and my fans just wouldn't let me go.
You mean you went over great, eh?
Great. Jackson, would you believe me if I told you we turned away over 10,000 people?
No, I wouldn't.
No, you see, Frankie, I made it too big.
You certainly did.
And on our way back this morning, we played Laguna Beach, Seal Beach, and San Pedro.
Now, hold on, Phil. There are no ballrooms open at that time of the day.
Who needs ballrooms? They got street corners, ain't they?
What? You play street corners?
Sure. We get out of the bus, give out a couple of tunes, and take whatever the people drop in the hat.
Well, that's a great system if you're not too proud.
How'd you do in Seal Beach, Phil?
Oh, terrific. We got 20 dimes, 8 quarters, and 15 halibut.
Halibut, say, that's my favorite fish.
Speak to the piano player, 22 cents a pound.
Oh, you've got the fish and the piano, eh? Well, this will be the first time Charlie will be able to play a scale.
Oh, that's a Lulu.
Say, Dennis, I was wondering what was... I was wondering what was dripping out of the piano there. Say, Dennis, how about a song?
Who, me?
No, my Aunt Molly. Now, let's have your song.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Say, Mr. Harris, what do you want this bucket of ice?
Ice?
Yeah, Bud, just dump it in the piano. I gotta keep them fish cold.
Well, if that isn't the most... Phil, what's the matter with you? That'll ruin the piano.
And get a load of that sign. Phil Harris and his orchestra. It's the fish that smell, folks.
Well, that's just protection. Sing, Dennis. And the guy's been with me 5 years and wants to charge me 22 cents a pound.
The magic of magnolias in the night. It made us fall in love, magnolias in the night. For you and I were together, strolling under the trees. It came, it saw, it conquered us. That heavenly breeze. And now that we're apart, magnolias in the air still whisper to my heart that you will soon be there. And once again we'll share our fragrant life. The magic of magnolias in the night. It lingers on the air and says that you are there, my darling, when you're near. Fragrance of magnolias fills the night.
Was Magnolias in the Moonlight, sung by Dennis Day. Excellent, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening...
Say, Mr. Benny.
What?
Have you seen those bamboo frames they've got for pictures? They're very novel.
I don't want a bamboo frame. You said you were full of gratitude, say it with silver. I want a nice, heavy silver frame.
Not too heavy, Jack. You'll have to take a cab to the hock shop.
I'm not going to hock it. And now, folks, as I started to announce, this evening, we are going to present our version of that immortal drama, that outstanding Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Thank you, boys. You can go back to the Samaritan Institute now. Now, in this epic, I will play Spencer Tracy's part, the dual role of Jekyll and Hyde. Dr. Jekyll, the kind, gentle, lovable character, who after taking a certain powerful drug, changes into Mr. Hyde, the fiendish, horrible maniac.
Gee whiz, Jack, that's pretty hard to do, isn't it?
Yes, especially Mr. Hyde, but I'll be all right. I was rehearsing out in the hall before the show. Didn't you see me with my face all screwed up and my tongue hanging out?
Was that Mr. Hyde? I thought your feet hurt.
Mary, my feet kill me, but not that much. Now, let's see.
Oh, Jack, here comes your gag man, Belly Laugh Barton.
Oh, yes, yeah. Hello, Belly.
Hello. Did you send for me, Grandma?
Yes, we're doing a play tonight, and I want you to act in it.
What do you mean, act? I'm a writer.
Listen, Belly. Now, listen, Belly. You've got a 3-way contract with me, writing, acting, and publicity man. You know that.
Publicity man?
Yes.
What does he do, draw your picture on fences?
No, he's supposed to get my name in the papers. And incidentally, Phil, will you please stop selling fish during the program? Now, please.
Well, that lady in the first row wants some.
Madam, you'll have to wait until after the show. Now, Belly. I have to get him another name. Now, Belly, in our play tonight, you're going to be a newsboy.
Okay. By the way, did that rabbit gag get a laugh?
Oh, it was all right, but you'll have to do better next week.
Well, maybe Miss Livingston didn't put the gag over. Maybe she didn't sew it. Listen, Junior, I punched my brains out on that gag.
Mary, leave him alone. Writers don't grow on bushes. Sorry, Belly.
All dames are alike. They're always beefing.
Yeah.
You said it. Man's best friend is his dog.
Ah, folks, what other program takes time out from the hokum to bring you such pearls of wisdom?
That reminds me. Say, Pearl, why don't you go down to the neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O?
Who's Pearl?
My cook.
Oh.
She knows that Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor.
Oh.
Goodbye, Pearl.
Well, Don, you're certainly quick on the trigger tonight. Now, getting back to our play, folks, this will go on immediately after a... Phil, take off that rubber apron. It's time for a band number. Now, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson.
What a guy. Dennis, remember, that bamboo frame is out. That was Keep 'em Smiling, played for the first time on the air by John Philip Harris and his orchestra.
You know something, Jackson? The boys in the Army camps all over the country were listening to that song just now.
Well, I hope they enjoyed it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Take it, Don.
The opening scene, ladies and gentlemen, takes place in Dr. Jekyll's office in early morning. As the curtain rises, we find his two secretaries seated at their desks. Curtain, music.
Dr. Jekyll's office. This is his secretary speaking. No, but I expect him any minute. Thank you. I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Hyde's office. Yeah, this is the secretary talking. Now he isn't in if he wants heaven help you. What? Goodbye yourself.
Gee, I hope Dr. Jekyll is himself today and not that horrible Mr. Hyde.
Well, I hope he is, Mr. Hyde, so he'll think I'm beautiful.
Shh. Here he comes now.
Ah, good morning, Miss Jones.
Good morning, Dr. Jekyll.
Are there any messages?
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Allen called and said he couldn't pay his bill.
Mr. Allen, will you tell Fred not to worry about it? Any time at all will suit me. You see, Miss Jones, the poor boy doesn't earn much on the radio. He gets paid by the laugh, you know. Anyway, don't press him for the money.
All right, Doctor.
In fact, Miss Jones, just tear up his bill. See how sweet I am, folks, before I take the drug?
By the way, Doctor, there's a patient in the waiting room. He's very anxious to see you.
All right, send him in. Ah, good morning, young man.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Fingerwave. Otis J. Fingerwave.
Well, sit down, Mr. Fingerwave. What seems to be the trouble?
I've got a terrible affliction, Doctor. I walk in my sleep.
You do? How often does this occur?
Every night. Every night I walk in my sleep.
Well, where do you live?
All over.
That's too bad. Well, look, young man, there really isn't a cure for your condition, but as long as you're here, I'll check you over. Now, stick out your tongue and say ah. Come on, say ah.
Ah.
That'll be $2. Next patient, please. Next.
Can I try for the $4 off?
No, that'll be all, young man. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Anyone else, Miss Jones?
Oh, yes, Dr. Jekyll. Miss Carol Lombard just called and wants you to come over to her house right away.
Carol Lombard? What's wrong with her?
She's making a picture with Jack Benny, and she can't keep a thing on her stomach.
Kay Francis had the same trouble. I'll run over later.
Oh, Doctor, your newsboy is here.
Oh, Johnny? Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Dr. Jekyll. You want a paper today?
Yes.
Here you are, sir.
And here's $1. Keep the change.
Gee, a 95-cent tip. Thanks, Dr. Jekyll.
That's all right, Johnny. I'll be back later, Miss Jones. Wait for me, will you, my dear?
Yes, Doctor. Gee, he's a sweet man.
It is midnight, and we find Dr. Jekyll returning to his office after a busy day calling on his patients.
Oh, what a hectic day. And goodness, look at the hour. Any calls, Miss Jones?
No, but Mr. Fingerwave came by a few moments ago.
Oh, was he walking in his sleep?
I think so. He had a do not disturb sign pinned on his pajamas.
Well, he must get his rest, you know. Miss Jones, I've had a very bad day, and I'm frightfully tired. Will you give me a glass of water, please?
Yes, Doctor.
And have you seen my powders around anywhere? Oh, here they are. Yes, my powders.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll, please don't take those powders.
It's all right, Miss Jones. Don't worry.
But, Doctor, you know what they always do to you. Please don't.
Quiet, Miss Jones. Quiet. There.
Please don't take that stuff again. Oh, Dr. Jekyll, Dr. Jekyll. Oh, Doctor, why did you do that?
It's all right, Miss Jones. It's all right.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll!
Mr. Hyde to you. Get back. Get back to your desk before I break every bone in your body. Get back, you little worm. Where's my other secretary?
Here I am.
Oh, you are you? Where have you been?
None of your business.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'll take a letter to Fred Allen. Dear Rat, so you can't pay that bill you owe me, eh? Will you get that money here by tomorrow morning, or I'll put your adenoids back in. That's all. Oh, it's you.
You want a paper, Mr. Hyde?
Yes.
That'll be 5 cents.
Take it out of that dollar I gave you when I was Jekyll. And hand over that change, or I'll take your teeth out. I'm going out for a walk now. A nice long walk. And before I come back, someone will be dead. Murdered. Murdered. And it may be that fish peddler.
Scene 3, Dr. Jekyll's office the following morning.
Yes? Yes. I'll tell him as soon as he comes in. Goodbye. Good morning, Dr. Jekyll.
Boy, have I got a hangover. Any calls, Miss Jones?
Yes, Doctor. There's a gentleman waiting in your office.
Thank you. Wow, what a head. I gotta go back to liquor. Those powders are killing me. Oh, well. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Beaumont. Tex Beaumont.
Tex Beaumont. That name is familiar. What can I do for you?
Well, Doctor, I'm in a horrible predicament. You see, I'm a cowboy actor, a star in Western pictures. But unfortunately, I work very little.
Yes, go on.
The reason for that, Doctor, is my speaking voice. My voice is much too beautiful for a cowboy.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I'm not at all convincing. Even my horse laughs at me.
Well, that is unfortunate, but I don't see how...
But you must help me, you must. You see, when I go out a-shooting and a-killing, no one's a-believing it.
Well, as I say, Tex, I'd like to help you, but I'm afraid changing your voice is a little out of my... Hey, wait a minute. Maybe I can help you. You see this powder here?
Yes?
Well, by mixing it with water, an unusual thing sometimes happens. It may even help you.
Doctor, what are you doing?
I'm not going to take it. Not the way I feel. Now, Tex.
Yes, Doctor?
I want you to drink this. It may change your voice, your personality, maybe your whole career.
Oh, Doctor, I don't know how to thank you for what you're...
You can thank me later. Drink. Drink. Drink it all. That's it. Now just a little more. Good, he's twitching. Now, Tex, how do you feel? Tell me, how do you feel?
Well, to tell you the truth, Doc, I feel kind of dizzy.
What? What was that? Say that again.
I beg your pardon?
Quick, drink some more.
Oh, okay, here it goes.
Never mind, you don't have to. Well, Tex, you sound like a real cowboy now.
Yeah, but my teeth are a little long, ain't they?
Don't worry, they'll stop growing when they reach your chest.
Okay, thanks, Doc. I'll never forget you for this, for it's blood on this battle.
That man's voice was strangely familiar. I wonder if it was... Oh, no, it couldn't have been. Play, Phil.
Friends, make this test. First, open a box of the new Jell-O and smell it. Notice there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor, because Jell-O's delicious flavor is locked inside the Jell-O particles where it can't leak out. Second, put a few of these magic Jell-O particles on your tongue and taste them. Notice how moisture unlocks their glorious flavor and lets it gush out, just as it does when you dissolve the Jell-O in a dessert. Third, actually make up a dessert and see the wonderful richness that Jell-O's locked-in flavor gives it. Try Jell-O's peach and banana mold. Make up 1 package of lime Jell-O, as you usually do. Then arrange 1/2 cup of canned sliced peaches on the bottom of the mold and pour the Jell-O over them. Slice a banana into the Jell-O and chill until firm. And there you'll have the final proof of how extra good a treat like this can be made with Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Remember, Jell-O is different because Jell-O gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 9th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that the man who sounded like Andy Devine on tonight's program was Elliot Lewis and Andy Devine. See how I clear things up? Good night, folks. Oh, Phil, 19 cents a pound. No use getting stuck with them.
This is the time of year, folks, when pies are most popular. So why not serve a delicious pie as one of your desserts next week? Try a banana cream pie made the quick, easy, inexpensive way with Jell-O vanilla pudding. This grand pudding makes the smoothest, creamiest filling you ever saw. And when you blend it with sliced bananas, well, there's just nothing better. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O vanilla pudding, as well as those 2 other Jell-O puddings, chocolate and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O puddings, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Gay Ranchero. A convenient way to buy Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is to get several packages at a time and use them as you want them. And with the new Jell-O, you can do this without any fear that your supply of Jell-O will lose flavor and freshness as it stands on the pantry shelf. You can now buy a dozen packages of Jell-O at one time and know that they will all stay at the peak of their goodness until you want them. Because today, Jell-O's flavor is locked into the Jell-O particles by an exclusive Jell-O process. The tiny Jell-O particles deliver their full-strength flavor to you intact. Now prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours in all its original richness. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, order several packages. Get all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, and always have a full assortment on hand from which to choose. You can keep Jell-O as long as you please. Its flavor doesn't go away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. The Gay Ranchero played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my very great honor to bring you a man who last Sunday on this program gave you what was undoubtedly the finest performance of his acting career.
That's right, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
So without further ado, I give you the only actor in America who can make Jekyll and Hyde sound like Brenda and Cobina, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that may be your idea of a funny introduction, but to ridicule my performance of last Sunday, which everyone hails as a dramatic nugget, that really burns me up.
Now, take it easy, Jack. I thought you played the part well enough, But I happened to see the picture, and I didn't think you were as good as Spencer Tracy.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, Don, let me ask you something. Who signs your check every week? Spencer Tracy or the Benny Goose that lays the golden egg company? Take that as my thought for today.
But, Jack, you don't seem to understand.
Oh, no.
When Spencer Tracy played the part, there was a decided difference between both characters. But when you did it, I couldn't tell your Jekyll from your Hyde.
Well, you can't tell your stomach from an igloo. So what do you know about it? A fine pal you turned out to be.
Not Jack.
And don't call me Jack. From now on, you will please address me as Mr. Benny, and I'll call you Mr. Wilson. Is that clear?
Oh, I think you're being very childish about the whole matter. Absolutely childish.
Don't try to bring my age down. Flattery won't help. Remember that, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson? Who's Mr. Wilson?
That hulk over yonder. Listen, Mary, you witnessed my performance last week. What did you think of it?
Well, personally, I thought you were very good as Georgie Jekyll.
I wasn't Jekyll, I was Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll.
Well, in that case, phooey.
Phooey? What do you mean, phooey? I don't get it.
All right, take the word lovely and fool around with it.
Let's see. Lovely, lively, Mr. Benny to you. And let me remind you and Mr. Wilson of something that you both may have forgotten. When I switched from Dr. Jekyll to that horrible Mr. Hyde and that gruesome look came over my face, women in the audience screamed. One of them even fainted.
Well, it won't happen today. They caught that mouse.
Oh, then I guess I can take these bicycle clips off my pants. However, as long as you and Don are in such a critical mood, I'd like to point out that Christmas is only 18 days away.
Why else did you come in mad at everybody?
All right, keep it up, keep it up. You know, I already bought your Christmas present, young lady, but I may exchange it for something cheaper.
Something cheaper?
Yes.
They don't dig a bargain basement that deep.
Well, you worked in more of them than I did. I can go along with a ouch. You do that once more, Miss Livingston, and there'll be a... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, Mr. Benny. Gee, was that a performance you gave last week? Was that a performance?
Well, thanks, Dennis. I'm glad you liked it.
Not only me, my whole family thought you were wonderful.
That's nice. I'm glad someone appreciated me.
Listen, Jack, the trouble with you is the minute you do something halfway good, it goes right to your head.
Mr. Benny was wonderful.
Quiet. Why, to hear you talk, Jack, anyone would think you were the biggest ham in Hollywood.
Oh.
I'd like to see a bigger one, by golly.
Well, thanks, Dennis. You tried. Anyway, you thought I was good.
Oh, marvelous. What a performance.
Well, look, kid. I'm making out my Christmas list today, so before singing your song, how about throwing out a few hints? What would you like Uncle Jack to get you?
Well, I thought of a few things, but they're pretty expensive.
Just name them. You're one person in this cast that deserves the best. Wait till I get my pencil here. Now, what do you want, Dennis?
Well, I'd like to have a nice gray suit with a pinstripe.
Okay. One gray suit with pinstripe. Anything else?
Well, I'd love to have a grand piano to practice my songs on.
Okay. One grand piano.
Are you sure you got lead in that pencil, Mr. Benny?
Yes. Now, what else do you want, Dennis?
Well, I've always wanted one of those toy birds on a stick, and when you swing it around your head, the bird goes...
Okay. One bird on stick. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, stop, will you? You're just trying to make Don and me jealous. Dennis isn't going to get all that stuff.
Well, he's getting something he wants.
Gee, I wonder what it is.
I'll give you a hint, kid.
little surprise, for heaven's sake. Now go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to congratulate you on your performance as Mr. Hyde last week. I was so frightened, my hair stood on end.
Your hair? What hair?
Right there. Stand up, Herman.
Oh, get out of here. Herman. Well, I suppose if you only got one hair, you might as well have a name for it. Sing, Dennis.
Trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star, the dearest things I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. The entire regular personnel of the sheriff's and police office has been placed on a 2-platoon basis with 12-hour shift. All auxiliary personnel has been directed to stand by for emergency service instructions. The regular county defense program is functioning in an orderly manner, and citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria. Citizen volunteers are asked to go quietly to their nearest police or fire stations and offer their services if they wish to help. There is no immediate cause for alarm, and coolness will accomplish more than anything else.
A medley of Everything I Love and All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis, but what's the idea of singing 2 songs today, huh?
Well, Mr. Benny, I've got 2 girls, and I thought I'd dedicate a number to each of them.
2 girls? Well, that's modern youth for you. You know, Dennis, when I was your age, I was satisfied with only 1 girl. Gussie Bagelquist. Gussie was a dream, yeah.
Is that the girl you sued because she cut you with her buck teeth?
I never sued her. I just told her to get a brace on. Anyway, I was talking to Dennis.
Whatever happened to your girl, Mr. Benny?
Gussie? Oh, I went into vaudeville, and she went away to veterinary college. We sort of drifted apart. She's one of the biggest horse doctors in northern Illinois now. Doing very well, too.
Do you keep in touch with her, Mr. Benny? Do you ever write to her?
Oh, once in a while when he has a cold or something.
Yeah, I had a touch of the flu a couple of weeks ago, and she sent me some pills that were as big as baseballs. And some liniment to rub on my withers. One thing about Gussie, though, I never get a bill from her. That's... Well,
Look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. How's my pal?
Don't Jackson or pal me, Mr. Harris. Let me ask you something. Did you or did you not go into the Brown Derby after last Sunday's show and tell people that my acting was putrid?
Last Sunday? Maybe I did. I say that lots of times.
Well, you did. You told everybody at your table that I was very bad as Jekyll and Hyde.
How do you know?
Because I've got a waiter there that spies for me.
Naturally, you couldn't tip a waiter just for waiting on you.
Mary, that's a little arrangement between Andre and me.
Yeah, I should have known that waiter was a spy. His mustache fell in my soup.
Is he wearing a false mustache? I told him not to overdo it. Anyway, Phil, you did run down my performance.
Yeah, but I changed my mind about that. You know, I met one of the greatest dramatic actors in this town last night, and he said you were great. Orson thought you were terrific.
Who, Orson Welles?
No, Orson Buggy. Ain't that a Lou?
Well, that settles it. If I don't get Glenn Miller in my stocking Christmas morning, I'll never write another letter to Santa. And incidentally, Mr. Harris, you better have a good excuse for coming in late today.
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I was out shopping. Say, Mary, you know what I'm getting Alice for Christmas this year?
No, what?
A roaster.
A roaster, say.
You know, for the oven.
That's a roaster. Buys his wife a roaster for Christmas and calls it a roadster.
All right, I'll put wheels on it. That's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson?
It's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson? Sharpie. And don't call me Jackson. I'm Mr. Benny to you and to everybody else on this program except Dennis.
You mean I can call you Jack?
Yes, until I make up with the others. What burns me up, I worked my head off on that play last week and did a swell job.
You sure did, Jack.
And this little episode just shows me who my friends are.
That's telling them, Jack.
After all, I had to follow a pretty good actor in that part, Spencer Tracy. Why, I would never have even tried it if we both hadn't won the Academy Award.
Wait a minute. When did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
I said, when did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
Answer my question. When did you win the Academy Award?
I wish I had, brother. Would I have you in a spot? I guess that takes care of you.
You said it, Jackie.
Look, Dennis, just Jack, not Jackie. Give him an inch, he wants to take a whole foot. What a gang. I got a good mind to go home.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jack, will you stop acting like a baby? You ought to know the whole thing was a rib.
Oh, sure.
As a matter of fact, I liked your performance in Jekyll and Hyde so much that I wrote a sequel to it.
Well, ain't you the fat little Noel Coward? Who cares what you wrote?
And Jack, now get this. As a favor to me, I want you to play the leading part in this drama.
I'll tell him when he comes in. You can keep your old sequel.
But you've got to help me out, Jack. There's no one else in the cast with sufficient dramatic ability to handle it.
Look, I'm not going to... Dramatic, eh? Well, all right, Don, I'll do it.
I thought you were mad at him.
Never mind.
You'd go over Niagara Falls in a Dixie cup if someone told you it was dramatic.
What's dramatic about a Dixie cup? Don, you say you've written a sequel to Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes, Jack, but my play is called Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll.
Oh, well, that sounds interesting.
Here's the script.
Thanks. Just a second, Don. I'll give you a build-up. Chord, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
The scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer D. Hyde in the thriving little town of Upper Plate, Indiana. It is 7:30 p.m. Curtain. Music.
Oh, dear, it's 7:30 and Homer isn't home yet. I wonder if his horse and buggy broke down. Gee, I hope it's one of his moods. Ah, here he comes now. Good evening, Homer, dear. You're a little late, aren't you?
All right, I'm late. And I'll be late any time I feel like it.
Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Kiss me. Every night a kiss. I'll kiss you with this umbrella.
Ouch!
I'm going to bed. Good night.
But, Homer, you haven't even said hello to the twins, Otto and Blotto. Say hello to Daddy, children. Hello, Daddy.
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, shut up. Oh, so one more peep out of you kids, and I'll kick your teeth out as soon as they grow in. I'm going to bed now.
But, Homer, darling, you haven't had your dinner yet.
Dinner, every night dinner. I don't want any dinner.
But, Homer, dear, at least have some dessert.
What kind of dessert?
I won't tell you, but I'm sure you like it. Here, have a dish.
Very well. I'll try it. But if I eat it and decide I don't like it, someone will be dead. Murdered.
He's eating the dessert. I do hope he likes it. If not, what will happen to me, and Otto, and Blotto?
Gee. Oh, boy.
Homer, speak to me. Speak to me.
Oh, my darling, that tasted so good. What is the name of that tempting and economical dessert with the new locked-in process?
Jell-O, dear, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine.
My sons, at last I love you. Well, Don, congratulations. You wrote a wonderful play.
But, Jack, without you, it would have been impossible. You were even better than last week.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Well, how about a band number, Phil?
Okay, Dowdy.
Hold it. Come in.
Well, Mr. Benny, you did it again.
Were you scared?
Look at Herman. He just won't go down.
What a head he's got. That's the only persimmon I ever saw with brown eyes. Play, Phil.
Another war bulletin. Shanghai. The Japanese took over the American Shanghai Power and Light Company this morning. A bulletin from New York. The Japanese news agency broadcast tonight the Japanese Foreign Minister, Shigenori Togo, summoned U.S. Ambassador Joseph C. Grew and handed to him Japan's reply to Secretary of State Cordell Hull's terms for peace in the Pacific. This news came hours after the bombing of Honolulu. We return you now to Hollywood.
That was Nango from Weekend in Havana, played by Blotto Harris, and that goes for the whole orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next week is a special attraction.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I can't get over the way you played Mr. Hyde just now. Was that a performance?
It thrilled you, eh, Dennis?
I'll say, that crazy laugh just sent shivers right through me.
Well.
The kid's right, Jackson. How'd you ever learn to do that?
Well, Phil, you just have to get into the mood and feel it. You have to imagine that you're a raving maniac.
When was the first time you ever did that crazy laugh, Jack?
Last year at Santa Anita, he lost 3 races in a row.
Never mind.
When they caught him, he was chewing down the grandstand like a beaver.
Well, you'd be mad, too. So let's forget it. Now, as I started to announce, ladies and gentlemen, next week is a special attraction.
You know, Mr. Benny, I'd like to learn how to do that laugh so I can scare my girlfriend.
Oh, it's easy, Dennis.
Gee, I wish you'd show me how to do it, Mr. Benny.
Oh, I don't
Come on, Jackson, do that laugh for us again.
Well, look, Dennis, here's the way you do it. You've got to screw up your face and get it all distorted. Then you rip open your tie and shirt.
Well, don't you have to muss up your hair a little?
My hair?
You know, those 3 Hermans.
That's not important. Anyway, Dennis, once you're in this mood, you read a menacing line and then laugh. Now, get this. I'm going out for a walk now. A nice, long walk. And when I come back, someone will be dead. Murdered. Murdered. Ooh.
What's the matter, Jack?
My jaw slipped out of place. Look at it.
His what? His jaw slipped out of place.
Get a doctor. Hurry up.
What a performance!
Don't say you're looking at me. Call my doctor.
Gussie Bagelquist, Waukegan 8362.
Now, hurt. That's how I'm in town.
Now, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Oh, it hurts.
Just hold still, Jack, and I'll snap your jaw back in place.
All right, hurry up, John.
Now, brace yourself.
Okay.
Thanks, Don. Dennis, the next time you want me to show you something, wait till the program's over.
Well, it's your own fault for showing off.
I wasn't showing off. Phil.
Well, I got a few left over from last week.
Put those fish back in the piano. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce before I dislocated my jaw, next week as a special attraction, the Benny Stock Company is going to present... Oh, now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, it's no use. I tried, and I can't get Carmichael to go to sleep.
Rochester, that polar bear's got to go to sleep. He's supposed to have been in hibernation over 10 days ago.
Uh-huh.
If Carmichael doesn't get to sleep by the middle of this month, he'll be a wreck in the spring. Where is he now?
Sitting up in bed reading Esquire.
Esquire? Well, take it away from him.
Oh, come now, boss. He's been around.
I mean, he's got to get to sleep. Now, Rochester, use a little psychology on him. Give him some warm milk. Give him some warm milk, put on his pajamas, and brush his teeth.
Would you mind repeating that slowly, please?
I said give him some warm milk.
Uh-huh.
Put on his pajamas.
Uh-huh.
And brush his teeth.
Uh-uh.
Rochester, what are you afraid of? That bear is as gentle as a lamb. He wouldn't bite you.
He wouldn't, eh?
No.
Then why am I the largest single user of Band-Aids in the USA?
Rochester, listen, Carmichael doesn't hate you. He likes you. He likes everybody.
Then what happened to the gas man?
Nothing happened to the gas man. Carmichael doesn't eat people.
You ought to see that letter he wrote Santa Claus.
What letter?
Dear Santa, please send a fat boy to read the meter.
Oh, stop making things up. Now, you keep Carmichael in bed, and when I come home, I'll sing Rockabye Baby to him. That'll put him to sleep.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you coming home for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Well, that'll finish up the wild duck.
Good. So long. I gotta get that bear to sleep before Christmas, or he'll want a present. Play, Phil. Ooh, my jaw.
Friends, while you're looking through the December magazines in search of an idea for Aunt Martha's Christmas present, keep an eye open for this month's Jell-O page. A full page of Jell-O treats illustrated in such rich glowing colors that it makes your mouth water just to look at it. One of the desserts is called Jack Benny's Special Apricot Ring, and honestly, friends, I think it's just about the grandest-looking dessert Jell-O ever made. It's an easy recipe, too. Just dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in 1 1/4 cups of hot water. Next, add a dash of salt and 3/4 of a cup of syrup from the canned sliced apricots. Then chill until thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of the sliced apricots themselves. When molded, serve with a garnishing of whipped cream, apricot quarters, and green maraschino cherries. And there it is, a golden, glistening mold of juicy sliced apricots and sunny lemon Jell-O. Canned apricots and lemon Jell-O are being featured by many grocers all next week. So get them both and make up this delicious treat. Jell-O makes any gelatin recipe taste extra good because its locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 10th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, you want to have dinner at my house tonight?
No, thanks. I've had so much of that duck, I'm a bigger quack than Gussie.
Don't pay any attention to her, Gussie. Good night, folks. Phil!
Tomorrow, when you visit your grocer's, look at the shelf where you always see those familiar packages of Jell-O. Right beside them, or very near them, you'll spy another Jell-O product. Jell-O puddings in 3 grand flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. You might try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's as smooth as cream and simply full of rich, golden butterscotch flavor. A pudding that your whole family will want to enjoy again and again. So when you order Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Vincent Price as star of The Name of the Beast, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Vincent Price in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
News and views in the world of art. Yesterday at the Deauville Galleries, a record-breaking crowd attended one of the most sensational exhibitions of recent years. Masterpiece of the show is a portrait by James Dorrance titled The Name of the Beast. It's a savagely candid work, a face from which violence has shattered the last vestige of humanity. The tragic circumstances of the artist's death are too well known to review here, but at the same time one cannot help speculating upon the essential mystery surrounding this remarkable canvas. What is the name of the beast?
The name of the beast was Krebs, Elmer Krebs. I found him in an evil waterfront dive, took him to my studio, and made the first sketch for the portrait that night. I gave him money, and he promised to return the next day. When he didn't show up, I went in search of him. He wasn't hard to trace. My search came to an end in a squalid room of a waterfront hotel.
Come in.
He didn't look up when I entered the room, but continued to sit there on the sagging, dingy bedstead, holding his head in his hands and gently moaning. I crossed the room and raised the blind to let in the daylight. Then I saw it. Blood. On his hands, on his shirt front, in his hair and beard. a horrible, sticky mass of blood. You didn't show up for our appointment today. I'm the painter you met last night, remember? You were going to sit for a portrait.
What do you want? You want your money back?
Certainly not. I want to finish my painting. I want you to come back to the studio.
You must be crazy.
Look here, it's very important for me to finish that painting. I'll make it worth your while.
Money? I don't need money. Not anymore.
Maybe I can help you in some other way. You're in some kind of trouble, that's obvious.
What business is that of yours?
You better wake up and pull yourself together. We'll have to get rid of those clothes some way or other, and well, I'll think of some way. What happened?
I told you it's none of your business. Why don't you leave me alone? I'm sick. All that blood.
The first thing we must do is clean up this mess here. Now get those clothes off, and the shoes, too. I'll make a parcel out of them and dump them in the river after dark. You'd better shave off that beard, too. They'll be looking for a man with a beard, you know.
Who will?
Why, the police, of course.
What makes you so sure of that?
I know more about you than you think I do.
You're bluffing.
Maybe, maybe not. But you're in no position to take chances. For all you know, I might be a witness. I might have seen you kill...
Shut up!
Temper, temper.
I told you I'm sick. I'm liable to do anything.
It wouldn't be smart for you to do anything to me, Elmer. I'm your only hope. You know that, don't you? You lost your head. You were clumsy. To get away with murder, you need a clear head. Look at the mistakes you've made already. Blood all over you. As good as a rope around your neck. Where did you hide the loot?
So that's what you're after.
Then it was robbery. Somewhere close by, too. Couldn't have gone far with all that blood on you without attracting attention.
Well?
It was in a shop, I imagine. That means they probably won't find the body till Monday
What's
morning.
all this third degree? You with the police?
On the contrary, Elmer. I'm going to save you from the police.
Huh?
I told you. I want to finish painting that portrait of you.
It don't make sense. All this just to paint some crazy picture.
Ah, but what a picture, Elmer. I've waited 20 years to paint this picture. Everything I've ever painted has been merely the preparation for this. I've worked alone, never exhibited a single canvas. Do you know what it is to work alone?
Yeah, I know.
Nobody knows your name, but one day, quite suddenly, a masterpiece explodes in the face of a jaded world. Like your murder, Elmer. After a life of petty crime, at last an act of yours really means something. Newspapers will headline it. The whole world will be clamoring to know your name. Exciting, isn't it?
Exciting?
Well, that's the way I feel about this portrait. I must finish the job just as you
How do I
want to
know
finish...
you won't take those clothes to the cops instead of dumping them?
I'm taking a terrible chance walking out of here with a bundle of blood-stained clothes as it is. They'd fit me about as well as they fit you.
Okay, that's fair enough.
By the way, where did it happen?
The Hawk Shop, number 23, next to the alley.
Was it necessary
The old man came in, started firing a revolver right off. I don't pack no rod. There's nothing else to do. I grabbed the fire axe off the wall.
Oh, my. And I suppose the police have your fingerprints on file?
Yeah, I done time once.
What did you do with the axe?
Just dropped it there. I was sick, all that blood.
I suppose you left nice red fingerprints all over the place.
I didn't touch nothing. Maybe the windowsill going out.
That's the first place they'll look. And you're obviously in no condition to go back
What
there
are you
now.
trying to do? Buy yourself a nice murder rap?
My dear fellow, any intelligent man can get away with murder if he keeps his wits about him. You ought to be very grateful to me, Elmer. I'm going to take your clumsy crime and make it into a work of art.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Vincent Price in The Name of the Beast by Robert Tallman. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Yesterday, a happily married friend told me one of his favorite formulas for enjoying life. He said he never eats dinner while still burdened with the pressures of a busy day. Instead, he sits down for a few minutes, takes it easy, chats with his wife, and enjoys with her a glass or two of Roma, California sherry, the perfect first call to dinner. Yes, Roma sherry before dinner is a pleasant custom millions now share with family and friends. For Roma Sherry is a glorious golden amber wine, soft and mellow on the tongue, so inviting with its pleasing nut-like taste. Roma Sherry makes mealtime more welcome, helps you anticipate the good food to come. And when friends drop in, there's no more gracious greeting than a glass of Roma Sherry. Tomorrow night, before dinner, share Roma Sherry with your family. It costs no more to serve Roma, America's favorite wine. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Vincent Price as James Dorrance with Elliot Lewis as Krebs in The Name of the Beast, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The shoes of the beast were just my size. I wore them when I went on my errand that night. It was fortunate I did. Getting into the place was simple. It was an old-fashioned lock, and the skeleton key to my studio fitted it perfectly. The shop bell jangled when I opened the door. I made my way quickly along the dark rows of counters to the rear of the shop. A pair of dusty portieres provided it from the back room. I pulled them to behind me and snapped on my flashlight. The body, or what was left of it, lay in a heap in the center of the room. The floor, well, it was lucky I hadn't worn my own shoes. There would be tracks out of that place, red tracks. The axe lay near the old man's head. I picked up the axe and carried it over to the sink. I washed off what I could and smeared out the prints with the cotton gloves on my hands. Then I made a quick circuit of the room, taking in every surface. With the wet gloves, I smeared the prints on the safe handle, the windowsill, and the jimmy the murderer had so stupidly left behind him. Then I dropped the cotton gloves on the floor and left them there. No way to trace a pair of cheap cotton gloves. Now there was only one last thing to do. Walk around the block to dry the soles of those shoes and burn them in the stove when I got back to my studio. The handiwork of the beast would remain, but the name of the beast had been expunged. But I didn't burn the shoes, nor did I throw that bundle of clothing into the river as I had first planned to do that night. No. This would be an authentic portrait of a murderer in the very blood-stained garments of his crime. That will be all for today, Elmer.
How much longer does this go on?
Until the painting is finished. You can't set a time limit on the completion of a masterpiece, you know.
Don't look much like me.
You've forgotten. I made the first sketch before you shaved off your
I
beard.
don't like this picture. Did you have to paint in all that blood?
My dear fellow, no one in the world would ever recognize you as the man with the beard in this
I don't
painting.
like this picture. I don't like staying here. Look, what about that stuff? When can I start cashing in on it?
I should have thought I was paying you enough to live on.
Suppose I want to get married.
Well, What? Oh, good Lord, man. You mustn't even consider it. In the first place, I can't afford to support another person, and
Who's
in the
asking
second
you
place,
to support anybody? I got that stuff, haven't I? Well, I'm going to cash it in, that's all.
Listen to me, Elmer. If you try to unload as much as one piece of that loot, the police will be on your tail so fast. Oh, no, my friend. That stuff has got to stay where it is for some time to come.
You just say that, so I'll have to depend on you. So you can paint that lousy picture.
Maybe. Oh, by the way, Elmer, I've never said anything about it before, but you never told me exactly what you did do with the loot.
It's a suitcase, I told you.
Yes, I know, in a locker at Grand Central, but where's the ticket?
That's one secret I'm keeping.
Well, all right. But you will promise me not to unload those jewels. Not for a while
She keeps
yet.
asking me, when are we going to get married? What am I going to tell her?
Oh, by the way, who is the lucky lady?
Jeannie. Her name's Jeannie Baker. Hey, wait a minute, though. She don't know anything about me. Not anything. If I ever catch you talking to her, so help me, I'll kill you.
say you're a friend of Elmer's?
Well, not a friend exactly. I'm afraid this will be rather a shock to you. You're very close to Mr. Krebs?
Well, we're engaged to be married. What is it? Is he in some kind of trouble? Are you a detective?
Well, not exactly. You see, I represent the insurance company.
What insurance company?
State indemnity. Our policyholder doesn't want to prosecute, but at the same
Prosecute?
Well, after all, the jewels were of considerable value.
What jewels?
Why, the jewels in the suitcase, in the locker at Grand Central. He did leave the ticket with you, didn't he?
Oh, well, yes, but I mean, he didn't tell me that... Well, he did say it was valuable and he didn't want to risk losing the ticket, but... How did you know about it?
My dear Miss Baker, we insurance investigators have ways of finding out these things. Now then, if you're a sensible young woman... And I can see that you're not only a sensible young woman, but a very beautiful one as well.
Mr. Dorrance, what has he done?
Well, I don't think he regarded it as a theft exactly. More of a loan, in all probability. After all, his aunt was a very old lady and...
You mean he stole this jewelry from his aunt?
Well, I wanted to spare you those exact words if I could. Actually, the lady would prefer not to prosecute. But, of course, if we can secure the return of the property in no other way,
I suppose I'd be arrested, too, as an accessory or something.
I must say it was rather thoughtless of him to have involved you in this manner.
How do I know you're what you say you are?
I have credentials, of course. But I would rather take care of this unofficially, especially since this little talk with you. You're much too fine a person to be involved in a sordid affair like this.
I don't even know that suitcase has any jewels in it.
Then supposing we go there together and get it, Jeannie? Well, now let's have a look.
How are we going to...
Well, I think I have a key here that'll open it.
What? Those must be worth a fortune.
Yes, they are, Miss Baker. You understand our concern?
Yes. Close it up. I don't want to look at it anymore.
I'd like to have spared you this. You understand, of course, that I wouldn't dream of prosecuting, not now that I've met you.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Dorrance. This is such a shock to me. How could he? How could he?
There. You're not the first innocent girl to be deceived by an unscrupulous fellow like that. How did you happen to become involved with him in the first place?
Oh, I was lonely. I have no friends here, and he came into the cafe where I wait tables.
Oh, there now.
You won't let anything happen to me.
I promise you, I'll do anything to keep you from knowing another moment's unhappiness. That night, I worked feverishly, like a man possessed. But as I worked, an uncanny change came over the man in the portrait. There was something about it, something that terrified and at the same time fascinated me. Yet the more I tried to make it come right, the less it really looked like Krebs. I began to regret I had had him shave his beard, in spite of the risk involved. Being clean-shaven altered a man's appearance more than I thought. But that wasn't the real difficulty. The real trouble was Jeannie Baker. How could she ever have loved a beast like Krebs? A girl so gentle, so lovely. I tried not to think of her, but the image of Jeannie stood between me and the canvas, and the painting just would not come right. And as Krebs sat there sullenly posing for me, his eyes began to grow more and more cunning and suspicious, as though he could actually read my thoughts. He would jump up every time I laid down my brush and circle the portrait like an infuriated animal, until finally, around 4 a.m, he dropped off to snoring. I let him stay there. In the dawn light, I looked at the picture for the last time and draped the easel to shut it out of my sight. My masterpiece, for which I had become accessory after the fact of one murder and sowed the seeds of a second, was, I knew it now deep in my heart, a failure. I was obsessed now with only one resolve: to prevent the second murder, which by some instinct I knew was in Krebs' mind. At whatever cost to myself, no harm must come to Jeannie.
Dorrance, I've been told that artists are full of romantic notions, and the Bureau has dealt with a number of them in this neighborhood, as you can well imagine. But I must say that of all the pipe dreams that have been brought to me, yours is the most fantastic.
Oh, but listen, Inspector, you've got to believe me. That girl's life is in danger.
Yeah, we're checking on that. Now, let's check on a few other things, Mr. Dorrance. You say that on the night of the 12th, you met this man Krebs at a place called Louis.
Yes, sir.
And afterwards, you went with him to your studio and made a sketch of him for a portrait. All right, so far, so good. He promised to return the following day and sit again for the painting. Well, he failed to show up, so you sought him out at his hotel. Now the story really becomes incredible. He tells you he's committed a ghastly murder. He's covered in blood. You offer to help him get away with the murder in order to finish the portrait. Oh, now really, Mr. Dorrance. You painters need publicity as bad as all that.
But, Inspector, I tell you, I have all the evidence.
Where?
At my studio.
Where's this man Krebs? Except for the portrait you say you painted of him, I can't find a shred of evidence that he exists. Now, just a minute. Yes, Sergeant?
They've picked up the girl.
Good. Send her in.
Oh, she'll tell you. She'll tell you who Krebs is.
Oh, come in, Miss Baker. We won't detain you long. Miss Baker, do you know this man? I say, do you know this man?
It's all right, my dear. Speak up.
Yes. His name is Elmer Krebs.
A few minutes later, they let me go, dismissing me as a harmless crackpot. Jeannie walked out of the station with me, clinging to my arm with solicitude, as one might act towards a beloved and mentally ill relative. Why did you do it?
Elmer came to my apartment last night. He told me the whole story.
But then why?
He was boasting about how he's pinned the crime on you. Don't you see? Everything you've done to save him has incriminated you. The bloodstained clothes, even the loot.
Oh, I'm tired. I don't know.
Oh, listen to me. He'll always be a threat to us, to our happiness. He's safe. The police don't even know he exists. They don't even know what he looks like.
There's still the portrait. It's not a masterpiece, but they can identify him from it.
I see. Darling, you didn't mind my rechristening you?
You once loved a man named Krebs.
And I still love a man named Krebs.
Then it's all right. For that, I'd do anything.
Put this in your overcoat pocket. It'll keep you safe, darling.
What? Oh, no,
It'll keep you safe, darling.
He was there in my studio when I got in that evening, waiting for me. I had more or less expected it. I hadn't expected to find him in such a cheerful frame of mind. He had pulled the drape off of the painting and was walking round it, viewing it from every angle.
Hi, Dorrance.
How did you get in here?
Through the door. No more window jobs for me, Dorrance. The picture. How about that? Got a new model, huh?
What? The picture? Oh, it's no good. By the way, it's finished now. You won't need to come here anymore.
You don't say.
I'll get you the suitcase. I suppose it'll be safe for you to cash that stuff
I already
in by this
found
time.
the suitcase, Dorrance.
Oh? Well, take it along with you then.
It's over there on the table. I opened it up.
Well...
Did you think I'd take it without checking on the contents?
What are you talking about?
What'd you do with the rocks, Dorrance?
Rocks?
You took the rocks, the jewelry. There's nothing left there but the settings, a pile of junk.
Listen, Krebs, I swear I never opened that suitcase but once, just after we took it out of the locker.
She's in it with you.
Listen, Krebs, you can think whatever you want to about me, but keep Jeannie out of it.
Keep Jeannie out of it? That's a laugh.
I mean what I say. Krebs, where are you going?
Oh, her place. If she has those rocks, I'm gonna
Krebs,
get 'em.
come back here.
Got a job to do.
Krebs, if you go out of that door, I warn you. All right. I dragged his body inside the door and left it there. Then I dropped the revolver Jeannie had given me back in my overcoat pocket and left my studio. For the last time, as I closed the door on the room, it seemed that the face in the portrait was grinning at me in hideous mockery. I had meant to go straight to the police and give myself up, but I must have known in my heart that I wouldn't. Instead, I walked, and my feet took me almost against my will to the house on Grove Street, the house where Jeannie lived. I had roused her from sleep, and she seemed rather cross.
What's the big idea, barging in here this time of night?
I had to see you, Jeannie.
Well,
That was an unlucky name you gave me, Jeannie.
what's happened?
I shot him. You gave me a murderer's name, and now I am a murderer.
So you really did it. I wondered if you'd have the guts.
Jeannie! Oh,
What do you want me to do? Put on black and cry myself to death?
you loved him once.
Who said so?
You were going to marry him.
Maybe. I thought he was smart once. I said I'd marry him if he pulled a really big job. I might have kept my word, but he bungled it. What's worse, he involved me. When I found out he'd planted that stuff on me.
You knew. You knew all the time.
Oh, so what? So what? You'll get your cut.
Oh, Krebs was right. You did take those stones, and I killed a man for you, to save you.
What did you do with the gun?
It's in my overcoat pocket. I was going to the police.
Oh, you sap. Why didn't you leave the gun there? Make it look like suicide.
Was, in a way, wasn't it, Jeannie? I'm Krebs now. Dorrance is dead. You planned it very nicely.
Oh, stop. Stop trying to be deep. Doesn't matter what your name is. Either way, you've messed it up. Anybody have a key to your place?
No.
And we still have time.
Time for what?
The body. Any intelligent person can get away with murder if he keeps his wits about him. You told Elmer that.
Yes, I told Elmer that.
You're scared to go back there, aren't you? Do you want me to do it for you?
No, I'll do it. I must do it.
Here. Mustn't forget your overcoat.
No, I mustn't forget my overcoat. It'll keep me safe. Goodbye, Jeannie.
Two stiffs. What a shambles.
Looks as if he shot this guy and then bumped himself off. Who are they?
I don't know the other one. This is the guy that came into headquarters Saturday. You know, the artist.
Huh? Well, there must have been something to his story after all.
Here's a note he left.
You see. Dear Inspector, the portrait I told you about is standing on the easel facing the window so you can see it in the light. James Dorrance.
I guess this must be it here.
He said it'd identify the murderer. Is it a good likeness?
Gee, I don't know. You look at it.
Why, it's a woman.
Yeah, it's that dame we picked up. The little waitress. Hey, but look, it's got men's clothes on. Bloody. And the way he's made the face all twisted and ugly. She was a good-looking kid.
Yeah, she was.
He must have been cracked.
I guess he must have been.
A thing like that makes you wonder, don't it?
Yeah, a thing like that makes you wonder.
The discerning art lover will recognize Dorrance' painting as more than a mere portrait. It's the human soul stripped naked, and its dark and deep and secret places shown in all their morbid, brooding fascination. But still one cannot help wondering, what is the name of the beast? Did the woman in the portrait exist, or was she only the creature of the artist's fevered imagination? Our only clue is in a quotation which the artist caused to be printed in the exhibition catalog.
And he causeth all to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save that he had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of man.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, ROMA, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from Vincent Price, the star of The Name of the Beast, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines with a tip for you men. Every wife loves surprises, little unexpected deeds that reflect thoughtfulness. So, tomorrow night, boost your stock with her. Solve her problem of how to brighten weekend dining. Add to your own mealtime pleasure, too. Take home a bottle of delicious Roma California Burgundy. One sip will convince you both that red, robust Roma Burgundy is the perfect table mate for stews, spaghetti, or baked beans. For Roma Burgundy brings out hidden flavors, adds rare goodness to every morsel. Yes, gentlemen, Roma Burgundy can make a hero of you on 2 counts, for being thoughtful and for solving a mealtime problem. And Roma wine, America's first choice, costs no more than ordinary wines. Remember, for greater dining pleasure tomorrow, take home Roma Burgundy. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Vincent Price. Next Thursday, our friend Keenan Wynn will be your star on Suspense in what sounds like a very exciting play, which all takes place on a bus making a return trip from the State Insane Asylum. I know you won't want to miss it next Thursday. And now, let me add my voice on behalf of a very great and wonderful cause. The pennies, the dimes, and the dollars that you give when you buy Easter seals give crippled children their chance for happy living. Help a crippled child to walk again. Buy your share of Easter seals tomorrow. Thank you.
Vincent Price appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox and will soon be seen in their production Dragonwyck. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Keenan Wynn as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. So many catastrophic things happen in this world because a lady asks a gentleman a question and then refuses to accept his answer. For instance, the Lady Eve. What great harm could it do if I took just the tiniest bite of that apple? Or the lady named Pandora. Why would it be a calamity if I should sneak just a quick little peek into that box? Now add to the list a charming young lady named Millie. She also has a question.
Why can't I have the bracelet, Kevin?
It belongs to the temple.
Oh, nonsense. It's been lying here in the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Oh, come on, Kevin.
And you know what she does with people who steal her property. She turns them into animals.
Really?
Well, it's the local legend, Millie. Now, you just take that little bracelet off your arm and put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
Millie, I mean it.
Sure, Kevin. Sure.
Our mystery drama, The Sign of the Beast, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lois Smith. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is the difference between man and beast? There are those who ask, is there a difference? It wasn't very long ago that man himself was a beast, a carnivorous hunter with an insatiable appetite for raw meat. True, quite a bit has happened since. We've learned manners, we've invented civilization and culture, we've created a conscience, a code of morals, a system of ethics. But how deep do all these things go? Does the beast still slumber in each of us, waiting patiently, biding its time, ready at any moment to assert its mastery with fang and claw? This is going to be a very vital question for the very pretty and vivacious young lady who, at this moment, is riding in a helicopter. The copter is hovering over a large clearing deep in a South American jungle.
Here you are, Millie.
Thanks a million, Larry.
It's a sure bet Kevin and Professor Jorgensen won't thank me.
Better lift us out of here before they make you take me back.
You know, Millie, I don't think I'm doing you a favor.
Just toss my duffel bag over the side.
What's more, it could cost me my job. Company's coming.
And leading the parade, the adorable Kevin himself.
Well, all ashore is going ashore. This ship's sailing right now.
Thanks again, Larry. And if I ever leave Kevin, I'll marry you.
Gee, and I thought you liked me. Now jump out fast.
And furthermore,
you haven't even kissed me.
Look, I'm very angry about this, Millie.
You could still kiss me, Kevin.
You promised to stay at the base camp.
That was last week.
But we're moving into the jungle tomorrow.
Kevin, we've already been through all the arguments. Category A, danger from animals. Well, I brought the 405 Anson Carteret, and I'm a better shot than you are.
Now listen, Millie.
Category B, danger from rare, unknown, mysterious, incurable tropic diseases. You have just as much chance of getting one as I do.
Dr. Jorgensen will be furious.
Your Dr. Jorgensen is my Uncle Bert. I can handle him.
It isn't a matter of handling people.
Well, it's true, you know. Millie can always handle me.
Uncle Bert, I love you. A kiss to see.
Dr. Jorgensen will have to radio that idiot Larry.
I'm not going back, Kevin.
Won't you make her see reason?
I warned you about this, Kevin. Last year, when you said to me, how about an introduction to that good-looking niece of yours, I told you the problems, but you would have her.
And I'm worth it.
Oh, Millie, it's only because I love you so much.
Uncle Bert, why don't we leave Achilles here to sulk in his tent while you show me around the camp?
Oh, and there's somebody you should know, that tall, powerful-looking fellow. His name is Imara. He's our straw boss. Imara, whenever you want something done, you...
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Imara, this is Kevin's wife. Her name is Millie.
How do you do, Amara?
It is an honor to meet you, Millie.
Imara is in charge of setting up, taking down, and moving the whole camp.
Ah, well, I can see he does a splendid job.
Oh, no. The fact is he does a very bad job.
What? What did you say?
I said he does a poor and unsatisfactory job.
Uncle Bert.
No, it's the truth.
But everything looks to be so neat, so orderly.
Actually, Imara is unbelievably incompetent. He deserves to be fired.
I think that's unfair and heartless.
Excuse me, Millie. Imara, please go to Kevin's tent and bring Millie's 405 rifle.
Yes, Doctor. At once.
Uncle Bert.
No, before you say another word.
How could you be so heartless?
You must understand, Imara, his primitive superstitions, his beliefs.
But he's not some ignorant savage. You can tell by his speech. He's obviously educated. Must you insult him?
Millie, you simply cannot compliment these natives.
These natives? Oh, my, aren't we condescending? And why must we not compliment them? Will it spoil them as servants? Will it drive up the pay scale?
Oh, Millie, where to begin? In Imara's religion, he is surrounded by a host of jealous, angry, implacable gods and goddesses. They do not tolerate praise for human beings.
That's nonsense.
One man's nonsense is another man's devoutly held belief. You terrify Imara when you praise him. Therefore, on this expedition, never. There's a charm in being, quirky, kooky, offbeat. Just obey orders. Don't, under any circumstances, praise anybody. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Bert, I understand.
Things are bad enough. In the first place, you're a woman.
Well, I like that.
You need some prestige. That's why I sent him for the rifle. Hit some tin cans, break a few bottles at 300 yards, and you'll be one of the boys.
Uncle Bert, you actually are a male chauvinist. Who would have suspected it?
Well, I have to pack away my instruments. Can I trust you not to get into any trouble?
Implicitly.
Very bad shot, Millie.
And now I'll break that bottle next to it.
Oh, that was terrible.
Not bad, if I do say so myself. And that's every bit of 250 yards. Now, you see those 3 cats?
You are a very poor shooter, Millie.
That's nothing. You should see me when I'm in practice. Oh, my. I didn't know we had children in the camp. Who's that youngster by the kitchen tent?
It is my little boy. He stays here with me till we leave the jungle.
What's his name?
His name is Isara.
Isara. Oh, what a lovely name.
No, it is an unpleasant name.
I should think you'd be proud.
Proud? Me? Proud? Why do you say I'm proud?
Oh, because he's such a handsome child.
No, he is plain, he is ugly.
He seems so intelligent. Notice how patiently he lines up those stones and shells.
No, you're stupid, I swear to you. He has no sense. He disgraces his mother and me.
Well, what are you saying, Amar?
This child is a fool. Anyone can see that. Now, I must go.
Where?
I must go clean the rifle. I must go.
Well, what made him so upset? Oh, now I remember.
Elmira, you may serve the coffee.
I know the cuisine has left something to be desired these past few days, Millie.
Oh, none of this bothers me. I can live on tea and toast, fruit and vegetables.
By tomorrow sometime, we'll come to the ancient temple, the forbidden ground.
I have the cameras ready.
I must caution you, Millie. We were permitted to come here only because I promised the chief, who is my blood brother,
We do have a wild family, don't we,
that
Uncle
we
Bert?
will not defile the holy grounds. Now, all around you'll see scattered ornaments, bric-a-brac, all sorts of things. Touch nothing.
Uncle Bert, I hardly have to be told.
We can photograph anything, everything, but it all belongs to the goddess, the beast goddess.
It'd be dangerous to touch anything anyhow. You see, dear, this is very possessive.
I don't know why I have to be treated like a child and indoctrinated with lessons in basic honesty. I've been on digs with you before, Uncle
You
Bert.
take anything that belongs to the beast goddess, and she'll transform you into a wild animal.
What's that, Uncle Bert? Those drums.
You get used to it. It's just the native telegraph service.
What are they saying?
Oh, I never learned to read them exactly. I can just get the general idea. I think it's news of death.
Death.
Yes, it's someone's death.
How can you tell?
Well, the basic rhythm speaks of death. And since it's a very beat, it's probably, well, the death of a child.
A child?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Millie, is something wrong?
Oh, I have a headache. I think I'd better turn in.
Elmira, let's put the scaffold here. I want to climb this wall and study the inscription. Millie! Darling, you feel better?
Yes, I suppose so. I'll just have to live with this headache.
Helen, come here a minute.
Okay.
Amara,
Yes, Millie.
your little boy, Sarah, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes. How did you know?
I know. I'm sorry.
I thank you.
I mean, I hope you don't.
Yes, Millie.
I hope you don't think I'm responsible.
Why should I think that, Millie?
Because, I don't know. Yes, I do. It's because I praised him just a few days ago, and you seemed so upset about it.
I was upset?
Oh, yes, very much. And Dr. Jorgensen told me...
I know. I know what he told you. But my little boy, Sarah, died of fever. The way so many children here do. Suddenly, without warning.
Then you don't blame me.
I blame you? No. I am not a...
I felt terrible.
I was afraid you might.
You see, in our culture, we believe in praise, especially when it comes to children. We automatically say nice things about children.
I understand. and have a gift for you.
For me?
We have a custom. When we make someone feel bad, we must give that person a gift. And the person must accept.
Oh, that's such a lovely bracelet. Where did you get it?
Here.
Oh, but we're not supposed to...
There are thousands of pieces of ornament. Who would know? Place it on your wrist. Ah, see how pretty it looks.
Oh.
Wherever you look, thousands of beautiful things. This is the very last. Besides, it is the custom. You see, you would have to explain why I gave it.
I understand.
And it would make them uncomfortable. Because everything they have come to believe about superstition would be wrong.
Millie! Millie!
What is it, Kevin?
Bring the camera. I want to shoot these inscriptions.
Thank you again, Amara. And it will be our secret. I'm coming, Kevin.
Yes. Go to him. Go to your husband, arrogant, heedless, ignorant woman. You have defied my gods and killed my son. Your punishment has been decreed. It has already begun.
Well, Aymara is obviously a man of parts, and he's already shown us quite a few of them so far. The punishment that has just begun will be expanded and continued when we return shortly with Act Two. Is it entirely valid to suggest that the best way to... There seems to be some historical basis for it. Archaeologist Kevin has ordered his wife Millie not to touch any of the artifacts or ornaments found in his latest discovery. And now, he finds it impossible to take his eyes off her wrist.
Is this the section of the temple wall you want me to film, Kevin? Kevin? Kevin, what are you looking at?
What's that on your wrist?
Oh, well, it's just...
Millie, Dr. Jorgensen told you. I told you. Under no circumstances were you to touch anything.
Well,
You not only touched it, you're wearing it.
Look, these silly superstitions.
Where did you get it?
Kevin, I don't like that tone of voice.
Hey, what are you two quarreling about?
Show him, Millie.
Oh.
Uncle Bert, listen.
I must ask you, Millie. Where did you get it?
I found it.
You found it here?
Well, around.
Millie, I can tell by the workmanship. It was made by an ancient priest of the temple. It has the same symbols.
What's all the fuss?
Millie, I thought we all understood.
Why can't I have the bracelet?
Because it belongs to the temple.
Nonsense. It's been lying around the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Kevin, are you serious? Listen, go ahead. Tell me the rest of it. Tell me she turns people who steal her property into animals.
Amara, let's put this...
We're looking a point, Millie.
If it were made of gold or silver or precious stones, I could understand. But it's just a twisted piece of copper.
Well, for all I know, we're being watched. If so, you can expect a poisoned arrow through your throat any second.
You know, I listened to the two of you, and
Millie, your trouble is that you don't listen.
Now, let's not have an argument. I gave my word. That's all there is to it. Millie, you will take that bracelet off your wrist and put it back. Put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
I mean it, Millie.
Well, sure, Uncle Bert. Sure.
Here. These are the symbols the Incas used for weddings.
Well, could they have originated this far north and east, Dr. Jorgensen?
Millie, photograph this section of the wall.
Yes. I need some more film. I'll be back in a second.
Well, you don't have to go. We'll send Amira.
No, it's all right. I just want to stop off at the kitchen tent. I think I need a snack.
We just had breakfast.
I know, but I'm hungry.
Are you sure you feel all right, Millie?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little hungry. That's all.
Millie, about yesterday.
What about yesterday?
The bracelet.
Oh, sad. Forget it, Uncle Bert.
I know that you see so much just lying around. It seems silly to make a fuss over some trinket, but...
I'm willing to forget it, if you are. Hi, Mara.
Yes, Millie.
Where's the cook?
He will be back soon.
I was wondering if there's anything to eat.
What would you like?
Well, I'd like some meat.
I could cook a slice.
Oh, would you please, Amara, and hurry.
Will this be enough?
Just throw it on the fire.
Yes, Millie.
That's good. Oh, that smells good. Be careful, don't burn it.
I just put it...
No, you're burning it. Amara, that's good. It's good. Right now, just the way it is. I tell you, it's fine.
Yes, Millie. Let me get you a plate and a knife and a fork.
Oh, hurry.
Here you are, Millie.
I bow. Put up some more.
Kevin.
What is it, Amara?
You asked me to prepare a list of supplies for the helicopter.
Yes, good. Let me write it down.
First, we need fresh meat.
Okay, fresh meat. Wait a minute. Didn't Larry fly some up just a couple of days ago?
Yes, Kevin.
Oh, we should have at least enough for the rest of the week.
The cook says he has only enough for tonight's meal.
Oh, that's impossible.
Would you like to see, Kevin?
I take your word for it. But is someone stealing meat?
I cannot say, Kevin.
Well, I know we eat a lot of it, but still, All right, put down meat. And this time, get plenty of it.
Is there any more meat, Amara?
I will go see.
Meat since I've known you.
Aren't you going to finish yours, Kevin?
Well, I've had enough.
Let me have your plate.
The air out here must agree with you, Millie.
I'm starved, Uncle Bert. I don't understand it.
You must be famished. Honey, you haven't had meat in so long, you've forgotten how to eat it. You have to chew it before you swallow.
Excuse me. Here are some chops.
Those, take them back. They're too well done. I want some rare.
I'm sorry. This is all we have.
Tell him to put up some more.
There is no more meat.
Well, that's right. Larry's due in with supplies in the helicopter.
When will he be here?
Well, I don't know. Sometime today.
Why don't I take the 405 and shoot us a deer or something we can eat?
Millie, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Now, why do you ask?
Well, don't snap my head off.
Millie, you'd better get some rest here. You're tired.
I'm not tired. I'm hungry.
Millie, darling, something's wrong.
Why?
Well, because this isn't like you, that's all.
Kevin, I don't know. I have such a pain in my stomach.
What kind of pain?
Hunger. That's the only way I can describe it.
But you shouldn't be hungry.
I can't help it. I have this terrible craving for food. Oh, no, not for food, for meat, for red meat. Oh, Kevin, Uncle Bert, I'm frightened.
Take her to a tent, Kevin. Take her to a tent. We'll give her a sedative.
Oh, yes. Maybe that'll be best. Maybe that pain will go away.
Yeah, come on, dear. Now, come on.
Kevin, you'll wake me when Larry gets here in the helicopter with the meat.
Sure.
Promise.
Yes, dear, I promise.
Is she asleep, Kevin?
Yes, finally. Dr. Jorgensen, what's wrong?
I don't know.
I've never seen her hysterical. Are you as worried as I am?
I'm worried enough to want to get her to Rio, to a hospital.
Let's radio Larry to get that damn helicopter here pronto.
I just spoke to Larry. We have a problem. It seems the helicopter needs some repairs.
What kind of repairs, for God's sake?
I don't know. It was technical. Larry's working on it.
Larry, he's an idiot. If he hadn't brought her here...
It's our fault, yours and mine. We let her stay.
What are we going to do?
You say she's asleep. Well, all she needs is rest. Maybe when she wakes up, she'll be better.
Kevin.
I'm here, dear. I'm here.
Oh, I was so sleepy.
I know.
It's dark out. What time is it?
Well, it's almost midnight.
You let me sleep. You didn't wake me.
I couldn't.
But Larry was here, and he brought the meat.
No, dear. The helicopter's out of order.
Oh, Kevin, I am so hungry.
Well, I knew you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I'll make you an egg sandwich.
No, I want some meat.
But there isn't any.
There's plenty of meat.
Where, Millie?
All around you. Out there. There's deer. There's wild pig. Can't you smell it?
Oh, no, Millie.
Let me have the 405. We'll be able to feast.
You can't go. No, in the morning.
You can't hunt in the morning. Only hunt at night.
Darling.
That's the time.
Now listen, here are some pills to calm you.
Kevin, something's wrong with me. I don't know what. I say things I don't understand. I have urges. Oh, I can't even describe. Hold my hand.
Yes, dear. What is it, darling? What is it?
Oh, my wrist! My wrist! It's burning! Oh, it's on fire!
What's the matter, Millie?
Look at her wrist.
Oh, that's very ugly-looking irritation. How did you get it, Millie?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know. Oh, Uncle Bert, I don't know anything.
I'm all right. Here. Now, Millie, you must try to be calm. Try, dear.
Yes, Uncle Bert, I'll try.
Now, tell me, how did you hurt your wrist?
I don't remember.
Try to think. Try to remember.
You probably have an infection, some kind of bruise.
I don't have an infection. I'm not sick. I'm hungry. Do you understand? I'm hungry.
You want me, Dr. Jorgensen?
I'm all right. Bring the medical kit.
I'm hungry.
Well, the first thing we have to do is put a penicillin ointment on that bruise.
She's feverish, ravenous appetite for meat. Bruise on wrist. Could be anything. She could have scraped it against a bramble, anything.
Or an insect. Dr. Jorgensen, we have to get her out of here. Now, radio Larry. Tell him it's an emergency. We have to do something.
Don't lose your head.
Listen, Millie.
Oh, Kevin, won't you get me something to eat?
Yes, dear, I will.
I have the medicines, Dr. Jorgensen.
Good.
Oh, Kevin, you don't love me.
I think we'd better put her to sleep. Hold your arm still, Millie,
No.
dear.
No, you want to stab me. I'm going to bleed.
Hold her arm, Kevin.
No.
I'm all right. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes.
Where? When?
Once, it was a man. He had invaded these holy grounds. He had stolen a jewel from the beast goddess.
Yes, go on.
He then became a beast. He disappeared into the jungle, and he was never seen again.
Thank you, Amar. You may leave. This kind of superstition we can do without.
Maybe. And don't bite my head off. Maybe there's something to it.
Something to what?
To what he's saying. Oh, I know. Primitive superstition. But look at us. You and me. Between us, we carry a considerable supply of the knowledge of the civilized world. Between us, we have degrees in medicine, anthropology, chemistry, sociology. Can we explain it?
Are you saying the legend is true, that Millie has offended the beast goddess, being punished?
I don't know what I'm saying. But look at her. Look how troubled, how agitated she is. She's flushed, breathing rapidly. She could burst through that sedative any minute.
Kevin, I'm so hungry.
Try to rest, darling.
I'm going to get on the radio.
The helicopter is out of order.
We're past all that. I'm going to speak with the hospital in Rio. I'll describe her symptoms. They'll arrange to get her there.
My wrist. Oh, my wrist. Oh,
Doctor.
It's burning. Oh.
Look at her wrist. Look at her wrist. Something's on it.
Oh.
It's a design. It's the shape of that bracelet.
Kevin, it's your imagination.
Is it? Look. Do you see that symbol? It's on every ornament worn by the goddess. The design decorates her dress.
It's just a raw, ugly scar with some very wavy lines.
But it's her sign. The sign of the beast goddess. The sign of the beast.
It could be a coincidence.
Do you believe that? Tell me, do you believe it?
Kevin, I don't know what to believe.
Well, you've got a pretty good handful of advanced college degrees in that tent. Most of them in the sciences. And it's surprising how quickly knowledge abdicates in the face of the unknown terrors of the jungle. Can science be just a veneer also? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Hamlet said that there were more things under heaven and earth than were dreamed of in philosophy. Hamlet should be with us in a tent, deep in a South American jungle, amidst the ruins of an ancient temple, because there are more things than any of us can dream of.
Is she still asleep?
I think so.
She shouldn't be left alone.
I'll go back in the tent in a second. Dr. Jorgensen, I just had to find out. Were you able to radio the hospital?
Kevin, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, what's the difference?
My contact there, the chief of medicine, is due at 7.
Can't he be reached?
Kevin, he's returning from vacation. He's on the road. It's only 5 hours. Don't worry.
Poor Millie. You know, she really didn't mean any harm. And there are scads of this stuff lying around.
I know.
It's a pretty little thing. Who'd miss it? She didn't think it was stealing.
Kevin, don't talk as if...
As if what?
As if you believe this is the revenge of the beast goddess.
Can you rule it out?
Kevin!
If they can't send a copter for her, I'll carry her out of here on my back. Those damn drums, what are they saying?
Is it important?
I'm getting so jumpy. What are the drums saying?
Oh, no, nothing.
That isn't so, Dr. Jorgensen.
Why do you make an issue out of it?
Why do you refuse to tell me? Now, you can read those drums. The way I can read a telegram. Now, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's just that I thought the agitated state you're in right now...
Well, don't make it worse. What are those drums saying?
Well, it has to do with revenge.
Revenge? What was that? Well, those are rifle shots.
Well, who'd be firing at this hour?
Come on. Millie! Millie! Oh, she's gone.
She's got a rifle.
Amira, wake everybody up. Rouse the camp. We have to find Millie.
Millie! Careful now. Watch every footstep.
It's a good thing there's a moon.
Millie, where are you?
Those shots came from just about here.
Why did she go out?
Oh, let's quit pretending. You know why she went out. To hunt.
At night? Why?
Because she's hungry.
Oh, Kevin.
When are we going to face it? Admit it.
Millie, can't you hear us?
Look.
Where? Oh, no. No, she can't be dead.
Millie.
She seems to be breathing. There's blood all over her.
But it isn't her blood. She must have shot this deer and... Millie. Are you all right?
I feel so nice and warm.
Have you reached the doctor yet?
Yes, Kevin. They're sending a copter. It'll be here late this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's great.
They're doing the best they can.
Oh, sure.
I'll be reasonable.
Reasonable, huh? My wife is being destroyed before my eyes.
It seems there is, or they think that this might be a very unusual disease.
Oh, come on.
It's an infection. She might have picked it up from the bracelet.
What are you talking about?
It could have scratched her when she put it on.
And?
Well, it's been lying here for hundreds of years. All kinds of parasites, microorganisms. Anyhow, it seems this disease creates enormous cravings for protein.
And what does your man suggest?
Massive doses of penicillin.
Well, do we have enough?
I hope so. I'm Amar.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Bring me the medical chest.
Kevin!
She's awake. I'm coming, dear.
Kevin.
No, Millie. Now, lie still. Don't get up.
Oh, I feel so comfy.
How's your wrist?
My wrist? Oh, it's okay. It only hurts when I feel hungry.
And you're not hungry now?
No. Oh, you know, I had such a crazy dream. I better not tell you.
You've got to. You've aroused my curiosity.
You won't believe it.
You try me.
Don't laugh, promise.
I promise.
Well, I dreamed I went out into the jungle alone at night. There's a picture for you. Imagine me alone in the jungle at night. Anyway, I dreamed I shot this, I think it was an antelope. Something like that.
Yes.
And I was so hungry, I ate it right there.
What a dream.
You know, I felt so full just before, but just talking about food seems to give me an appetite.
How about some tea and toast?
Tea and toast? Ooh, how about a nice chop? Or steak? Rare, very rare.
Well, Larry's been unable to fly up the supplies.
Doesn't matter, I can go out and shoot.
Later, Millie, later. You're not hungry now, are you?
Oh, well, not very, but in a little while.
Okay, then just a little while, huh? Promised.
Okay, I promise.
Where have you been, Doctor? I've been waiting in the tent.
Don't leave her alone again, Kevin.
Where's that penicillin?
That's just the problem.
What problem? Look, we just can't have any more problems.
We do. The penicillin is gone.
That's impossible.
All the bottles of penicillin solution, all the tablets, gone.
But how?
I don't know.
Are any other supplies missing?
No, everything's here.
Kevin!
Go to her quickly.
The penicillin.
Amara brought me the chest. The drug was missing.
We have spares in the supply depot.
I looked, gone from there, too.
Kevin!
Kevin! I'm hungry! Oh, Kevin, you don't know my stomach hurts! And my wrist, it's on fire!
Millie, everything will be all right.
Sure, yes! Just let me take the 405 and shoot something!
No, Millie, no.
Kevin, I'm going!
Millie, try to get some rest.
I don't need rest! I need food! I need meat!
Please, Millie, lie back. Rest.
Take your hands off me!
Millie.
Let go of me!
Help me. Somebody give me a hand.
We'll have to tie her down. Amara, get some rope.
Let go of me! Let go!
Where's that damn helicopter?
He could never find us at night. He'll have to wait till morning.
I don't know if she can wait until morning. Listen, we don't have medicine. Let's try the other thing.
What other thing?
The legend. Maybe we can placate the goddess.
Kevin.
Is there anything else we can do? Now, there's something happening here. The penicillin is gone. How do you account for it?
We may have forgotten to pack it.
Nonsense. Last night, you said the drums were talking about revenge. Revenge for who? For what? And what are they saying tonight?
It's revenge.
Kevin! Come in here!
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Kevin, I want the 405. Untie me.
No, Millie. Millie. What did you do with it?
Untie me.
What did you do with it? The bracelet. You didn't put it back, did you?
I'm hungry. I'll die, Kevin. I'll die.
I'll untie you. If you just tell me, where did you put the bracelet? I'll get you some meat.
Yes. Oh, Kevin, yes.
The bracelet. The bracelet.
It's in my makeup kit. Oh, no, untie me. Let me hunt.
Where did you find the bracelet?
You promised to untie me.
Where did you find the bracelet?
I must go hunting. Oh, Kevin.
Where did you find the bracelet, Millie?
I didn't find it.
Tell me the truth or I'll never untie
I didn't find it.
I'll leave you here to starve.
Amara.
What about Amara?
I promised him I wouldn't tell.
What about Amara?
He gave me the bracelet. Oh, Kevin, untie me. Please, untie me.
Amara, you will tell us where you hid that penicillin, or I'll blow your brains out.
You may kill me.
That's not the way.
Let me beat it out of him.
For the past 2 nights, Amara, the drums have talked of revenge. Whose revenge?
Mine.
Upon whom?
Millie.
For what reason?
She killed my only son.
How?
She made the gods jealous. She spoke of his beauty, his intelligence, his skills. The gods were angry.
Of course, but she didn't know any better.
It made no difference to my son. He died.
And your revenge?
I gave her a bracelet. I tricked her. I fooled her. I made her take it.
Where did you find the bracelet? So that we may return it with a suitable prayer and beg forgiveness from the goddess.
I will not say.
Stand aside, Doctor. It's my turn.
You may kill me.
No, he won't kill you.
Who says I won't kill him?
Be quiet. No one will kill you. But I am a blood brother to your chief. I will tell him that you committed a sacrilege. I will tell him that you stole a bracelet from the goddess for an evil purpose. Now you may go, Amara.
What do you mean, he may go?
He'll be disgraced for life. His wife, his parents, his brothers and sisters, all will be driven from the village into the jungle. No one will speak to him. Why do you stay here, Amara? We have no further use for you. Oh, I believe we owe you a month's wages. Here, plus 2 weeks' notice.
The bracelet. It was taken. I took it from the arm of the statue of the goddess.
Now repeat this, Millie.
Why do I have to go through this mumbo-jumbo?
Oh, just do it, Millie.
Now, place the bracelet on the wrist of the statue.
Ugly old girl, isn't she?
Millie.
Okay.
Now say, forgive my sin.
What sin? Okay. Forgive my sin. What else?
That's all. That says it.
Well, that's a relief. I must have been a trial to you boys. What happened to me, anyhow? The way you were shooting penicillin into me.
How are you now, darling?
Okay, I guess. Oh, but I'm so hungry.
Hungry?
Starved.
For what? Meat?
Meat. Since when did I ever eat meat? Just point me at some tea and toast and salad and fruit. I might even have an egg.
It's always good not to put all your eggs in one basket. Always have another course of action in reserve. What cured Millie? The atonement before the goddess and the return of the bracelet? Or the penicillin? Or both? I'll be back shortly.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is a generally accepted theory that no man is all good or all bad, that there is a mixture of both in all of us, that we are all, in some degree, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. But is it possible that a man could be all evil, all selfish, all destructive, without a single saving grace? This is a study of such a man.
Lord, will the old goat never die? The bishop is dead. He asked for you at the last. Did you hear me, Carl?
Hear you? Of course I did. And now, by heaven, you're going to hear me. Asked for me, did he? The slavering old hypocrite.
Carl.
He could no more stand the sight of me than I of him. But now he's gone, and there's nothing to stop me. The estate is mine. The money is mine. Now I can rock the rafters, the 7 deadly sins, the 10 commandments. I'm to commit all the first, and I'll break all the second. I'm going to cut such a swath, the devil himself will envy me. Our mystery drama, Markheim, Man or Monster, was suggested by the Robert Louis Stevenson classic and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Kevin McCarthy. I'm going to cut such a swath that the devil himself will envy me. These explosive words from the tall young man who had waited so long for his great-uncle to die shook the man who had brought the news, Dr. John Devlin. In stunned disbelief, he looked at the handsome young man still in his 30s, whom he loved as a son, while memory raced quickly through his head.
I had known Karl Markheim all his life. I should. I brought him into the world. Perhaps what I should be saying is I thought I had known him. Oh, I realized that beneath the dark Byronic beauty of his physical presence and his magnetic charm, he was lazy and shiftless and frequently arrogant. But since his parents' death, I had stood in loco parentis to him and accepted his faults as any parent eventually must do with a grown man. And yet, till this moment, I had failed to realize the ugly evilness that lurked deep within him. Carl, control yourself. The house is full of mourners who loved and respected the great man we have just lost. Come with me quickly into the library till you can get hold of yourself.
I can control myself, Uncle John. If I could keep myself in hand, swallow my bile all those years I had to scratch for handouts, how easy do you think it's going to be for me now that I'm king of the hill?
Carl, boy, save some pity and sorrow for the poor old man. He was your great uncle.
He was a family nemesis. He sat on the estate and the money, pontificating on the virtues of frugality and self-denial, refusing my father his share, hounding him into mediocrity, turning him into a fawning dog, killing him in the end. And my mother with him, may he rot in hell.
The bishop.
Well, then, in heaven, wherever he chooses, or wherever he was led, all I care for is that at last he is dead and I am alive and free. Oh, come, Uncle, let's start the festivities.
I follow my foster son from the room, my old legs unable to keep up with the vigorous stride of his younger ones. I watch him pass among the guests, a perfect picture of subdued grief and compassion, his tall figure above everyone as he moves through the crowd of mourners towards the Childers family, oldest and dearest friends of Carl's father and mother. And I cannot believe it, watching him now, the thoughts that he has put into words in front of me.
Carl, my dear boy, my deepest condolences. Thank you, Mr. Childers.
I'm sorry, too, Carl. I wish there was something I could do to help.
Thank you, Grace. But it had to come eventually, didn't it?
As it must to all men. And women, too, I suppose.
Oh, never to you, Mrs. Childers. You look like Grace's sister.
Oh, now, there's the wildest of compliments from a young man to a woman teetering on the edge of her prime.
Now, that's true enough, madam. That you are in your prime, but far from the edge.
You are very gallant.
And you are very out of key for such a solemn occasion, Gertrude.
Oh, I'm sorry, Winston. I certainly didn't mean to say or do anything inappropriate.
When will the actual internment be, Carl?
Oh, I'm afraid I'll have to ask Uncle John. He can tell you exactly what's planned.
Oh, hello there, Dr. Devlin. Mr. Childers, Mrs. Childers, Grace.
How do you do? Always a pleasure to see you, Dr. Devlin, even under these most unhappy circumstances.
I've got to get a breath of air, Grace. You want to join me on the balcony?
Oh, yes.
Will you excuse us for a moment? Uncle John, I leave everything in your charge. I've got to get away, and Grace has been kind enough to offer to accompany me.
Now, just a moment. I think
we should let the young people have a moment alone to gather themselves together, as the rest of us must plan to do.
Well, of course, darling, if you think so.
You'll excuse us then?
By all means.
Oh, look, Carl. There's a full moon.
Lover's moon. Strange thing to have to equate with death.
I can't imagine death. I can't even think how it might be.
No, how could you at 18?
19. Almost 20.
You growing up so soon, little Grace.
I have been grown up for some time. And let's not go through any of that old routine about how you used to dangle me on your knee.
Didn't I?
Well, if you did, I was either much too old or you much too young. How old are you anyway?
Older than the pyramids.
What?
Before my great-uncle died. Now, I've dropped a decade like a snake sloughs his skin. I'm back to my 20s, not my 30s.
Oh, I wish you really believed that. Carl, I've been in love with you all my life. I wish you could see me as a woman.
Grace, my dear.
Carl, excuse me, but the undertakers are here. I think you ought to be with us to make the arrangements.
Just call me Angel, Grace. The angel of death. As presumptive heir, I must spread my wings and fly to sit and hatch the golden eggs with all due pomp and ceremony.
Oh, I'd love to call you Angel, but for very different reasons. And now you can afford a wife.
You know, you are a very forward little minx and an attractive one.
Carl, how are you coming?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world, Uncle John. I can't wait to be in at that death.
I'm very displeased with you, Gertrude.
Oh, you Winston, dear. What about this time?
Grace, sending her off with that great Markheim.
You disapprove of young Markheim as a husband for Grace?
Well, he's not young.
Well, he's in his 30s, young enough, and now gloriously rich.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear, but as family lawyer, I happen to have drawn the bishop's will. The entire estate goes to the church, except for a small pittance to his grandnephew.
Oh, no. Oh, look at Grace, the way she looks at him. You can see she adores him. And, well, she does have money of her own.
On which, as long as I have any say about it, he'll never lay a finger.
They're coming this way.
I'm returning your daughter to you, safe and sound. If you'll excuse me, I understand the undertakers are here, and I shall be needed.
Then we'll go.
Grace, you and your mother go home. I shall stay for the reading of the will.
So soon?
If you prefer to wait?
No, by all means. Let's have anything pleasant that we can on this unfortunately dreary occasion. I shall make all due haste to have the bishop transported to the mortician so that he can robe and prepare him for his lost retreat.
Carl! Oh, forgive me, Mr. and Mrs. Childers, but Carl, you're keeping us waiting.
If you'll excuse me.
Quite all right.
I'm sorry, Uncle John. I didn't realize that the old boy was in that much of a hurry. I don't believe it. Everything. The estate, this house, all the money to the church.
You heard the will?
I'll contest it. I'll drag it through every court.
Now, easy, Carl, easy. He left you a yearly allowance.
£1,000 a year? Well, that's not enough to keep me in cigars.
I think the bishop had it in mind that it was high time for you to start earning your own living.
Don't you look down your nose at me, you pompous fascist.
Carl, control yourself. It's quite all right, Dr. Devlin. I can well understand Markheim's disappointment. But time will accustom him to his new status in life. The will entitles him to stay on for 6 months in the house. It will take that long to clear probate anyhow.
It'll never clear probate. I'll contest.
That's your election. But let me warn you, Markheim. I drew this will, and it's ironclad. You can't break it. Besides, it'll cost money to contest, and it seems that's what you have, in your own words, very little of. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Mr. Childers.
Oh, that fat, supercilious, vulgar little...
Oh, will you stop it? I can't bear to see you like this.
You mean as I really am?
No, I won't believe that of you.
Then watch me find a way to cut him down to size.
You can't, Carl. You have no power to change what is.
Oh, you think not? You think not? When one has no scruples and long ago buried his conscience, anything and everything is possible. Now stop looking so scandalized. Is the naked truth more than your Victorian morals can bear?
Oh, I'm so glad you came to dinner, Carl.
Well, how could I refuse? Except that your father wasn't quite so happy.
Oh, Dad'll come around. Mother and I will see to that. I can't think why he's taken this sudden turn against you.
I'll tell you why. It's because of the will. My beloved great-uncle has left me practically penniless.
Oh, no. Oh, my poor darling. Oh, but you, with your wonderful brain and all your connections, you can find a way to be as rich as you want to be.
Well, that takes time, and I don't get any younger.
Oh, you'll never look old.
I adore you, my darling. I have all my life watching, waiting for you to grow up. To be old enough to ask you to be... Well, it's all impossible now.
What's impossible? For us to be married? Just because you haven't much money? Well, I have more than enough for both of us. Mine that my uncle left me. Oh, darling, darling, if that's all that stands between us, kiss me, and we'll be married as soon as it's decent.
No, sir. Never will I give my consent. You'll never get either my daughter or her money.
When she's 21,
I know your staying power. You'll never wait that long. You and my daughter will never be married.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Mr. Childers. I promise you that I'll give you cause to regret your attitude before all is done between us.
Oh, my darling, I love you so. If this is the only way, then I'm not ashamed. I'll be proud.
It's the only way, and I promise you, you won't be sorry.
Oh, how could I ever be sorry for loving you?
You poisonous scoundrel. Is this true, Grace?
Yes, Father.
You're going to have his baby? How long?
I'm in my 4th month.
Lord, no.
It would seem, Mr. Childers, that after all, a marriage has been arranged. Without scruples or conscience, anything is possible. It would seem that Karl Markheim's statement is right. Let's see his score so far. Of the 7 capital sins, he has committed all but perhaps envy and gluttony. And he's only beginning to break the commandments. Can he reach his goal? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. A marriage was arranged, and young Grace Childers became Karl Markheim's willing bride. If some people thought it was a little close after the bishop's death, most people felt that Karl had waited long enough to take the step. The church was gracious also. For a promised yearly contribution, they granted the use of the Markheim house and grounds. To people at large, only one thing was any different in this marriage, and that was that the newlyweds did not take their honeymoon immediately following the wedding. How is Grace, Uncle John?
In perfect health. She'll make a wonderful mother. I have something to say about your wife's pregnancy.
What's that?
It's starting to show. Fortunately, however, there is a remedy.
What are you suggesting?
That you take your wife on an extended honeymoon in Europe. I'd say a year's visit at least. By the time you return, there'll be no embarrassment for anyone.
Well, it's impossible. I don't have any money.
Your wife would be glad to lend it to you.
No, except that starched shirt that she calls Papa has managed to sew it up legally, and the estate won't give me an advance.
Very well, I'll arrange it somehow. I'll talk to Mr. Childers. Do you love that girl you married?
You're the only one I'll give the truth. You see my reflection in the mantelpiece mirror. With this reflection, I'm happy to realize I'm breaking 2 commandments at once.
What do you mean?
The first and the second. Thou shalt have no other God but me, and thou shalt not make for yourself a graven image. There is my graven image in the mirror, Uncle John. Myself. What I love first before any...
What is it?
Who is he? I can't see him clearly. How did he... Who did you bring with you?
I bring... What are you talking about?
Behind you. Over your shoulder. I saw it in the mirror, her face.
There's no one behind me. We're all alone.
But when I turned to the mirror, I can't...
I can't see what, Carl?
Nothing. There's nothing there? No. I guess perhaps I've been too busy indulging the sixth of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, in my case, the bottle. Leaving only envy.
You know something, Carl? I think you need this trip as much as that dear little wife of yours does. I think it might be the best hope for both of you. I'll talk to Childers and show him that without it, there'll be the devil to pay for all of you. I respect your opinion, Dr. Devlin, and I applaud your belief that there is one decent streak somewhere in that young blackguard's makeup. But I'll do everything legally in my power to keep his hands off my daughter's money. But it is her money. She's not of age. She's married and having a child. It seems to me age is irrelevant.
What is irrelevant is my husband, Dr. Devlin. He's a century behind his times. Which is exactly why he's going to release Grace's money and stay out of this.
Gertrude, I don't want you interfering.
There are a lot of things you don't want, Winston, but I'm not going to stop to listen to them because it might take weeks. Now, you don't want to look like a fool. You don't want to be embarrassed among our acquaintances.
What are you talking about?
Well, you would call it your daughter's good name. I call it a spade. Your good name. Your reputation. Carl and Grace will have a child less than 5 months after they're married. If they have it here, you'll be a laughingstock. If they return a year, 2 years from now, from an extended trip on the continent, who's to say what age the child is? And your reputation will be salvaged, as well as your daughter's. You have no choice.
She had cut to the heart of the matter, and Childers had to give in. Grace got her money, and Carl and she their honeymoon. If that's the proper name for it. I made a trip to France myself to deliver the baby, which I'm sad to say was fruitless, since the child was born dead. Now, you mustn't take it so hard, Grace. It was no one's fault.
Perhaps.
I can assure you medically it was sheer unfortunate accident. It was better, actually, this child didn't live. But that doesn't mean you can't have as many more as you want.
As I want.
Yes.
The problem isn't me, Dr. Devlin. It's what Carl wants.
Well, Grace, after I've talked to him...
Can you talk to him is the question. Can anyone talk to him?
What is it, my dear? You can confide in me.
No. No, I won't say anything against my husband. I still love him, God help me. He can't seem to help Carl. Maybe you. Maybe you are the only one who can.
It was a sordid, sickening tale I learned from acquaintances and friends that Grace had made before I faced Carl himself. In the last months of her pregnancy, he seemed to have gone berserk, leaving her for days at a time, staggering home only to sober up, leaving again for his women who were legion, his wine glass, which was always in his hand, his gambling, which was prodigious and disastrous. And yet, when I met him again, to outward looks, he'd seemed to thrive on his degeneracy. I found him at a bar, sitting on a stool facing the mirror, a glass of cognac in hand. What are you doing here, Carl?
Oh, what else, Uncle John? Celebrating the birth of a new era. Karl Markheim, father. Don't tell me the blessed event has arrived.
Your baby was born. Dead.
Thank God.
What?
Karash. There goes another commandment. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord in vain. Third, isn't it? And today is Sunday, so that does away with number 4.
Are you mad, drinking at a bar while your wife lies mourning in the hospital, mourning your lost child? And more than that, I expect.
Lost love that never was. But there is enough more lost. I'm broke, Uncle John. Cleaned out. No love. No child. No money.
You've gone through all Grace's money in less than 6 months.
Wine, women, and a little clicking ball.
At least you still have your 1,000 a year.
Oh, no. No. That's mortgaged, too.
Very well, let's not discuss it here. Come, we'll get to the hospital and pick up Grace, and I'll see that all of you get home.
Wait a minute.
Now, what is it now?
You see, between us and behind us in the mirror, he's waiting. He's always waiting. He will not let me go.
There's no one there, Carl.
Not when you turn around, but I haven't the courage for that anymore. In case he might be.
All right, then I'll prove it to you. I'll turn you. There. Do you see anyone?
No.
Then let's be on our way. I was desperately worried about Carl, of course. But in the few days before we left France, he seemed to dry out satisfactorily. Grace and he had a tearful reunion, and with our return to London, he appeared to take hold of himself. Grace and he seemed to have found some working arrangement, and I hesitated to interfere further. If only I had.
Not one penny.
But, Winston, if our daughter is actually starving...
She can come home where she belongs.
I love him. And we are not all that helpless.
Really? Without money, what do you intend to live on? Markheim's wits? They haven't been very successful so far.
That period of his life is past. He is working now.
At what?
He's investing.
Without money? That's quite a trick.
Well, he'll raise the money. He's assured me of that.
How?
Well, we still have the house, the furniture. We can sell those and get smaller quarters.
Sell the house and the Gertrude?
Yes, Winston?
Perhaps I am too hard on Markheim. Money I can't give him. But maybe I can put him in the way of being very rich. Where is he, Grace?
Downstairs, in the carriage.
Well, tell him I'll talk with him.
Oh, yes, Papa.
Winston, what are you up to?
What I'm up to is none of your business, Gertrude. I won't pretend to have any love for you, Markheim, and I've no money to lend you. But for my daughter's sake, I will allow you this one last chance. The name of the stock? Southern Rhodesian Rand. You see how much of it I'm holding. I bought every share I could afford. And you're sure it's a bonanza? Markheim, I'm their lawyer. They've discovered the greatest motherlode of gold since the Comstock in America. Ooh. It'll make millionaires of us. Is there stock available? Yes, still. I can arrange that for you through my broker. Strictly cash. After Monday, when the news will break, there won't be a share left. You've 3 days left, remember. Good Friday, the exchange will be closed. I'll have the money before then. By hook or by crook. Good morning, Mr. Ross. Who is that? Oh, it's you, Markheim. Well, what is it this time? The usual, my frugal and parsimonious friend. I am in need of cash. Only for a matter of days, however. Days? And what is the security? The entire contents of my mansion. A treasure house. What is a few days? You shall have it back the Monday after Easter Sunday. Well, it can do no harm to look. I shall be at your house by 2 this afternoon. Then we have an agreement? Softly. First, let's let the cat out of the bag. I do not intend to buy a pig in a poke. Carl? Yes, Grace?
Did you get them?
Yes. Yes. 5,000 shares at £2 apiece. By Monday or Tuesday, it'll be past £100 and climbing. We're rich, Grace. Rich for the rest of our lives.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad. Particularly since it's all thanks to Papa.
No thanks from me. It was for you he did it. If this stock should fail me.
Oh, but it won't, not if Papa
Yes,
said that.
thank heaven I have that security. He's holding as much of it as I am.
Then try to forgive and forget. Carl, come to the country with us for an old-fashioned Easter, and let's be a real family at last.
No, damn it, I couldn't stomach the whole weekend. I'll make a bargain. You go up tomorrow with them, and I'll join you on Sunday. I'm quite sure one day will be all your father and I can stand of each other.
Carl? Oh, Carl, thank God I found you at home.
Gertrude.
Oh, my poor darling.
Gertrude, what is it? Something happened to Grace?
No. They've left for the country, but I had to see you the first moment he was gone. The stock. Is it true you bought it?
Oh, yes. But what?
Oh, Lord, what are you going to do? He's ruined you. The stock you bought was his. He swindled you into buying it.
Swindled me?
Yes. The company is bankrupt. Those certificates you hold are not worth the paper they're written on.
For a moment, Markheim stares at Gertrude in utter incredulity. Then, as he turns in a fury to slam his fist against the wall, there, in the hall mirror, he sees his reflection and Gertrude's. And behind them, smiling with an almost satanic glee, the face of the man who taunts and haunts him. I'll return shortly with Act 3. At the sight of that tantalizing mirror image, his eyes misted by the red blood of frustrated fury, Karl Markheim whirls back towards Gertrude, frozen into immobility at the door. Hands in front of him, fingers curled as if to choke and strangle. He moves toward her until suddenly she cries out,
Carl!
What? Oh, it's you. Oh, for a moment I thought... No, he's gone again.
Who?
My nemesis. Doesn't matter. Come, let's go inside. I need a drink.
For a moment, I thought you were going to strangle me.
Not you. Him.
Winston?
Who? Oh, him. No. Well, if he were here, and if what you say is true, I might have.
It's true. You can pour me a drink, too. I almost wish he had been here.
Here's your drink.
Thank you.
To oblivion. Strangling's too good for him, if you'll excuse the expression.
I'll even drink to it. I'm the one who's had to live with him the last 25 years. Carl, is there nothing you can do?
Nothing. Except try to devise a way to hit him where it hurts for the longest time possible.
I know a way.
How?
No. No, I couldn't do that to Grace. She is my daughter.
No, there's little you could do to Grace that I haven't done already. Or that I'm not now committed to do. I don't own any of this furniture or the house I pledged. I'll land in jail. Now I am a thief. That's number 8. I've come pretty close to fulfilling my prophecy.
What prophecy? What is number 8?
Number 8 is thou shalt not steal. The other doesn't matter.
You don't love Grace, do you? You never have.
That's right. Even before this, I had nothing left to offer her. It would have been kinder if I could have found some way to kill her love for me, but apparently I can't.
Give me another drink.
All right.
You used to consider me a very good-looking woman. Was that one of your lies, or did you mean it?
Oh, that I meant.
Which brings up the subject of number 9.
What?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Or have you broken that one?
No. Nor, as it happens, have I broken number 7.
Adultery. It's the first thought that ever crossed my mind when I first met you.
It was in mine, too.
Grace and Winston are already in the country. I'm not driving up till tomorrow with Dr. Devlin. The one single thing that would most devastate Winston is to be cuckolded. Grace need never know. But depend on it, I would let him know.
By heaven, Gertrude. It's almost worth it all for this moment.
What is it, Papa?
The bridge is down, those damn spring rains. We can't make it before dark. We'll have to go back. Oh, boy. Oh.
Papa?
Yes?
As long as we won't be at Grandfather's tonight and Mama's with Aunt Tilda, well, let's drive straight to my house. You can spend the night, and I'll make supper for all of us.
Well, I don't think your husband would welcome my presence.
Oh, nonsense. Now that you've made him rich.
That hasn't happened yet.
Oh, but it's going to by Monday.
Yes, Monday's going to be a red-letter day for Mr. Karl Markheim. All right. It's almost dark. We'd better hurry.
I can't understand where Carl could be. Oh, thank you for carrying up my bag, Papa. I'll just put it on my bed.
Good Lord.
Carl. Mama. Oh, no.
Well, Gertrude, it seems we won't have to tell your husband after all.
I'd never have believed it, Carl. I could believe every rotten thing about you but this. Why, you've broken Grace's heart and destroyed the marriage of my friend and your father.
I broke Grace's heart a long time ago. She's lucky to be free at last. As for your friend and my father's friend...
Gertrude told me what he'd done to you. And I was ready to bail you out until this last unconscionable act. I now want you to know that I'm through with you forever. You have lost the last friend you have.
Except one.
Who?
My shadow, whoever he is. Well, Uncle John, there's one thing you have to say for me. I keep my word.
How?
Well, I said I'd commit every deadly sin and break every holy commandment. I've only one to go. And that I'll take care of tomorrow.
All right, I'm coming. I must have known. You, Markheim. Who else would have the gall? Easter Sunday. Well, come in. You know I'm alone and that I make a point of refusing business on a holy day.
I come to buy, not to sell. I seek an Easter present for a lady which I must present tonight.
So be it. You're an old customer, so let's see. Now, here's a pretty thing, this hand glass. 15th century. See how clear it mirrors.
Too clear. I see him all too plain. Look here, do you see him?
Well, I see my own reflection.
Let me look again. No. There he still is. By God, I'll be rid of him at last.
Now, there's an unkind, unseemly thing to do, to destroy so wantonly.
And here is an even unkinder.
You stabbed me. Why?
Because I came here to complete an old vow and start a new life. Where do you keep your money?
Money? No. Help me. I'm dying.
Die, then. I picked up the guttering candle. I wanted to flee to the safety of my bed, but I've done the deed and must reap the profit. I moved about, pocketing whatever I could find of value, all the time my mind racing, telling me I should have chosen a quiet hour, arranged an alibi, not have used a knife that belonged to me. That made me move towards the corpse to pull it free. And then I saw the keys. There was money, much money, enough money to save me, hidden somewhere in this house. must find it. Perhaps an hour later, I was upstairs ransacking the place desperately when the voice spoke.
You are looking for the money, I believe.
I whirled. It was him. My mirror haunt at last, face to face in life. He seemed commonplace enough, and his voice was kind and gentle. I tried to answer, but none would come. I was frozen.
You know, you have long been a favorite of mine. I have long observed you, as you were aware, and often sought to help you.
What are you? The devil?
What I may be cannot affect the service I propose to render you.
No, never. Not by you. You do not know me yet.
Oh, I know you. I know you to the soul.
Know me? How can you know me? My life is a travesty and a slander on myself. I've lived to belie my own nature as all men do.
Very feelingly expressed. But time flies. Shall I help you? I, who know all. Shall I tell you where to find the money?
For what price?
No, I offer you the service as an Easter gift.
No. No, thank you. I take nothing directly at your hands. It may seem incredulous from all I've done, but I still cannot commit myself to hell.
Why must you doubt that I have any heart? I was once an angel, too, you must remember. The devil. Why must all men mistake my purpose? I am here to try you, not to enslave you and drag you down into the pit.
Oh, that's not necessary in my case. I drag myself down.
Because the devil is an illusion. I am all men. I dwell in all. It is you who seek me, not I you. Now, shall I show you the money?
And mercy? Forgiveness? Salvation?
Have you ever tried? Or asked for it?
The maid. She's returned.
Well, that need be no impossible fence to climb. You will open the door, tell her that you are the doctor who came because her master was taken ill quite suddenly. Once you have the girl inside and the door closed with the same dexterity as you dispatched the old man, you dispatch her. And then you have the rest of the day and night to ransack the house for the money. If you do not wish my help...
This crime was to be my last. Today, out of this deed, I meant to pluck both warning and riches and a fresh resolve to be my real self.
Your life hangs trembling in the scales. You cannot keep her waiting or she will rouse the whole neighborhood. Up, my friend, and act.
As a man in a dream, I passed down the stairs, my hand on the dagger hilt beneath my cloak. For a moment, I stopped by the door to look in a large Venetian glass. It reflects me, Karl Markheim, alone. Alone, I stand transfixed. And then the bell once more breaks out into an impatient clamor. You had better go for the police, miss. I have just murdered your master.
The devil is an illusion. He lives in all of us, and no one can conquer him but ourselves. This is the lesson Karl Markheim took a long and bitter road to learn. But then, salvation is never bought easily. I'll be back shortly.
State Farm is there with a discount for drivers 50 and older. Millions of drivers 50 and older are saving important money with the State Farm discount. They're getting the personal agent service and great claims handling State Farm is famous for, and saving too. If you're 50 or older with no unmarried drivers under 25 living at home, see a State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The discount's not available in every state. Other restrictions apply.
Hawaii, sun, sand, surf. And money
monster linemen battling each other at the NFL Pro Bowl in beautiful Honolulu. And you can be there, too, as the honorary coin toss official. If you win, the Campbell's Chunky Soup Heads You Win game. Get details in a money-saving coupon in this Sunday's newspaper. And let Chunky Soup be your ticket to paradise.
Campbell's Chunky Soup, the satisfying stuff that keeps you going. Must be 18 or older. No purchase necessary. Offer ends July 31st, 1990.
If you have not yet prepared your will, please listen carefully. Without a will, the laws of the state and not you will determine who receives your property and in what amounts. Who manages the affairs of your estate? Your choice as guardian of your minor children may never be known. Your loved ones could face unnecessary legal costs and needless court delays. Now, for only $12.95, you can make your own will quickly and safely with the American Will Kit. You'll receive simple fill-in-the-blank will forms with easy-to-follow directions. The forms were prepared by lawyers to be valid in all 50 states. Order now, and you'll also receive free of charge our easy-reading personal protection guide, giving you important tips and special information that can save you money. Now is the time to take advantage of this special mail order opportunity. To order, call toll-free 1-800-542-1212. Only $12.95 plus shipping. That's 1-800-542-1212. Money back if not satisfied. Call now, 1-800-542-1212.
So in the end, we return to our original question. Is there any such thing as a man who is all evil without a single saving grace? Markheim came close, but in the end he reached, as all of us, for salvation. For once not asking, but offering himself as sacrifice to the mercy of God, or perhaps the devil within him. So, with a lift of hope, we end our tale. The image of God dwells within us, too. There is some small kernel of good, at least, in all of us. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Grace Matthews, Rosemary Rice, Guy Sorrell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
You're listening to an early steam locomotive. A reminder of when it took forever to cross this country, and when people with epilepsy had little hope of a normal life. Today we use modern transportation, but many Americans still cling to outdated ideas about epilepsy. Ideas that haven't kept up with progress.
A progress report on epilepsy.
One of the most dramatic advances of recent years has been in
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The world's great novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University of the Air presents the first installment of a 4-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick. Another in a series of books that live, the world's great novels.
Call me Ishmael, mateys. Some years ago, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It's a way I have of driving off the spleen. In fact, whenever it's a damp, drizzly November in my soul, and I find myself involuntarily bringing up the rear of every funeral I meet, then I account it high time to get to sea. So, when I felt a lure to go on a whaling voyage, I stuffed a shirt or two into my old carpet bag and, setting out for Nantucket, reached there on a Saturday night in December. It was a dark and dismal night, cold, windy, and cheerless. I knew no one in the place. With anxious grapnels, I sounded my pockets and only brought up a few pieces of silver. So, wherever you go, dear Ishmael, said I to myself, be sure to inquire the price, and don't be too particular. A few minutes later, not far from the docks, I dimly saw the swinging sign of the Spouter Inn. It had a poverty-stricken sort of creak to it, and I thought that here was the very spot for cheap lodgings. So I went in. Good evening, landlord.
Good evening, young man.
It's a boggy, soggy, squitchy night.
God help all poor sailors on a night like this.
Can I get a room here?
Sorry, lad, but there's not a bed unoccupied. Oh, but avast. You ain't no objections to sharing a harpooner's blanket, have you?
Well, I hadn't thought of...
I suppose you're going to whaling, so you'd better get used to that sort of thing.
Maybe I could sleep on this bench here.
There's a foot too short, lad.
If you don't mind, tell me about this harpooner.
Well, he's a dark-complexioned chap. Eats nothing but steaks and likes some rare.
Oh, where is he? Is he here?
He'll be here afore long.
But it's nearly midnight now. Does he always keep such late hours?
No. Generally, he's an early bird. Early to bed and early to rise. Yeah, he's the bird that catches the worm. But tonight he went out a-peddling, you see. And what on earth keeps him so late, I don't know. Unless he can't sell his head.
Can't sell his head? What sort of bamboozling story is this you're telling me?
It is no bamboozle.
You pretend to say, landlord, that this harpooner is actually engaged this blessed Saturday night, or rather Sunday morning, in peddling his head around this town?
That's precisely it. And I told him he couldn't sell it here. The market's overstocked.
Overstocked with what?
With heads, to be sure. Ain't there too many heads in the world?
I tell you what it is, landlord. You'd better stop spinning that yarn to me. I'm not green.
Oh, I can see that. Many's the lad who arrives fresh from plowed fields to go whaling, with bell buttons to his waistcoat and straps on his canvas trousers. Poor hayseeds. How bitterly burst those straps in the first howling gales, when they're driven, straps, buttons and all, down the throat of the tempest.
I've no bell buttons nor straps either.
No, you're not green, lad. But you'll be done brown if that harpooner hears you slander his head.
Perhaps I'll break it for him.
It's broke already.
Broke? Actually broke, do you mean?
Certain. And that's the very reason he can't sell it, I guess.
Landlord, you and I must understand one another. I come to your inn and want a bed. You tell me you can only give me half a one, that the other half belongs to a certain harpooner, who, according to your story, sounds mad, and I've no intention of sleeping with a madman.
Be easy, lad, be easy. This here harpooner I've been telling you of has just arrived from the South Seas, where he bought up a lot of embalmed New Zealand heads. They're great curios, you know, and he sold all of them but one. And that one he's trying to sell tonight, because tomorrow's Sunday, and it would not do to be selling human heads about the streets when folks is going to churches.
Ah, so that's it. Though it does seem to me that a harpooner that stays out of a Saturday night clean into the holy Sabbath to sell the heads of dead idolaters is a dangerous man.
He pays regular. But come, lad, it's a nice bed. Besides, I've you won't see that harpooner tonight. He's come to anchor somewhere. So come along, then. Do come. Won't you come?
Very well, landlord. I'll chance it.
Brave lad. Here, I'll give you a glim in a jiffy. Now then, come along, right down the hall. So you're going to whaling?
Yes. You see, I'm not so much bound to any haven ahead as rushing from all havens astern.
Don't rush too fast, my lad. There's death in this business of whaling. Aye, a quick bundling of a man into eternity. Well, here we are.
It's as cold as a clam in here.
Ah, but look at the bed. A nice bed. Sal and me slept in that bed the night we were spliced, about 100 years ago. So make yourself comfortable now, and good night to you.
Thinking of the head-peddling harpooner, I undressed. Then, blowing out the light, I tumbled into bed, commending myself to the care of heaven. I had barely fallen asleep when suddenly I heard a heavy footfall in the passage. Holding a candle in one hand and an embalmed head in the other, the stranger crossed the room without seeing me. I lay utterly still. Good heavens. Such a face, dark, purple, without a hair on his head except a small scalp knot. Some abominable savage here in this room. Suddenly he picked up a tomahawk from the table and put it between his teeth. The next moment the room was plunged in darkness, and this wild cannibal sprang into bed with me. I sang out.
Landlord, help! Save me!
Boy, devil you!
Help!
You're no speaky, I kill thee.
Landlord, save me! Here, what's going on in here? Oh, so it's you, Queequeg. Don't be afraid now, lad. Queequeg here wouldn't harm a hair on your head.
Why didn't you tell me that this infernal harpooner was a cannibal?
Didn't I tell you he was a peddling heads around town? Besides, better sleep with a sober cannibal than a drunken Christian.
Well, tell him to stash his tomahawk there. It's dangerous, and I ain't insured.
Queequeg, look here. You sabi me. I sabi you. This man sleepy you sabi?
Me sabi plenty.
And he don't like that tomahawk neither. Put it on the floor. There. Now then, lad, turn flukes again and go to sleep.
Good night, landlord. I never slept better in my life. The next morning I examined my roommate with much interest. Cannibal he indeed was, but he looked like a man who had never cringed and had never had a creditor. After breakfast, we had a social smoke together and were soon cronies. He made me a present of his embalmed head, then drew out $30 in silver, divided it, and made me take half. From that hour I clove to Queequeg like a barnacle, yea, till poor Queequeg took his last long dive. Learning from the landlord that the whaling ship the Pequod was up for a 3-year voyage, Queequeg and I sauntered down to the wharf, picking our teeth with halibut bones to take a look at her. There she is, Queequeg, painted on her bow, the Pequod.
Me see him.
Weather-stained in the typhoons and calms of 4 seas. A noble craft, but somehow a most melancholy. All noble things are touched with that.
Him captain on quarterdeck.
Let's go and talk to him.
Me stay here.
Quaker by the looks of him. Wait for me here a minute. Are you the captain of the Pequod?
What dost thou want of him?
I was thinking of shipping.
Oh, thou wast thou? I see thou art no Nantucketer. Ever been in a smashed whaleboat?
No, sir, I never have.
Dost know nothing at all about whaling, I dare say, eh?
Nothing, sir, but I have no doubt I shall soon learn. I've been several voyages in the merchant service, and I think
Dost see that leg? I'll take that leg away from thy stern if ever thou talkest of the merchant service to me again. Merchant service, indeed, flames and flukes. What makes thee want to go a-whaling, eh?
I've a mind for it.
Why? What takes thee a-whaling? I want to know what before I think of shipping ye.
Well, sir, I want to see what whaling is. I want to see the world.
Want to see what whaling is, eh? Have you clapped eye on Captain Ahab?
Who is Captain Ahab, sir?
Aye, I thought so. Captain Ahab is the captain of this ship.
I thought I was speaking to the captain himself.
Thou art speaking to Captain Peleg. That's who you are speaking to, young man. I am part owner, and it belongs to me to see the Pequod supplied with all her needs, including crew.
Yes, sir.
So you want us to know what whaling is, eh? Now clap eye on Captain Ahab, young man, and thou wilt find that he has only one leg.
What do you mean, sir? Was the other one lost by a whale?
Lost by a whale? Young man, it was devoured, chewed up, crunched by the most terrible sperm whale that ever chipped a boat. So now I've given thee a hint about what whaling is. Do ye yet feel inclined for it?
I do, sir.
Very good. Now, art thou the man to pitch a harpoon down a live whale's throat and then jump after it? Answer quick.
I am, sir.
Good again. Now then, you also want to go in order to see the world. Was not that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Turn around and take a peep over the weather bow and tell me what you see there. Well, what's the report? What do you see?
Not much. Nothing but water. And there's a squall coming up, I think.
But can't you see enough of the world from where you stand without wishing to go around Cape Horn?
No, sir. I mean, the Pequod seems to me like a fine ship, and I want to go along.
Then thou mayst as well sign the papers right here and now. I shall put ye down for a 275th part of the clear net proceeds of the voyage.
That's not much, sir.
Not much? Why, with luck, it'll pretty nearly pay for the clothes you wear out on it. Not to speak of 3 years' beef and board, for which you won't have to pay one stiver.
Another thing, sir. I have a friend with me who wants to ship out, too.
Ah. Has he ever whaled it any?
Killed more whales than I can count, sir. He's a harpooner. Now, there he is now, Captain.
Call him.
Oh, Queequeg! Queequeg, come here!
Meanwhile, young man, you can sign right here.
Excuse me, sir, but where can Captain Ahab be found?
What dost thou want of Captain Ahab?
Before signing the ship's papers, perhaps I ought to see him.
He won't always see me, so I don't suppose he will thee. He's in his cabin. But you like him well enough. No fear, no fear. He's been sick, but he'll be all right again before long. He's a grand, ungodly, godlike man, Captain Ahab is. Doesn't speak much. But when he does speak, then you may well listen.
Yes, sir.
Great hunter of whales, and good to his crew. But mark ye, be forewarned. Captain Ahab's above the common. Ahab's been in colleges, as well as among the cannibals. Been used to deeper thoughts than the waves. Fixed his fiery lance in mightier, stranger foes than whales. He ain't a mere man like me. He's Captain Ahab, boy. And Ahab of old, thou knowest, was crowned a king.
And a very vile one, sir. When that wicked king was slain, the dogs, did they not lick his blood?
Never say that aboard the Pequod, lad. Never say it anywhere. I warn thee. I know Captain Ahab well. Sailed with him as a mate once. He's a good man. Not a pious good man, but a swearing good man. You understand?
Yes, sir.
He was never very jolly. And on the passage home, he was out of his mind for a spell. But it was the sharp shooting pains in his bleeding stump that brought that about, as anyone might see. And ever since he lost his leg by that accursed whale, he's been moody, savage. But 'twill pass. And I assure thee, young man, better to sail with a moody good captain than a laughing bad one. What? This your ship, mate?
Yes, sir. Queequeg.
I'll have no cannibals aboard this craft.
What do you mean by that, Captain Peleg? He's a member of the church.
Oh, thou art skylarking. What church? Answer me.
I mean, sir, the same ancient church to which every mother, son, and soul of us belong.
What?
The great congregation of this whole worshiping world. We all belong to that. Only some of us cherish some private ideas, not touching the one great belief in God. In that, we all join hands.
Young man, I never heard a better sermon. I say, Quahog, or whatever your name is, you're carrying your own harpoon, I see. Did you ever stand in the head of a whaleboat? Did you ever strike a fish?
Captain, you see him small drop tar on water there? You see him?
Yes.
Suppose him one whale eye. Watch.
You hit it. And if that had been a whale, he'd been a dead one. Here, quick. Dost thou sign thy name or make thy mark?
Me make a mark.
Excellent. There. And now, young man, you may sign just beneath.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, gentlemen, you are both members of the crew of the Pequod. There's no telling how soon the vessel will be sailing, so get your gear aboard by night. And may the Lord have mercy on you.
As Queequeg and I set out for the Spouter Inn, I did but half fancy being committed this way to so long a voyage without laying my eyes on the man who was to be the absolute dictator of it so soon as the ship sailed out upon the open sea. But I said nothing and tried to think of nothing when suddenly a stranger in a faded jacket and patched trousers accosted us.
Shipmates, have you shipped in that ship?
You mean the ship Pequod, I suppose?
Aye, the Pequod. That ship there.
Yes. We have just signed the articles.
Anything down there about your souls?
About what?
Oh, perhaps you haven't got any.
What are you jabbering about, matey?
He's got enough, though, to make up for all deficiencies of that sort in other chaps.
Let's go, Queequeg. This fella's talking about something and somebody we don't know.
Stop. You said true. You haven't seen Old Thunder yet, have you?
Who's Old Thunder?
Captain Ahab.
What? The captain of our ship, the Pequod?
Aye. You haven't seen him yet, have you?
No, we haven't. He's been sick, they say. But he'll be all right again before long.
Oh. All right again before long. Looky, when Captain Ahab is all right, then this maimed left arm of mine will be all right. Not before.
What do you know about him?
What did they tell you about him, huh? Say that.
That he's a good whale hunter and a good captain to his crew.
True enough. But did they also tell you about his losing his leg last voyage, according to the prophecy?
My friend, if you're speaking of Captain Ahab, of that ship there, the Pequod, then let me tell you that I know all about the loss of his leg.
All about it, eh? Sure you do. All?
Pretty sure.
Oh, and so you've shipped, have you? Names down on the papers. Well, what's signed is signed, and what's to be will be. Aye, some sailors or other must go with him, I suppose. God pity him. Morning to you, shipmates. The ineffable heavens bless you. I'm sorry I stopped you.
Okay, friend. If you have anything important to tell us, out with it.
I like to hear a chap talk up that way. You're just the man for him. The likes of you both.
You can't fool us, mister. It's the easiest thing in the world for a man to look as if he had a great secret in him.
Morning to you, shipmates. Morning.
Morning it is. Come along, Queequeg. And incidentally, matey, what's your name?
Elijah.
You're a humbug, Mr. Elijah. A humbug? So I thought at the time, little knowing. Well, we had not gone 100 yards when, chancing to turn a corner and looking back, who should be seen but Elijah following us. As we turned into the inn, however, he passed on. But that night, as we approached the ship in a heavy fog, I thought I saw figures like phantoms ahead of us. There's some sailors running ahead along the wharf, if I see right. We'd better hurry, Queequeg.
Oh, that's there.
Huh?
Going aboard?
Oh, so it's you again, Mr. Elijah.
Going aboard after all, be you?
Elijah, we're going to the Indian and Pacific Oceans, so we can't hang around chinning with you. He's cracked, Queequeg. Come on.
Oh, wait. Did you see anything looking like men going towards the ship ahead of you a minute ago?
4 or 5 men. It was too dim to be sure.
Dimmer than you'd think. Just see if you can find them now, will you?
Why, they're aboard the Pequod.
Oh, sure of that, are you? Well, goodbye to you. Shan't see you again very soon, if ever.
Stepping on board the Pequod, no one who could have been the phantoms were in sight. Only the crew. But there was not much chance to think over the matter. The ship was about to get underway.
Man the capstan! Blood and thunder, jump! Spring, thou sheephead! Spring and break thy backbone! Why don't you spring, I say, all of you, spring! You with the red whiskers, spring! You there, green pants, spring your eyes out!
At last, the anchor was up, the sails were set, and off we glided. We gave 3 heavy-hearted cheers, and as day merged into night, blindly plunged like fate into the lone Atlantic. For several days after leaving Nantucket, nothing above hatches was seen of Captain Ahab. 'Twas the chief mate, Mr. Starbuck, who ran the ship.
I will have no man in my boat who is not afraid of a whale.
My first vague disquietude touching the unknown captain became almost a perturbation. And then one twilight, I caught sight of a man pacing the quarter-deck with a barbaric white leg made from the polished bone of a sperm whale's jaw. Unconsciously, I shrank back out of sight.
And further along, I saw the mate approaching him. Excuse me, Captain Ahab.
Yes. What do you want, Starbuck?
If Captain Ahab pleases to walk the planks, no one can say him nay. But with the cabins just under the deck and night coming on, I thought there might be some way of muffling the noise.
Oh, you did you?
Yes, sir. A globe of tow on that ivory leg would...
Am I a cannonball, Mr. Starbuck, that you would ward me in that fashion? Go thy ways, I had forgot. Below to thy nightly grave, where such as ye sleep between shrouds.
I hope you don't think, sir...
Down, dog, and kennel.
I'm not used to be spoken to that way, sir. I do but less than half like it, sir.
Avast.
I will not tamely be called a dog, sir.
Then be called 10 times a donkey and a mule and an ass. And be gone, or I'll clear the world of you.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Send everybody aft here.
Sir?
Do as I say. Send everybody aft. You up there, mastheads. Come down.
When the entire ship's company were assembled, with not wholly unapprehensive faces, Captain Ahab eyed us in silence. Then suddenly he cried out,
What do you do when you see a whale, men?
Sing out for him! Aye.
Good. And what do you next, men?
Guy and after him!
You with a red beard, what tune is it you pull to?
A dead whale or a stove boat?
That's the spirit. Now, men, you see this $20 gold piece? Aye, do you see it?
Aye.
Going to nail it to the mainmast. And so whosoever of you first sights a white whale with a wrinkled brow and a crooked jaw, he shall have the gold. Skin your eyes for him, men. Look sharp for white water. If you see but a bubble, sing out.
Could this white whale ye seek be the one they call Moby Dick, sir?
Aye, Mr. Starbuck. It was Moby Dick that dismasked me. Moby Dick that brought me to this dead stump I stand on now. Aye, and I'll chase him round Good Hope and round the Horn and round Perdition's flames before I give him up. That's what you've shipped for, men. To chase that white whale on both sides of land and over all sides of earth till he spouts black blood and rolls thin out. What say you, men?
We're the lads to hunt down the whale.
And I say, Captain, that to chase and point lances at such an apparition as Moby Dick is not for mortal man. All who have attempted it have been torn into a quick eternity.
The prophecy was that I should be dismembered. And I lost this leg. But I now prophesy that I will dismember my dismemberer. Death to Moby Dick! And may God hunt us all if we do not hunt Moby Dick to his death.
Thus Captain Ahab cherished a wild vindictiveness against the white whale. All evil to him seemed visibly personified in Moby Dick. He piled upon the whale's white hump the sum of all the rage and hate felt by mankind from Adam down. And then, as if his chest had been a mortar, he burst his hot shell upon it, dragging us helplessly after him.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, this program will not be heard, but the week following, listen to the second episode from Moby Dick. And remember that this and many other fine books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Moby Dick is adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick, and the music composed by Emil Soderstrom, the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael is played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, the Landlord by Charles Eggleston, Queequeg by Boris Applin, Peleg by Arthur Peterson, Elijah by Kurt Kupfer, Starbuck by Don Gallagher, and Red Whiskers by Joe Anthony. Remember, Great Novels will not be heard next week, but will return to the air the week following. This is David Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago. The war is not yet over for many of our men in uniform, and so the USO must and will continue to make life pleasanter for them. Stand by the GI. Contribute generously to the USO. Remember, they still need USO, and USO is you. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Needs the comfort and inspiration of religious faith, for it is faith which helps hold our families together, builds moral and spiritual character. And today, perhaps more than ever before, there's a need to turn to a way of life based on the enduring principles of religion. There are a great many programs of religious nature on NBC Radio, which you'll enjoy hearing this Sunday. Among them, The Art of Living, the National Radio Pulpit, Eternal Light, the Lutheran Hour, the Catholic Hour, and the Hour of Decision conducted by Billy Graham. These are but a few of the broadcasts that will bring you inspiration and comfort not only this Sunday, but on the Sundays to come. Of course, the Easter message will be the highlight event this week. We know you'll enjoy hearing them as a supplement to your visit to the church of your choice. And when you do go to church this Sunday, take the whole family with you.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
The World's Great Novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University of the Air presents the second installment of a 4-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels. In the first episode, we saw how Ishmael and his newly found shipmate, the cannibal Queequeg, signed aboard the whaling ship the Pequod, and in spite of ominous warnings from a stranger named Elijah, they sailed with her. But not until they'd been at sea for several days did they learn the true purpose of the voyage, to hunt to his death the giant white whale, Moby Dick. And to that sinister errand, they found themselves irrevocably committed by Captain Ahab.
This is Ishmael again, mateys. As this business of whaling has somehow come to be regarded among landsmen as a disreputable pursuit, I'm all anxiety to convince ye of the injustice done us hunters of whales. For to grope down into the bottom of the sea after whales, especially after such a one as Moby Dick, to have one's hands among the unspeakable foundations, ribs, and very pelvis of the world, this is a fearful thing. But perhaps it was the whiteness of Moby Dick that above all things appalled me. I wondered, what must be the thoughts fermenting in the brain of Captain Ahab?
With the frigate's anchors for my bridle bits and harpoons for spurs, would I could mount that whale and leap the topmost skies, to see whether the fabled heavens with all their countless tents really lie encamped beyond my mortal sight. Well, I am Ahab. What I've dared, I've willed, and what I've willed, I'll do. Starbuck thinks me mad, but I am demoniac. I am madness maddened. And though the white whale Moby Dick should turn up his wrinkled brow off the Persian Gulf or in the Bengal Bay or the Yellow Sea, or in any other waters haunted by his race, I'll rush unerringly to him, and naught's an obstacle. Death to Moby Dick!
Ahab's quenchless feud seemed mine. With greedy ears, I learned from my shipmates the history of that murderous monster, against whom I and all the others had taken oaths of violence and revenge.
And I say that I, Starbuck, am here in this ocean to kill whales for my living, and not to be killed by them for theirs. That hundreds of men have been so killed, I well know. What doom was my own father's, and where in these bottomless deeps can I find the torn limbs of my brother? And mark ye, shipmates, of all whales, Moby Dick is the most dangerous.
A white whale. You mark that, mates. Look you, there's something special in the wind. Ahab has that's bloody on his mind. Do you hear that noise, Cabaco?
What noise do you mean?
There it is again, under the hatches. Don't you hear it? A cough. It sounded like a cough.
Cough me, I. Pass along the bucket.
There again. There it is. Sounds like 2 or 3 sleepers turning over.
Caramba, have done, shipmate, will you? It is the 3 soaked biscuits you eat for supper turning over inside you, nothing else. Look to the bucket.
Say what you will, Cabaco. I've sharp ears.
Aye. You are the chap that heard the hum of your old lady's knitting needles 50 miles at sea from Nantucket. You're the chap.
Grin away. We'll see what turns up. But I'm saying there's somebody down in the afterhold that hasn't yet been seen topside. And I bet your old mogul Ahab knows something of it, too. What do you think, Chips?
That's against my principles. Think not is my 11th commandment, and sleep when you can is my 12th. But if it's of Moby Dick you're getting nervous, I have seen him. Look at his hanging lower lip. What a huge sulk and pout is there. A sulk and pout, by carpenter's measurement, about 20 feet long and 5 feet deep. A sulk and pout that will yield you some 500 gallons of oil and more. Am I right, Mr. Starbuck?
You are right, Chips. But I say, look at his forehead. The sharpest lance darted by the strongest human arm only rebounds from it. It's as if the forehead of Moby Dick is paved with horses' hoofs. He'll be the death of us.
The wild, watery loneliness of our lives did strongly incline the men to superstition regarding Moby Dick. As for myself, as the days passed and the ivy-tusked Pickwood sharply bowed to the blast and gored the dark waves in her madness till like showers of silver chips the foam flakes flew over her bulwarks, for me the great floodgates of the wonder world seemed to swing open, and there floated into my inmost soul a giant whale, a grand hooded phantom like a snow hill in the air. Moby Dick.
Come in. What do you want, Starbuck?
Will there be any change in the course, sir?
What's the wind?
Northeast by east, sir.
As you perceive, I have been consulting my sea charts. Where do you think Moby Dick spouts today, Mr. Starbuck?
No one could possibly know that, sir.
I'm not so sure of that, Starbuck.
Time and tide flow wide, Captain, and the hated whale has the whole round watery world to swim in.
Aye. Where the unrecorded names and navies rust, and untold hopes and anchors rot. Where in her murderous hole this frigate earth is ballasted with bones of millions of the drowned. There in that awful waterland is Moby Dick's familiar home. Nevertheless, we shall find him.
How, sir?
For some months, Starbuck, I have been making an elaborate migratory chart of the sperm whale. Here, look. Here are the 4 oceans of the world with all their currents and eddies.
Yes, sir.
And here I have penciled in the various tides and currents, thereby calculating the driftings of the sperm whale's food. Dost thou understand?
I think I do, sir.
Good. Now, by referring to the regular seasons for hunting the sperm whale in particular latitudes, we can arrive at a surmise approaching to certainty concerning the likeliest day and upon what feeding ground to search for our prey.
But Moby Dick, sir, may not necessarily return to the same grounds twice.
Aye. But I have reduced possibilities to probabilities by consulting the old log books of 100 whaling ships. Look. Yeah. These areas, shaded in red, are his places of long abode, Mr. Starbuck. I know his habits as I know my own. So it is not so absurd and hopeless a task, after all, to seek out one solitary creature in the unhooped oceans of this planet. Aye, Starbuck. Though this Leviathan comes floundering down upon us from the headwaters of the eternities, and rearing upon the topmost crest of the equatorial flood, spouts his froth defiance to the skies. Mine is the harpoon that will make him spout thick blood.
Perhaps, sir.
Not perhaps, but absolutely. Change the course at 4 barrels in the second dog watch and make it southwest for south. Leave me to my calculations. They at least give me pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Tell the lookouts to the mastheads to skin their eyes for the white whale over white water. And if they see but a bubble, sing out.
Aye, aye, sir. Some certain significance lurks in all things, else all things are little worth, and the round world itself but an empty cipher, except to sell by the cartload to fill a morass in the Milky Way. The golden coin offered by Ahab to the first to sight Moby Dick was of purest virgin gold, raked somewhere out of the heart of gorgeous hills, and though now nailed to the mainmast, yet untouchable and immaculate to any foulness, it still preserved its keto glow. Days, weeks passed, and under full sail the Ivory Pequod swept on into the Pacific, that rolling of the midmost waters of the world, the tide-beating heart of the earth. And then one transparent blue morning, when the long burnished sun glade on the water seemed a golden finger laid across them enjoining some secrecy, high aloft in the cross trees, Kabako cried out, "Where away?" All is in commotion.
Starboard! Strike the mainyard! Swing the boats out!
The cranes are thrust out, the mainyard backed. But look, 5 phantoms, for so they seem, are casting loose the tackles of the captain's boat on the other side of the deck.
Look, Mr. Starbuck. Where'd they come from? From below hatches. The ones I kept hearing. They're Chinamen. Yes. Stowaways and Ahab's boatmen.
The figure standing by the boat's prow is tall, with one white tooth evilly protruding from its steel-like lips. Ahab cries out to him,
"All ready there, Padella?"
Yes, Captain.
Lower away then, you hear? You, Starboard! Stop, and you others! Lower away there, I say!
With a swift rattle of blocks, the boats are striking the water. Hardly do they pull out from under the ship's lee when Ahab's boat pulls round under the stern, rowed by its sinister-looking crew.
Let yourselves! Give way all 4 boats! Now, Starboard! Pull out more to leeward! It isn't Moby Dick, but get him anyway!
Aye, aye, sir. Lay back on the oars, men.
Oh!
There. There again. There she blows ahead, boys. Lay back.
They're off. Starbuck in the lead.
Pull. Pull, my fine hearts alive. Pull.
Why don't you break your backbones, my boys? What is it you stare at? Those chaps in yonder boat? There are only 5 more hands come to help us someday against Moby Dick himself. So pull and never mind the smell of brimstone. Easy, easy. Don't be in a hurry. Why don't you snap your oars, you rascals? Bite something, you dogs. That's it. Long and strong. Stop snoring and pull, will you? Pull and start your eyes out. Spring, my men, spring. Sing out and say something, my hearty. That's it. Roar and pull, my thunderbolts. Reach me on that whale's back, boys. Steadily, lads. We're getting closer. Only pull, crack all your backbones, burst your livers and lungs. Give them the long and strong stroke. Raise the buried dead perpendicular out of their graves. Pull! Who's dropped an anchor overboard? Will you spit fire or not? Pull!
Furthest to windward, Ahab's tiger yellow crew seems of steel and whalebone. Like 5 trip hammers, they rise and fall with regular strokes of strength. What happened? Ahab at the steering oar suddenly fell to one knee, and his rower stopped. They're out of it. But not Starbuck. He continues to chase the whale, running dead to leeward.
Every man look out along his oars. Now, Queequeg, stand up.
With a bound, Queequeg springs to the bow, harpoon quivering in his hand.
There he is. Keep cool, men. Cucumbers is the word. We're slipping up on him, but keep pulling, nothing more. Softly. It ain't the white whale today. All right, Queequeg. Give it to him. He's hit it. No! Wet the line. He's rushing.
Every man clings to a seat as they shoot forward, pulled by the whale.
Hooray! This is the way to sail. Every keel a sunbeam. Haul in!
All hands are pulling the boat up to him, while yet they are being towed on. Now they're closer. Queequeg shoots dart after dart into the flying monster.
Pull up!
Red tides of blood pour from all sides of the monster. His tormented body rolls, not in brine, but in blood, which bubbles and seethes. Now he spouts. Again. Jet after jet of white smoke agonizingly shoot from the whale's spout hole.
Once more, Queequeg.
The whale surges from side to side, dilating his spout hole with sharp, cracking, agonized breaths. Red gore shoots into the air and runs dripping down the whale's flanks. His heart has burst.
He's dead, Mr. Starbuck.
Yes. His pipe smoked out. Though in many of its aspects, this visible world seems formed in love, the invisible spheres were formed in fright. Aye, at sea there were times of dreamy quietude, when beholding the tranquil beauty and brilliancy of the ocean's skin, one forgets the tiger heart that pants beneath it. So, too, in pursuing the whale, Captain Ahab's ivory leg had received a half-splintering shock. He ordered the ship's carpenter to fashion a new one, and the next morning, Chips the carpenter went below to Ahab's cabin.
Come in. Well, man maker?
If the captain pleases, I will now mark the length. Let me measure, sir.
Measured for a leg. Good. Well, it's not the first time. Go ahead, Chips.
Aye, sir. For most folks, one pair of legs lasts a lifetime.
But not for me, eh? I'm a hard driver. Is that it, Chips? Driven one leg to death and spavined the substitute. Now, I suppose I'll be wearing out bone legs by the cord.
I hope not, sir.
What's Prometheus doing? The blacksmith, I mean. I have a job for him, too.
He's forging the buckle screw for the leg, sir.
Right. It's a partnership, and he supplies the muscle parts. Between the two of you, I should order a complete man, built after a desirable pattern.
How is that, sir?
50 feet high in his socks. Chest modeled after the Thames Tunnel. Legs with roots to him to stay in one place. Arms 3 feet through the wrists, a brass forehead, and 1/4 of an acre of fine brains. And no heart. No heart at all.
I'm afraid I don't understand you, sir.
What art thou sneezing about?
Bone is rather dusty, sir.
Take a hint, then, and when thou art dead, don't bury thyself under living people's noses.
Sir?
So now I am deader to a blockhead for a bone to stand on. Cursed be that mortal interindebtedness which will not do away with ledgers. I would be free as air, and I'm down in the whole world's books. Finish that measuring?
Aye, sir.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Starbuck. How long before this leg is done, Carpenter?
Oh, perhaps an hour, sir.
Well, bungle away at it and then bring it to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Tell the blacksmith to report to me and close that door after you. On deck, be gone.
Aye, sir.
Well, what do you want this time, Starbuck?
We've been pumping the ship, and oil in the hold is leaking, sir. We must up the oil casks and break them out.
Heave to here for a week to tinker a parcel of old hoops?
Either do that, sir, or waste in one day more whale oil than we may make good in a year. What we come 20,000 miles to get is worth saving, sir.
So it is. If we get it.
I was speaking of the oil in the hold, sir.
And I was not speaking of the oil in the hold. Be gone. Let it leak.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm all a leak myself, Mr. Starbuck. Aye. Leaks in leaks. Not only full of leaky casks, but those leaky casks are in a leaky ship. Myself. And that's a far worse plight than the Pequod's man. Yet I don't stop to plug my leak. For who can find it in the deep loaded hull? Or how hope to plug it even if found in this life's howling? No, Mr. Starbuck. I will not have the casks hoisted.
What will the owners say, sir?
Let the owners stand on Nantucket Beach and out yell the typhoons. What cares Ahab? Owners. Thou art always prating to me, Starbuck, about those miserly owners, as if the owners were my conscience. But look ye, the only real owner of anything is its commander. And hark ye, my conscience is in this ship's keel.
Captain Ahab, a better man than I might well pass over in thee what he would quickly enough resent in a younger man. Aye, and in a happier one, Captain Ahab.
Dost thou then so much as dare critically to think of me?
Shall we not understand each other better than hitherto, Captain Ahab?
There is one God that is Lord over the earth, and one captain that is Lord over the Pequod. On deck.
Very well, sir. Thou hast outraged, not insulted me, sir. But for that I ask thee not to fear me. Thou wouldst but laugh. But let Captain Ahab beware of Captain Ahab. Beware of thyself.
What's that? Ahab, beware of Ahab. There's something there. Wait. Very well, Starbuck. Furl the topgallant sails and close reef the topsails fore and aft. Back the mainyard. Up with the casts and break out in the main hold.
Aye, aye, sir.
That'll be the blacksmith. Let him in.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Perth. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck.
Well, come over here. Don't stand there trying to forge out a smile.
Aye, aye, sir. You sent for me, sir?
In no paradise myself, I am impatient of all misery in others that is not mad. Tell me, an old pike head with seams and dents in it, canst thou make it all smooth again, blacksmith?
I think so, sir.
And I suppose thou canst smooth almost any seams and dents, never mind how hard the material is, eh?
All seams and dents but one?
Aye. Look ye here, then. Can you smooth out a seam like this across and down my skull? Because if so, glad enough would I lay my head upon thy anvil and feel thy heaviest hammer between my eyes. Answer. Canst thou smooth this seam?
That is the one, sir. Said I not all seams and dents but one?
Aye, blacksmith. It is the one unsmoothable. Hark ye. I want a harpoon made. One that 1,000 yoke of fiends could not part. Something that will stick in a whale like his own fin bone. There you are. The gathered nail stubs of the steel shoes of racing horses to make it out of.
Horseshoe stubs, sir. Thou hast here the best and stubbornest stuff we blacksmiths ever worked.
Aye, I know it, old man. Those stubs will weld together like glue from the melted bones of murderers.
This is to be the harpoon for the white whale, sir?
For the white fiend. Now for the barbs. My razors. The best of steel. Here. Make the barbs sharp as the needle sleet of the icy sea.
Aye, sir.
And mind you, no water for tempering. I want my harpoon to be of the true death temper. So, we'll draw blood from the arm of Fidela, my own harpooner. Aye, tempered in the blood of that Chinese devil himself.
So the leg was measured, and the harpoon was made and tempered, and the whole world boomed before the wind as we swept across the robust and manlike sea that heaved with long, strong, lingering swells as Samson's chest in his sleep. And then one night, Ahab started from his slumbers and sought out Fidela, the phantom harpooner, who lay with unblinking eyes in the forecastle head.
Fidela,
Yeah, Captain.
I have dreamed it again.
Of the hearses?
Yes, of the hearses.
Have I not prophesied, Captain, that neither hearse nor coffin can be thine?
Aye. But who is put in a hearse that dies on the sea?
I prophesied that ere thou couldst die on this voyage, 2 hearses must be seen by thee on the sea. The first not made by mortal hands, and the visible wood of the last one must be grown in America.
Strange sight that, a hearse floating over the ocean with the waves for pallbearers. Such a sight we shall not soon see.
Thou canst not die till it be seen, Captain.
And what was that saying about thyself?
Though it come to the last, I shall still go before thee, thy pilot.
And when thou art so gone before, if that ever befalls, then ere I can follow, thou must still appear to me, to pilot me still? Was it not so?
Yes, Captain.
Well then, my pilot, that makes 2 pledges that I shall yet slay Moby Dick and survive it.
Hemp only can kill thee.
The gallows, you mean? I am immortal, then, on land and on sea. Immortal on land and on sea.
One more word about whaling, mateys, before I leave you tonight. Be economical with your lamps and candles. Not a gallon of whale oil ye burn, but at least 1 drop of man's blood was spilled for it, as you shall come to see in our deadly pursuit of Moby Dick.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, be sure to listen to the 3rd episode from Moby Dick, and remember that this and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Moby Dick is adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael is played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, and Starbuck by Donald Gallagher. Others were Joe Anthony, Boris Aplon, Cliff Norton, Art Peterson, and Cliff Subir. And this is Dave Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
That best wish is peace on earth. Much of Reynolds' expanding aluminum production now goes to the defense of the nation, the defense of our free world. But the ultimate aim is peace, always. And the great destiny of light, strong, rust-proof Reynolds aluminum lies in peaceful progress. The Reynolds Metals Company looks forward to the day when all aluminum production can be turned to constructive uses. In a future when the inspired hope of Christmas shall be realized. And on earth, peace, goodwill toward men.
The world's great novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University of the Air presents the third installment of a 4-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels. Pursuing its hunt for whales, and especially for the great white whale, Moby Dick, the Pequod plowed her way steadily towards that area where Captain Ahab felt sure to sight the object of his deadly pursuit. He was cheered and grimly amused by the prophecy of Fadella, his Chinese harpooner, who predicted that Ahab could not die until 2 hearses were seen on the waters, the first not made by mortal hands, and the wood of the second grown in America. Moreover, declared Fadella, only hemp could kill Ahab.
This is Ishmael again, mateys. Fore and aft, I say, the Pequod was a jolly ship, of good fare and plenty, fine flip and strong, crack fellows all, and capital from boot heels to hatband. Aye, except for Captain Ahab's one relentless purpose, which had entrapped us all. It was never out of his mind. Even in his sleep one night, I heard him cry out,
"Start all! The white whale spouts thick blood!"
Well, if the currents ever carry ye to those sweet beaches only beat with water lilies, you will know the days through which we now sail. Warm, clear, ringing, perfumed, overflowing, redundant days, like goblets of Persian sherbet flaked with rose-water snow. And yet, there was a sort of knell ringing in our hearts, like the continual tolling of a bell in a ship that is foundering at sea in a fog. To add to our suspense, an unpredictable series of events now took place. They began one day, hard upon high noon. Ahab was taking his wonted daily observation of the sun to determine our latitude. With his quadrant placed to his eye, he remained in that posture for some moments, to catch the precise instant when the sun should gain its precise meridian. Making the observation, he looked back at the sun, then at his quadrant.
"Thou tellest me truly where I am, but not where I shall be. Foolish toy. Plaything of haughty admirals, commodores, and captains. What, after all, canst thou do but tell the poor, pitiful point where thou thyself happenest to be on this wide planet? Not one jot more. Thou canst not tell where one drop of water will be tomorrow noon. Curse thee, Quadrant. Thus I destroy you upon the deck. Smashed. No longer shall I guide my earthly way by thee. The ship's compass and dead reckoning by log and line, these shall conduct me and show me my place on the sea.
To the braces! Up helm! Square in!
By evening of that day, the Pequod was torn of her canvas, and bare pole was left to fight a typhoon which had struck her directly ahead.
A nasty night, Starbuck.
Aye. All right, men. Lash those boats.
Look out! Here comes a big one!
Hang on to the shrouds, men!
Look! Ahab's boat is stove in at the stern.
Like a sieve. A bad omen.
And the gale's from the eastern.
The course that Ahab is to run for Moby Dick. Who's there?
Ahab!
We must send down the main topsail yard, sir. Shall I strike it, sir?
Strike nothing. Lash it. If I had skysail poles, I'd sway them up now.
In God's name, sir.
Well?
Look! The anchors are working loose, sir. Shall I get them inboard?
Strike nothing, stir nothing. Lash everything. Do you take me for the hunchback skipper of some coasting smack? Send down my main topsail yards? Never. 'Tis for the fair wind, Starbuck.
Fair for death and doom, sir.
Loftiest trucks were made for wildest winds. And this brain truck of mine now sails aloft amid the cloud scud.
Forbear, Captain. 'Tis an ill voyage. Ill begun, ill continued.
I admit the speechless power of the storm. But to the last gasp of my earthquake life, Starbuck, I'll dispute it.
Let me square the yard, sir, while we still may, and make a fair wind of it homewards.
Avast, Starbuck. Glad obedience to my flat command. None but cowards send down their brain trucks in tempest time.
It struck us.
Where?
The compass. It struck the compass.
It's happened before, Starbuck.
But not to me, sir. Take warning, sir.
Never. Henceforth I shall be the compass. Look! Look, Starbuck! What a hooroosh is aloft there! I'd even take it for sublime, did I not know that the colic is a noisy melody.
Some hours after midnight, the typhoon abated so much that through the strenuous exertions of Starbuck, the shivered remnants of the jib and fore and main topsails were cut adrift from the spars and went eddying away to leeward like the feathers of an albatross. Next morning, the not yet subsided sea rolled in slow billows of mighty bulk, and striving in the Pequod's gurgling track, pushed her on like giant palms outspread. Suddenly, on the horizon, a ship was sighted.
Where away?
3 points on the starboard bow, sir.
Man my boat. Stand by to lower.
In less than a minute, his boat and crew were dropped to the water, and were soon alongside of the stranger, which showed English colors. The stranger's captain was a burly, good-natured, fine-looking man of 60 or thereabouts. But what was most singular, he had one artificial arm made of sperm whale bone.
Ship ahoy! Has seen the white whale?
The white whale?
Aye, has seen it.
See ye this arm of mine?
'Tis a match to my leg, Captain. I'm coming aboard.
1 minute, Captain. Jump, boys. Swing over the cutting tackle. Oh, yeah. Now, lower away. That's it. Hold it. Straddle the hook, Captain. Hoist him up, boys.
As I walked out one morning fair to view the meadows round,
Steady.
there I spied a maiden fair come tripping o'er the ground.
Steady, boys, steady.
Blow, ye winds of morning. Blow,
Steady,
ye
Chicago.
Clear away the morning dew and blow, boy.
Avast heaving, man, avast heaving. All right, swing him in.
Aye, aye.
Gently. Over the bulwarks. There. Welcome aboard, Captain. I'm Captain Boomer.
Aye, aye, Hardy. I'm Captain Ahab. Let us shake bones together, Captain. An arm and a leg. An arm that never can shrink and a leg that never can run.
I'd consider it an honor, sir, to treat you to a glass of fine Geneva in my cabin.
Very well, sir.
Steward, skip ahead and prepare the honors. Won't you join us, Dr. Bunger?
Delighted.
But, Captain, where didst thou see the white whale and how long ago?
1 month ago. Step right in, sir.
Aye.
Doctor?
Thank you.
Ah, that's right, Steward. That's the bottle. Sit down, Captain Ahab.
And he took that arm of yours off, did he?
Aye. He was the cause of it, at least. Your leg, too, eh?
Aye, but spin me the yarn. How was it?
Well, sir, it was the first time in my life that I'd ever cruised those waters. I was ignorant of the white whale at that time. That'll be all, Steward.
What happened?
Well, one day we lowered for a pot of 4 or 5 whales, and my boat fastened to one of them.
Aye.
A regular circus horse he was, too. And went milling and milling around so that my boat's crew could only trim dish by sitting all their sterns on the outer gunwale.
Aye.
So presently, up breaches from the bottom of the sea a bouncing great whale with a milky white head and hump and crow's feet and wrinkles.
It was he.
Harpoon sticking in near his starboard fin.
They were mine. My irons. But go on.
Give me a chance then, man. Well, this old great-grandfather with the white head and hump runs all afoam into the pot and goes to snapping furiously at my fast line.
What a depart it. Free the fast fish. An old trick. I know him well.
This is the most excellent Geneva. And by the way, Captain, this is Dr. Bunger, ship surgeon. Bunger, my lad, the captain. Captain Ahab.
How do you do? But go on with the story.
Well, how it was exactly, I don't quite know. But in biting the line, it got foul of his teeth. Caught there somehow. But we didn't know it then. It was only when we pulled on the line, bounce, we came plump on his hump.
Would it have been me?
The other whale went off to windward, fluking. So, seeing how matters stood and what a noble great whale it was, the noblest and biggest I ever saw, sir, in my life, I resolved to capture him, spite of the boiling rage he seemed to be in.
I know that ugly rage of his.
And quick as a cat, I jumped into my first mate's boat, which, you see, was gunwale and gunwale with mine, and snatching the first harpoon, let this old great-grandfather have it.
You didn't kill him, did you?
Kill him. Heart and soul alive, man. The next instant, in a jiff, I was blind as a bat, both eyes befogged with black foam, and the whale's tail looming straight up in the air like a marble steeple.
That's what he did to me.
Too late to stern all then. But as I was groping after the second harpoon, down comes the tail like a Lima tower, cutting my boat in two, and flukes first the white hump back through the wreck as though it were all chips.
Hey, when that happened to me, I seized the line knife. Tried to kill him with a 6-inch blade.
And I struck out and tried to get away from him. Would have, too. Only when he went down like a flash, the barber of that cursed second iron towing along near me caught me here, right here on the shoulder, and bore me down to hell's flames, I was thinking. When all of a sudden, thank the good God, the barb ripped its way clear along the whole length of me arm, and up I floated. Now, Bunger boy, spin your part of the yarn.
Well, it was a shocking bad wound.
on taking my advice, Captain Boomer here, stood our old Sammy off.
Samuel Enderby is the name of my ship.
Stood our
But
old...
go on, boy.
Stood our old Sammy off to the northward to get out of the blazing hot weather. But it was no use. I did all I could. Sat up with him nights. Was very severe with him in the matter of diet.
Oh, very severe. Drinking hot rum toddies with me every night till he couldn't see to put on the bandages.
Oh, no.
Sending me to bed half seas over.
Oh, never.
Oh, a great watcher and very dietetically severe is Dr. Bunger.
Oh, now, Captain.
Bunger, you dog, laugh out, why don't you? You know you're a precious jolly rascal. But heave ahead, boy. I'd rather be killed by you than kept alive by any other man.
I might as well say now, en passant, there's the French remark, that I myself, Jack Bungo, late of the Reverend Clergy, am a strict, total abstinence man. I never drink
water. He never drinks it. Fresh water throws him into the hydrophobia. But go on with the arm story.
I was about to observe, before Captain Boomer's facetious interruption, that in spite of my severest endeavors, his arm kept getting worse. And it was an ugly gaping wound, 2 feet and several inches long. And when it grew black, I knew what that threatened, and off it came. Well, that ivory arm of his there is the captain's work, not mine. He ordered the carpenter to make it with that club hammer on the end of it to knock someone's brains out with, I suppose, as he tried mine once.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. See this dent, Captain Abe, in my skull? There. The captain will tell you how that came there. He knows.
He was born with it.
Oh,
you solemn rogue. You, Bunger. Was there ever such another Bunger in the watery world? Bunger, when you die, you ought to die in pickle, you dog. You should be preserved to future ages, you rascal.
But what became of the white whale?
Oh, yes. Well, after he sounded, we didn't see him again for some time.
Didn't thou cross his wake again?
Twice.
But could not fasten?
Didn't want to try. Ain't one limb enough. What should I do without this other arm?
You might try giving him a chance at your left arm for bait to get back the right.
No, thank you, Bunger, my boy. He's welcome to the arm he has, since I can't help it and didn't know him then, but not another one. No more white whales for me. I've lowered for him once, and that has satisfied me.
Not me. Not me.
There would be great glory in killing him, I know that. And there's a shipload of precious sperm in him, but, hark ye, he's best let alone. Don't you think so, Captain Ahab?
Aye, he is. But he will still be hunted for all that. Besides, what is best let alone is not always what least allures. He's a magnet. How long since thou saw him last?
The day before yesterday.
What? 2 days ago, and me sitting here? I must go. Which way was he heading? Quick, man.
Good Lord, what's the matter? You crazy? Your blood's at the boiling point.
Which way was he heading?
South or west. Here, have another glass of wine.
Avast, I must go. Padella! Man the boat! Make haste!
By heavens, Bunger, lad. That man has a quaggy spot in him somewhere.
The next morning, the bodings of the crew were destined to receive a most plausible confirmation in the fate of one of their number. For at sunrise, this man went from his hammock to the masthead. And whether it was that he was not yet half waked from his sleep, he had not been long at his perch when a cry was heard. A cry and a rushing, and then white bubbles in the blue of the sea. The lifebuoy, a long, slender cask hanging aft, was dropped from the stern, but no hand rose to seize it. And the cask being warped, it filled and sank. Thus, the first man of the Pequod that went aloft to look out for the white whale on the white whale's own peculiar ground, that man was swallowed up in the deep, and the lost lifebuoy was now to be replaced.
Carpenter?
Aye, Mr. Starbuck.
When Queequeg was sick last month, you made him a special coffin.
I made a leg for Captain Ahab, and he wears it like a gentleman. But when I made the bandbox for Queequeg, He refused to die and gets well when he sees it. And all my pains went for nothing with that coffin.
Where is it now?
Stowed away, sir, in case he changes his mind.
I want you to make a life buoy out of that coffin.
Ah, a life buoy, sir, out of a coffin?
Well, it'll make a good enough one. And you can do it easily, so rig it, carpenter. So hear me? Rig it.
And shall I nail down the lid, sir?
Aye.
And shall I caulk the seams, sir?
Aye.
And shall I then pay over the same with pitch, sir?
What possesses thee? Make a life buoy of the coffin and no more.
Nail down the lid. Caulk the seams. Pay over the same with pitch. Batten them down tight. And hang it with the snap spring over the ship's stern. Mr. Starbuck, sir, if I was superstitious like some folks, I wouldn't crupper myself with a coffin. Well, I'll have me 30 separate lifelines, each 3 feet long, hanging all around to the coffin. Then if the ship goes down, there'll be 30 lively fellows all fighting for one coffin. Sight not seen very often beneath the sun, Mr. Starbuck. Not very often, sir.
That same day, slowly crossing the deck from the scuttle, Ahab leaned over the side and watched how his shadow in the water sank to his gaze, the more that he strove to pierce the salty profundity. But the enchanted air seemed to dispel for a moment the cankerous thing in his soul. Starbuck saw him, saw how heavily he leaned over the side, and careful not to intrude, yet drew near and stood there. Ahab turned.
Starbuck.
Sir?
It's a mild wind and a mild-looking sky. On just such a day as this, I struck my first whale. A boy harpooner of 18.
I, too, can remember the first day I used a harpoon.
And all the years since of continual whaling. Years of privation, peril, and storm time. Years on this pitiless sea, forsaking the peaceful land to make war on the horrors of the deep. Aye. Where lies the final harbor, whence we unmoor no more? In what rapt ether sails the world, of which the weariest will never weary?
Captain Ahab, sir.
When the poorest landsman has had fresh fruit to his daily hand and has broken the world's fresh bread, I have fed on moldy crusts. Aye, oceans away from my wife, whom I wedded, then sailed for Cape Horn next day. Wife? Rather a widow with her husband alive. I widowed that poor girl when I married her, Starbuck.
Why not return now, Captain?
I feel sometimes as though I were Adam, staggering beneath the piled centuries since paradise. Starbuck, you have a wife waiting for you back in Nantucket, too, and mark you. I want you to stay on board when the boats lower to give chase to Moby Dick. That hazard shall not be thine.
Oh, Captain, why should anyone give chase to that hated fish? Let us fly these deadly waters. Sail for home, for old Nantucket.
Too late. Listen, Starbuck. We have turned round and round in this world like yonder windlass, and fate is the handspike. And there's an inscrutable, unearthly thing, hidden and cruel, that commands me. Keeps jamming me ahead against all natural longings. But it's a mild wind and a mild sky. And air smells as if it blew from a faraway meadow. Perhaps they've been making hay somewhere under the slopes of the Andes, and the Moors are sleeping in the fields. Aye. Toil we how we may, we all sleep at last upon the fields. Aye, and rust amid greenness,
as last year's scythes flung down and left in the half-cut swaths. So you see, Starbuck, we must live in the game, and if necessary, die in it.
A few hours later, a large ship, the Rachel, was descried, bearing directly down upon the Pequod, all her spars thickly clustered with men. As the broad-winged windward stranger drew nigh, she struck her sails, and her commander was seen being lowered away in his boat. His boathook soon clinched the Pequod's main chain, and he sprang to the deck.
Has seen the white whale, Captain?
Today.
Hey, what is he? Not killed. Not killed, man. How was it?
I am Captain Gardner of the Rachel, and I need your help desperately.
Quick, tell me the white whale.
3 of our boats engaged with a shoal of whales about 5 miles from my ship. When all of a sudden, to windward, the whale they call Moby Dick loomed up in the other direction.
In which direction?
Dead south.
Starbuck! Brace forward! Up helm!
Wait! Wait, Captain, I haven't told you all. My son, a lad but 12 years old, was in the boat that lowered to give chase to Moby Dick.
Ah. So that's why you had every other man aloft on the lookout.
Yes. Their boat was towed out of sight by the white whale, and we've been searching ever since. 12 years old the boy was.
He must face his perils like everyone else.
No, I beg of you, Captain. Let me charter your ship. I will gladly pay for it to join me in the search. You must, and you shall do this for me. Yes, you relent, I see it. Run, men, now, and stand by to square in the yards.
Avast! Touch not a rope yarn. Captain Gardiner, I will not do it. Even now I lose time. Goodbye. God bless you, man, and may I forgive myself, but I must go.
What? I beg of you, sir.
Mr. Starbuck, look at the binnacle watch, and in exactly 3 minutes warn off all strangers. Then brace forward again, and let the ship sail dead south as before.
Aye, aye, sir.
Moby Dick is within our reach at last, and nothing can stop me now.
Captain Gardner silently returned to his boat, and soon the two ships diverged their wakes, and long as the strange vessel, the Rachel, was in view, she was seen to yaw hither and thither at every dark spot, however small, on the sea. But by her still halting course and winding woeful way, you plainly saw that this ship, that so wept with spray, still remained without comfort. She was Rachel weeping for her children because they were not. I was to see her again, mateys, under terrifying circumstances.
Moby Dick, by Herman Melville, is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, be sure to hear the final episode from Moby Dick, and remember that this and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Remember that address. It's World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Moby Dick is adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick. The music composed by Emil Soderstrom with the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael is played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, and Starbuck by Donald Gallagher. Others were Maurice D. Copeland, Gilbert Ferguson, George Kluge, Sherman Marks, Clifford Norton, and Arthur Peterson. And this is Dave Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations.
death on our highways is increasing. National Safety Council figures show that traffic accidents have been mounting since the end of the war. Smash-ups have reached more and more. 1 a minute, all day, every day of the year. And during this winter season, the danger is even greater. So whether you ride or walk, be careful. Cats may have 9 lives, but remember, you have only one. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada, where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom. But all the while, he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims. But free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The world's great novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University of the Air presents the 4th installment of a 4-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels. Refusing to give aid to Captain Gardner of the Rachel, in search for Gardner's son, who had been lost but a few hours before in an encounter with Moby Dick himself, Captain Ahab ordered all sails bent in instant pursuit of the great white whale. And when last seen astern, the Rachel continued tacking to and fro in despairing search for its lost.
This is Ishmael again, ladies. That night, in the mid-watch, when Captain Ahab stepped forth from the scuttle in which he leaned, he suddenly sniffed the air and declared that a whale must be near. Soon that peculiar odor given forth by the living sperm whale was palpable to all the watch. Ascertaining the precise bearing of the odor as nearly as possible, Ahab ordered the ship's course to be slightly altered and the sail to be shortened. His acuteness was vindicated at daybreak by the sight of a long sleek on the sea directly ahead, smooth as oil, with pleated, watery wrinkles bordering it like polished metallic marks of some swift tide drift. Flattening his face to the sky, Ahab called to the watch high overhead in the cross trees.
Aloft there! What do you see?
Nothing, sir!
Starboard! Topgallant sails, stunsails, alow and aloft on both sides. Man the mastheads. Call all hands.
Aye, sir.
All sail being set,
Ahab now cast loose the lifeline, reserved for swaying him to the main royal masthead. In a few minutes, they were hoisting him thither. 2/3 of the way aloft, he suddenly raised a gull-like cry in the air.
There she blows! There she blows! A hump like a snow hill! It's Moby Dick!
The men on deck rushed to the rigging to behold the famous whale they have so long pursued. Look, Ahab has now gained his final perch some feet above the other lookouts.
And did none of you see it before, men?
I saw him almost the same instant, sir.
Hey, but not the same instant. Not the same. So the $20 gold piece is mine. Fate reserved it for me. I alone. None of you could have raised the white whale first. There she blows! There she blows!
Aye, look at it. The appalling beauty of the vast milky mass is lit up by the spangling sun, shifts and glistens like a living opal in the blue morning sea. Now Ahab lowers himself swiftly. He reaches the deck.
He's going to sound. Starbuck, in stunsails. Down topgallant sails.
Aye, aye, sir.
You, Stubb, have the boat swung out. 3 of them.
Aye, aye, sir. All right, step lively, lad. First the cranes out. Lively there, I said.
The cranes swing out, and now the sails are being reefed. All hands are moving at top speed.
Mr. Starbuck.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, sir.
Remember, Starbuck, stay on board and keep the ship.
Very well, sir.
Helm there. Luff a point. So, steady, man, steady. Mr. Stubb, all ready the boats there?
Ready, sir.
Moby Dick's heading straight to leeward, sir, away from us. He can't have seen the ship yet.
Be dumb, man. Stand by the braces. Hard down the helm. Brace up. Shiver there. Shiver there. So, well done that. Man the boats, man.
Now they're manning the boats. Ahab, with his heathen crew led by a sinister Chinese harpooner Fadala, run to the captain's boat.
Lower away, Starbuck.
Aye, aye, sir.
Quick. Quicker.
Aye, sir.
Quicker.
The rattle of blocks and tackles as the boats now drop to the water.
Set the boatsails.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mark you. We'll have no talking, men. No shouting. When you lay on the oars, lay quietly. Understand? I'll head the onset. Stand by the oars. Give way together. We lead out, Fadala.
Yes, Captain.
A pale death glimmer lights up Fadala's sunken eyes. A hideous motion gnaws his mouth. Now the prows are moving silently through the sea, slowly nearing the foe. Only the oars are heard. The ocean is as smooth as a carpet. Moby Dick seems completely unsuspecting. Now his entire dazzling hump is distinctly visible, sliding through the sea ringed with greenish foam.
Way enough. Trail oars.
Far out on the soft Turkish-rugged sea glistens the white shadow from the whale's broad, milky forehead, and behind him the blue waters flow into the moving valley of his steady wake.
Look at him, Fadala. Not the white bull Jupiter swimming away with ravaged Europa clinging to his graceful horns. Did surpass Moby Dick. Aye, so peaceful, thou vesture of tornadoes. Yet calm. Enticing calm, thou glidest on, O whale. Thou glidest on no matter how many thou hast bejuggled and destroyed before. But I know you, Moby Dick. I, Ahab, know the deadly terror of that submerged jaw. He rises. Quick, my harpoon.
For a moment, the whale's whole marbleized body forms a high arch. His bannered flukes wave in the air as though in warning. He sounded, gone under, disappeared from sight.
Too late. He sounded without warning. Stand by to reef.
Captain, the seagulls.
Seagulls are circling Ahab's boat, wheeling round and round with expectant cries.
What do they see?
Peering overboard, Ahab suddenly glimpses a white living spot no bigger than a white weasel swiftly uprising.
It's Moby Dick. Look, Fadala. Look. His white glistening teeth floating up from the undiscoverable bottom.
The glittering mouth yawns beneath the boat like an open-doored marble tomb. With his steering oar, Ahab hurls the craft powerfully aside.
Stand by the stern. Fadala, my harpoon.
Too late.
promised malicious intelligence. Moby Dick again slides his head beneath the boat. He's taking the boat's bows full within his mouth. His jaws loom high up into the air on each side, the inside of the jaws within 6 inches of Ahab's head.
Thus I spit down your very throat.
But Ahab can't get at him with his harpoon. Moby Dick is shaking the boat gently like a cat with a mouse. He's dallying with it. They're doomed.
He's going to snap the boat. Jump, men. Jump for
Like enormous shears, Moby Dick's jaws have cut the boat in twain. Now he's swimming around the men in circles. He seems maddened. The other 2 boats are helpless to come to their succor. Where's Ahab? There he is, his head like a bubble in the very heart of the whirlpool. Moby Dick is circling closer, and Ahab seems to be the object of his terrible circling. He's crying out.
Sail on! Sail on! The whale, Starbuck! Drive him off!
Starbuck's doing it. The Pequod's prow is breaking up the deadly circle. They're saved. Moby Dick is swimming sullenly away. Now the boats are speeding to the rescue.
Here we are, sir. All right, catch hold of him, men. Steady. Easy. Easy now. There.
Never mind me. The harpoon. Is it safe?
Aye, sir. Caught to that bit of wreckage there.
Any missing men?
None, sir.
Good. Help me up, Stubb. I wish to stand.
Aye, sir.
So I see him. There, going to leeward still. What a leaping spout. Hands off from me. The eternal sap runs into my bones again. Here comes the Pequod. Douse the sails. Out oars.
Aye, sir.
Completely splintered my boat.
Like the thistle did to the ass, it picked his mouth too keenly, sir.
What soulless thing is this that laughs before a wreck? Did I not know thee brave as fire, I'd swear thou wert a poltroon.
Oh, aye, sir. 'Tis a solemn sight. An omen. And a bad one.
Stifle that old wives' darkling hint. Mankind either sweats with fear like Starbuck or laughs like you. Ahab stands alone among the millions of the people there. For I, the wind, I'd blow no more on such a miserable world. Back to the ship, and after Moby Dick again. Aye, my harpoon will yet taste the sweet flavor of his blood.
Back aboard the ship, Ahab ordered her canvas stacked high up and sideways, outstretching it with stunsails. The ship tore on, leaving such a furrow in the sea as when a cannonball becomes a plowshare and turns up the level field. The day wore on to twilight.
How now, aloft there? You see him?
Cannot see this boat now, sir. Too dark.
How heading when last seen?
As before, sir. Straight to York.
Hear that, Starbuck? He'll travel slower now it is night. Down royals. Helm there. Keep her full before the wind. Men, this gold is mine, for I earned it. But I shall let it abide here till the white whale is dead. And whosoever first raises him upon the day shall be killed. This gold is his. And if I again raise him on that day, then 10 times its sum shall be divided among all of them.
So saying, Ahab placed himself halfway within the scuttle and, slouching his hat, stood there till dawn, except at intervals rousing himself to see how the night wore on. At daybreak, we were again thrilled with the cry.
I knew it. I knew it. He can't escape. Blow on and split your spout, O whale. The mad fiend himself is after you. Blow your trumpet. Blister your lungs. Ahab will dam off your blood as a miller shuts his water gate upon the stream.
The men seem as one, welded into oneness by the sight of Ahab, and directed to that fatal goal which he points to. Suddenly, Moby Dick bursts into view less than a mile ahead. Rising with his utmost velocity, the sperm whale thus booms his entire bulk into the air in a mountain of dazzling foam, showing his place to the distance of 7 miles and more. Such breaching is his act of defiance.
Aye, breach your last to the sun, Moby Dick. Thy hour and the harpoon are at hand. Down! Down, all of you, from the mast! But one man at the fore! The boats! Stand by!
The men, like shooting stars, slide to the deck. Ahab stumps rapidly to the spare boat, followed by his phantom crew. The boats are manned.
Mr. Starbuck, the ship is thine. Keep away from the boats, but keep near them.
Aye, aye, sir.
Lower away.
Moby Dick has turned. He's heading towards the 3 boats.
Spread yourselves. We're pulling straight up to his forehead.
The white whale's coming. He's charging. He's rushing among the boats with open jaws, lashing out with his tail in appalling battle.
Death to Moby Dick! Oh, whale! Here's the harpoon!
They're trying to elude him, but the whale is everywhere, twisting and turning. He's tangled the harpoon lines. He's dashing 2 of the boats together. They smash like eggshells. Now he's sounded. Moby Dick dives down into the sea. He's disappeared in a boiling maelstrom. The 2 crews are clinging to the oars and line tugs. They're afraid of the sharks. Ahab stands in the prow of his own boat with another harpoon, waiting. Moby Dick shot up from the depths and struck Captain Ahab's boat with his broad forehead. It's turning over and over in the air. Now it's fallen gunwale downwards. Ahab and his men struggle out from under it like seals. There he goes. Moby Dick is satisfied this time. He's swimming away to leeward, trailing after him the entangled harpoon lines. God help me, where will all this end? As before, the Pickwood bore down to the rescue, dropping a boat to pick up the floating mariners. Last aboard was Captain Ahab himself, who had to be helped on deck, for instead of standing by himself, he half hung upon the shoulder of Starbuck. His ivory leg had been snapped off, leaving but one short, sharp splinter.
Aye, Starbuck, 'tis sweet to lean sometimes, be the leaner who he will. Would I had leaned oftener than I have.
No bones broken, sir, I hope.
Only this dead one, splintered to pieces. You, Carpenter.
Aye, aye, sir.
Tonight, make me a new leg.
Eh?
And this time, fashion it out of a piece of steel pipe.
Aye, sir.
Aloft there! Which way?
Get to your work, sir!
Up helm, then. Stubb, pile on the sail again. Down the rest of the spare boats and rig them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, how this splinter gores me.
Let me help thee toward the bulwark, sir.
Give me something for a cane. That shivered lance will do there, Stubb.
Aye, sir.
There. There. Where is he? Oh, by heaven, it can't be. Fadala! Fadala! Speak up!
All right, lad. Stand by to shake out the reef. Hoist away.
Fadala!
I saw him caught among the tangles of your line, sir.
The black vomit rents thee. Find him. Not gone. Oh. Aye. Gone.
Yes, I saw him dragged under.
Gone. What means that? Oh, my harpoon, too. Toss over the litter there. Toss over the litter. Do you see it?
Aye, sir.
The forged iron, Starbuck.
Yes, sir.
No. Oh, blistered fool, this own hand of mine did dart it. 'Tis in the fish. Aloft there! Keep him nailed!
Aye, sir!
Starbuck, put all hands to the rigging of fresh boats. Collect the oars. New irons for the harpooners. Stubb, hoist those royals higher and put all the sheets.
Aye, aye, sir.
Helm! Helm there! Steady! Steady for your life! I'll 10 times girdle the unmeasured globe, yea, and drive straight through it. But I'll slay Moby Dick yet.
Captain, never wilt thou capture him. 2 days chased, twice stove to splinters, thy very leg once more snatched from under thee. For Dollar, thy evil shadow gone, and all good angels mobbing thee with warnings. What more wouldst thou have? Shall we keep chasing this murderous fish till he swamps the last man?
Starbuck, in this matter of the whale, be the front of thy face to me as the palm of my hand. A lifeless blank. Ahab is forever Ahab. Why, you fool, 'twas rehearsed 1 billion years before this ocean rolled. I am fate's lieutenant. I act under orders. And look thou, hireling, that thou obeyest mine. I may be cut to a stump and leaning on a shivered lance, but Ahab's soul's a centipede that moves about 100 legs. And ere I break, you'll hear me crack. And I hear that. Know that Ahab's hawser tows his purpose yet. Moby Dick will rise once more, Starbuck, but only to spout his last.
God keep us all, sir, but my bones feel damp within me.
So for Dallas gone. And he was to go before me, according to his prophecy, but still was to be seen again, ere I could perish. Ha! How's that, Starbuck? There's a riddle now might baffle all the lawyers.
The Dollar, harpooner in Captain Ahab's boat, the mysterious Oriental that seemed to hold such sway over the captain's thoughts, had made unto Ahab a strange and cryptic prophecy.
I prophesy that ere thou canst die on this voyage, 2 hearses must be seen by thee on the sea. The first not made by mortal hands, and the visible word of the last must be gone in America. And though it come to the last, I shall still go before thee, thy pilot. Ere thou canst follow, I must still appear to thee to pilot thee still. Know ye also, Captain Ahab, that hemp alone can kill thee.
So once more the sail was shortened, and all night the men toiled by lanterns, rigging the spare boats and sharpening fresh weapons for the morrow. And the carpenter made Ahab another leg. The morning of the 3rd day dawned fair and fresh, and again it was Ahab who was the first to cry out,
Aloft there! What do you see?
Nothing, sir!
Nothing, sir. And the gold piece goes a-begging. Starbuck. I've oversailed him. Forgot the harpoons he's towing. They've slowed him down. Ha! So now he's chasing me, not I him. Turn the ship about. Man the braces.
Aye, aye, sir.
Smile, Starbuck. We shall meet him soon.
An hour passed, gold beaten out to ages. Time itself now held her long breaths with keen suspense. And then, 3 points off the weather bow, Ahab descried the spout again.
Aye, there he is. Forehead to forehead I meet thee this 3rd time, Moby Dick. Stand by to reef, Starbuck. He'll be here soon.
Yes, sir. Stand by to reef, Mr. Stubb.
Stand by the reef, lad.
Lively there, men, or I'll tap one of you with a top ball.
Now they're reefing the sails. The whale hunters are once again manning their boats and swinging them out preparatory to lowering away.
To Starbuck.
Sir?
Starbuck, for the 3rd time. I start upon this same voyage.
Aye, sir. Thou wilt have it so.
Some ships sail from their ports, and ever afterwards are missing, Starbuck.
Truth, sir. Saddest truth.
Some men die at ebb tide, some at low water, some at the full of the flood. And I feel like a billow that's all one crested comb, Starbuck. shake hands with me.
Go not, sir. Go not, I beg you.
Nonsense. Lower away. Stand by the crew.
They're off again. Ahab in the lead. Starbuck seems nervous.
Aloft there. Keep thy keenest eye upon the boats. Mark well the whale.
Sharks following the captain's boat, sir!
Oh, is this our journey's end?
The white whale has sounded, but Ahab holds his way to be near him at the next rising. The head waves hammer against the bow of his boat.
Drive in your nails, O ye waves. To their uttermost heads, drive them in. Ye but strike a thing without a lid. No coffin and no hearse can be mine. Hemp only can kill me.
There he is, Moby Dick. His vast form shoots up from the sea.
Give way, men.
Captain, look! There's Fedallah!
Lashed around one of the harpoons sticking out of the whale's back is Fedallah. His dead, distended eyes are turned full upon Ahab.
Aye, Fedallah. I see thee again, and thou goest before. And this whale, then, is the hearse that thou didst promise. But I hold thee to the last letter of thy word. Where is the second hearse? Back to your oars, men. The first to jump from this boat, I harpoon. Where's the whale? Gone down again?
No, he's still on the surface, swimming slowly away.
Captain, the sharks crunch on the oars.
Heed them not, pull on. 'Tis the better rest, the shark's jaw, than the yielding water.
But the blades are growing smaller, sir.
They'll last long enough. Pull on. Aye, all alive now. We near him. Hey, my harpoon. Softly now. Softly.
They're ranging along the whale's flank. Ahab stands in the prow, his body arched, both arms high lifted with the harpoon. He's going to throw it.
Clear into the socket!
Moby Dick writhes and wheels round to present his blank forehead at bay. What's happening? He sees the black hull of the Pequod. He's going to attack it. Starbuck sees him. He's coming this way. He's going to attack. He's smashed in the Pequod's starboard bow. Torrents of water pouring into the ship. She's going down.
My ship, the hearse. The second hearse. Its wood could only be American. Oh, ye sweet powers of the air, now hug me close. Death, glorious ship, must you then perish, and without me? Oh, lonely death on lonely life. Oh, from all your furthest bounds pour ye now in, ye bold billows of my whole forgone life, and top this one piled coma of my death. Towards thee I come, thou all-destroying but unconquering whale. To the last I grapple with thee. From hell's heart I thus snap at thee. I spit my last breath at thee. Thus I give up the spear.
He darts his harpoon. Stick and tail flies forward, and he's fouled the line. Ahab stoops to clear it. He does. Wait. It's caught him around the neck. He's shooting through the air. He strikes the water. He's disappeared into the ocean's depths. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee, mateys. Like a phantom, the ship stood on end, then dove to her watery grave, and sucking concentric circles, seized the boats, the men, the floating oars, the lance poles, everything animate and inanimate, round and round one vortex, carrying the smallest chip of the Pequod down out of sight. Floating on the margin of it, the half-spent suction reached me and drew me towards the gurgling bubble of its axis. Suddenly, the coffin lifebuoy shot up from the sea, fell over, and floated by my side, and I seized it. The next day, a sail drew nearer, and picked me up at last. It was the devious cruising Rachel, that in her retracing search after her missing children, only found another orphan.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville is one of the world's great novels. Brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, we will present a dramatization of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Remember that these and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. I'll repeat that address. World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Moby Dick was adapted for radio by Frederick Slick. The music was composed by Amos Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael was played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, and Starbuck by Donald Gallagher. Others were Joe Anthony, Boris Apollon, Gil Ferguson, Cliff Norton, and Arthur Peterson. This is John Conrad. This program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, a long time ago it was written that man shall not live by bread alone. In this often quoted line from the Bible, bread is merely a symbol of all material values. And although we in America have the greatest material advantages in the world, they are not enough to bring us complete happiness. We must find that happiness in our spiritual as well as our material lives, in faith as well as bread. In America, one of our most precious heritages is the right to worship as we please, to know the spiritual pleasures of our churches and synagogues. The doors of your places of worship stand open to you, and your religious leaders will welcome you to their services. They also offer you personal and family guidance and the opportunity to become a firm part of your community. Through our churches and synagogues, that community and the families within it can find stability. And as an individual, you can find the peace that only religion can bring. Thus, the religious organizations of America invite you to find yourself through faith and come to church this week. Good night.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.